Chapter 1 Help Me. Help me, I can give you, reward, came a charming voice. A pair of soft and boneless hands reached towards Shinsa's waist. Shinsa subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he felt so weak all over that he couldn't move at all because of the pressure from the person on him. The hot red lips touched his ears. Don't worry, I'm clean. In an instant, the hot sea surged and burned like fire. That night, Shinsu was entangled again and almost died in bed. Dad, wake up. It's my first day of school today and I can't be late. Shinsu was awakened from his sleep by a soft voice. He opened his eyes drowsily and found Shinduo lying beside his bed with an anxious look on her face. Ha? What time is it now? Shinsu rubbed his head and sat up, still a little awake from the dream he had just had. It's already 7:30. If we don't get up, we'll be late. Don't you have to report today? Shinduo reminded. Oh, yes, I have to report today too. You go out first, and Dad will change his clothes and come out soon. Shinsu only came to his senses at this time. Okay. Shinduo left the room obediently. Shinsu glanced at the time, threw back the quilt and got out of bed. After entering the bathroom, he turned on the cold water and slapped his face. When I looked up again, I saw myself in the mirror had become much more sober, but my face looked a little haggard. He dreamed the same dream he had 5 years ago. He had just come through when he was entangled by a fairy-like woman. After a night of passion, he was almost drained dry. When he woke up the next day, he was the only one left in the room. If there hadn't been a bright red mark on the bed sheet, he would have suspected that he had had a perverted dream. But later he searched for a long time and couldn't find any trace of the woman. He gradually let go of this matter. Until a week ago, when he graduated from the police academy. Just as he was about to go on stage to give a speech as an outstanding graduate, a little girl holding a paternity test report suddenly jumped out, hugged his thighs, and shouted crisply, "Dad!" Just these 2 words made him lose the title of the best graduate, and he was also labeled as having bad lifestyle. He was sent to a remote area to be a small police officer. It's no one's fault, since he doesn't even know who the other person's mother is. You can't tell people that he was the one who was pounced on. The key is that no one will believe it even if you tell it to others. Shinsa let out a long sigh. If he had known that he would travel through time to be a nanny for someone, why did he awaken the God alert system for him? Isn't the nanny system good enough? Now having a system is as annoying as having a bicycle for a fish. After all, the police system requires solving cases to gain points and exchange them for rewards. Every day, the police in this area deal with cases where either an old lady quarrels with her daughter-in-law and runs away from home, or someone's cat or dog is lost. How can I get in touch with a murder case? It is really a case of dying before achieving success. Dad, are you okay? Just when Shinsu's thoughts drifted away, Shinduo's voice came again. Okay. Shinsu immediately collected his thoughts and shouted loudly. I quickly washed up, changed my clothes and went out. No matter whether he is a criminal policeman or a local policeman, he has to solve the problem of food and clothing first. After all, he has a daughter to support. When Shinsu came out of the room, Shinduo had already changed into the school uniform of her new school. She wore a blazer with a pleated skirt and a beret on her head. She was as cute as could be. The frustration that Shinsu had just felt disappeared in an instant. Although I don't know who the woman was that night, I forgave her because my daughter is so pretty. Let's go, daughter. Daddy will take you to school. Shinsu picked up Shinduo with one hand and walked out the door. This is the house that Shinsu's parents left to him. Although it is a bit old, it is convenient for living in and the kindergarten is just across the street. Shinsu carried Shinduo to a breakfast shop he often went to. After sitting down, he shouted to the boss. Uncle Wang, 2 baskets of xiaolongbao, 2 bowls of soy milk, and a scallion pancake. The boss seemed not to hear and continued to knead the dough in his hands mechanically. Uncle Wang? Shinsu's voice became a little higher. Ah. Oh, Xiaoshen, you're here. Uncle Wang noticed Shinsu only then. When he saw the police uniform on him, his expression changed slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. As an outstanding graduate of the police academy, Shinsu was very sensitive to Uncle Wang's abnormality and asked with concern, Uncle Wang, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? It's okay. You just didn't sleep well last night. I'll prepare it for you right away. Uncle Wang turned around and steamed 2 trays of fresh dumplings. Although Shinsu was a little confused, he didn't ask any further questions. Uncle Wang's small restaurant has been open here for decades. He has good cooking skills, low prices, and is a kind person. He is a well-known good guy. The residents nearby all like to come to his place for breakfast, and Shinsu is no exception. I thought that maybe Uncle Wang had gotten older and was no longer able to do things as planned. Shinduo sat upright on the chair with her little hands placed obediently on her knees. She is beautiful and elegant, and it is obvious that she was well taught. How could her mother bear to give such a well-behaved and lovely daughter to him? And it happened to be the day of his graduation ceremony. Was it intentional, or was there some unavoidable reason? Who is the child's mother? Dad, there's a shiny thing down there. Just when Shinsu's thoughts were drifting away, Shinduo's exclamation brought him back. What? Shinsu looked up and asked. There's something glowing down there. Shinduo pointed to the sewer next to her. Glowing? Shinsu looked over in confusion, and there seemed to be something in the sewer. I stood up and walked forward, wanting to take a closer look. But I didn't expect that it would be okay if I didn't look at it, but as soon as I looked at it, his expression suddenly became serious. Dad, what's wrong? Shinduo asked in confusion, looking at Shinsu's face, which changed expression instantly. It's okay, just sit here and wait for me. Don't run around, okay? Shinsu said seriously. Although Shinduo didn't quite understand, she still nodded obediently. After comforting Shinduo, Shinsu stood up and walked into the store. Uncle Wang, who was busy at work, became visibly nervous when he saw Shinsu coming in. Xiaoshin, why did you come in? Are you hungry? It will be ready soon. Go wait outside, I'll bring it to you. Uncle Wang tried his best to act naturally. It's okay, I can do it myself. Shinsu said casually while glancing at Uncle Wang's workbench. On the countertop was a stainless steel basin with almost half of the minced meat still in it. There was hot soup boiling in the pot next to it. Even with the lid on, you could smell the rich aroma of meat. Uncle Wang, I want to drink a bowl of soup. Shinsu said with a smile. Okay, go out and wait for me, I'll serve it to you right away. Uncle Wang wiped his hands on his apron. I can do it myself. Shinsu said as he prepared to take the lid. No. Uncle Wang grabbed Shinsu's hand without thinking. His reaction confirmed Shinsu's guess. He pushed him away and opened the lid in front of him. Chapter 2: The dormant system is finally activated. The broth in the pot was boiling. Shinsu picked up the spoon beside him and reached to the bottom. He scooped it up hard, and a human skull suddenly appeared in front of him. Shinsu's expression suddenly changed. The other guests who were having breakfast noticed the commotion here and looked over. When they saw the bones in Shinsu's spoon, they were all stunned. Then someone responded, This doesn't look like a pig bone. Why does it look like a human head? This is a human head. You. For a moment, all that could be heard was the sound of vomiting. Uncle Wang watched as everything was exposed, and there was no panic on his face, but instead a look of pity. Why did you expose me so quickly? It's only halfway done. Uncle Wang stared at the remaining half of the meat filling in the stainless steel basin. After listening to his words, Shinsu realized something and his eyes suddenly changed. The skull appeared in the soup, and the rest of the body must have become the pot of minced meat in front of him. This was no longer an ordinary murder case. Shinsu immediately took out his cell phone and contacted the criminal police brigade. Then he stared solemnly at the pale-faced Wang Jiao in front of him. Uncle Wang, whose skull is this? Who else could it be? That scumbag and that bitch. Uncle Wang gritted his teeth. A scumbag and a bitch? That means at least 2 people or more died, which is really a big case. Shinsu stared at Uncle Wang closely, fearing that he would make an even crazier decision after the truth was revealed. But Uncle Wang had no intention of running away. He just stared at the piece of meat in the stainless steel basin with red eyes. Aren't they going to cheat on me? And they want me to raise a son for them? I'll let them have their wish and keep their family together forever. Looking at Uncle Wang, who was already a little crazy, Shinsu frowned and immediately evacuated the crowd around. When calling the police, Shinsu said that a murder had occurred. In less than half an hour, the police arrived. Seeing Shinsu in police uniform, the captain of the Nanchang Criminal Police Brigade stepped forward and asked, "Which department are you from?" "I'm the police officer of the Nanchang Cotton Tang Street area." I was the one who called the police just now. This is the suspect. We know there are 3 victims, and they have been dismembered and cooked by him. There is a skull in the pot, and he has chopped the body into meat stuffing and wrapped it into breakfast. There are also some debris in the sewer. It should be a murder of passion. Shinsu explained all the situations he had just learned in one breath. When Criminal Police Team Captain Ren Haipeng heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Not only was the murder committed, but the body was also dismembered and the victim's bones were even made into breakfast and sold. This was no longer an ordinary murder case. He immediately arranged for the team members behind him to seal off the scene and subdue the criminal suspect Uncle Wang. Arrange your men to start searching the scene. Captain, a lot of blood was found in the kitchen, and there are some body parts in the refrigerator that have not been destroyed yet. Some hair tissue and debris were also salvaged from the sewer. With both witnesses and evidence present, and Uncle Wang confessed to his evil deeds, Ren Haipeng directly asked his teammates to take him away. He kept shouting things like they want them to die. And bitch. After Ren Haipeng finished dealing with these things, he looked at Shinsu beside him. May I have your name? Shinsu. How did you find out that your boss killed someone and cooked the body? I brought my daughter here for breakfast, and she noticed something reflecting in the sewer, so I went to take a look. Unexpectedly, I found bloody hair tissue underneath, so I went into the store to check it out. Shinsu told the truth. Ren Haipeng nodded. You are alert, but you are just a police officer after all. Don't act on your own when you encounter such things in the future. Notify our criminal police brigade immediately. Okay. Shinsu nodded. I have something else to do, so I'll go back to the bureau first. When the case is solved, I will call the person in charge of your area and commend you. Ren Haipeng said. Then don't forget it. Shinsu immediately responded. Ren Haipeng. I can't forget it. It was the first time that Ren Haipeng met such an immodest young man. He shook his head and left. What he didn't know was that what Shinsu cared about was not the award, but the bonus behind the award. After all, he has a child to raise now, and he needs money everywhere. After Shinsu finished dealing with things here, he looked up and saw Shin Duo still sitting in the original position, waiting for him obediently. A smile suddenly appeared on Shinsu's face, and he took a step forward and prepared to walk towards her. But at this moment, a mechanical system sound suddenly sounded in Shinsu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for solving the first homicide case and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Would the host like to draw the lottery? The system that has been dormant for many years has finally been activated? Draw now. Shinsu shouted excitedly in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Master Thief. I wish the host will be invincible in stealing and become the best thief. Ha! A Master Thief? System, you are not mistaken, aren't you a super police system? It's okay that I didn't draw the detective skill, but what the hell is a super thief? You want me to give up the light and join the dark and become a thief? Shinsu complained wildly in his heart. Ding, the reward cannot be locked, it all depends on the host's luck. Shinsu. This is indeed a crappy system. Shinsu sighed, walked up to Shinduo, and picked her up with his hands. I'm afraid you won't be able to attend the class today. Please come with me to register. After all, once the human flesh came out, the residents nearby would have to go to the hospital to have their stomachs washed. The school probably won't be open. Yeah. Shinduo nodded obediently. At this time, in the Mianhuating Street police station in Nanchang, the old director, who was nearly 50 years old, looked at the antique watch on his wrist that was more than 10 years old and frowned sternly. Why hasn't the newcomer who was supposed to report in today arrived yet? Isn't it a bit too rude to be late on the first day? Captain, she was an outstanding graduate before, so she certainly won't willingly come to our small place to be a small police officer. The beautiful woman at the side said softly, with her breasts proudly puffed out. What's wrong with being a local police officer? We are all serving the people. Why should we distinguish between high and low? What's more, he himself has problems with his lifestyle. The organization is very kind to give him a chance to reform. If he doesn't correct his attitude, I won't tolerate him here. The old director blew his beard and glared. Yes, you are right, director. When he comes, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The beautiful woman responded repeatedly. I don't want to tell their director that there haven't been any new people in their institute for 5 consecutive years. If it weren't for the problems with his lifestyle, their wish to increase staff this year would have been dashed. At this moment, the office door was suddenly knocked open from outside. It was a young man in his 20s, sweating profusely, shouting, "Director, it's bad, something big has happened." Chapter 3, Stealing. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I warn you to stay calm when encountering things? The old director was furious. This time, something really happened. Brotherly and I just went to the community to investigate a case of stealing women's underwear 2 days ago. The thief stole Brotherly's gun, stole it. The young man was so excited that he stuttered. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the old director slammed the table and stood up. The director, who usually walked with a limp, now walked with great speed and scolded as he ran. This useless thing can't even keep an eye on a gun. Come with me and find someone. You know, if a police officer loses his gun, he will be severely punished. If casualties are caused in the process, the crime will be even greater. The old director didn't expect that even though he was about to retire, the guys under him were still so troublesome. And at the same time, Shinsu was rushing towards the police station carrying Shinduo. When turning into an intersection, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side and ran straight towards Shinsu. In order to protect Shinduo in his arms, Shinsu's back hit the railing beside him, and he frowned in pain. The man who bumped into him looked at him and ran even faster than before. "Dad, are you okay?" Shinduo asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Shinsu stood firm and looked up in the direction where the man disappeared. His eyes were wandering and his expression was nervous, and after he bumped into him, he obviously ran faster. Being afraid of the police does not make you a good person. "Dad, I just saw that uncle with a gun hidden in his arms." "Is he a policeman like Dad?" Shinduo asked seriously. "What did you say?" Shinsu's tone instantly became gloomy when he heard this. "A gun, exactly the same as the one at Dad's house." Shinduo said. "Are you sure?" Shinsu had a simulation pistol at home, which he used for practice. "Sure, Duo's eyes are very good." Shinduo nodded heavily. Shinsu's eyes darkened, and then he hugged Shinduo tightly in his arms. "Put your arms around Daddy's neck, and Daddy will play a running game with you." "Okay." When Shinduo heard that they were going to play games, she immediately hugged Shinsu's neck. Shinsu immediately turned around and ran towards another alley. He was very familiar with this area, and judging from the direction the man ran, he should be trying to go to the market in the south. There are many people in a port there, making it a good place to hide and escape. If we take a shortcut from here, we will be able to catch him at the next intersection at a faster speed. Shinsu planned his route in his mind while running, and was able to accurately avoid various obstacles. When he came out of the path, he bumped into a man running from the side. The man didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear in front of him. He didn't have time to brake and crashed into him. Shinsu slightly turned his body to avoid the opponent's attack, and tripped in the process. The man immediately fell flat on his face, got up and prepared to continue running, but he never expected that there was another person in front of him. "Where else do you want to run to?" Li Ziqiang stared at the short man in front of him breathlessly and stretched out his hand to him. "Give me back my things." The man was attacked from both sides and knew that he could not escape, so he planned to take 2 people with him. He reached out his hand and reached into his arms. "Get out of the way, he has a gun." Seeing the man's actions, Li Ziqiang immediately shouted to Shinsu behind him. He immediately hid behind the cover. But the expected situation did not happen. After the man put his hand into his arms, he was stunned. "Where's his gun? He has such a big gun? Are you looking for this?" Shinsu slowly raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the man. When the man turned around, he was so frightened that he immediately raised his hands. Li Ziqiang was also shocked. How did his gun end up in his hands? But seeing that he is wearing a police uniform, he should be a family member. He then rushed out from behind the cover and subdued the man. "Thanks, brother. I chased this guy for several blocks and almost let him run away." Li Ziqiang then looked up at Shinsu. "You're welcome. This is my job." Shinsu put away his gun. "But can you give my gun back to me?" Li Ziqiang asked a little embarrassedly. After all, if a policeman loses his service gun, he will not only be punished, but will also be ridiculed for the rest of his life. Shinsu glanced at the gun in his hand and did not act immediately. My name is Li Zicheng, and this is my police ID. Li Zicheng saw Shinsu's suspicion and took out his police ID from his pocket. Shinsu compared them and returned the pistol to Li Zicheng after making sure there was no problem. Be careful next time. It's a big deal if you leave your gun with you, Shinsu said firmly. I understand. Li Zicheng was a little embarrassed. This young man looked younger than him, probably his junior, but he was actually taught a lesson by his junior. But it was indeed he who lost his gun first. But how did my pistol end up in your hands? Li Zicheng was very curious. I saw that he hid the gun and was hiding. He didn't look like a good person, so I took it back from him. Shinsu used the word take very cleverly. This was all thanks to the master thief given by the system, which allowed him to quietly steal the pistol from the man's arms the moment he collided with him. Li Zicheng was also smart. He gave Shinsu a thumbs up and said, "Brother, your technique is pretty good." The man who was pressed against the wall struggled unwillingly, trying to break free from his confinement. Shinduo and Shinsu's arms accidentally caught a glimpse of his face and immediately shouted happily. Dad, 100,000. 100,000. What 100,000? Shinsu looked at Shinduo with some confusion. Him. 100,000. Shinduo stretched out her little hand and pointed excitedly at the man who was pressed against the wall by Li Zicheng. Is this your daughter? What is she shouting? Li Zicheng didn't understand at all. Shinsu's pupils flickered, and he suddenly reacted. He took out his cell phone and did something unknown. When the man heard Shinduo's cry, he struggled even harder. Don't move! Li Zicheng kicked him hard. The man immediately bent over in pain. At this time, Shinsu had already found what he wanted. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 4, Performing on the Overpass. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this person? Li Zicheng couldn't help but ask as he looked at the father and daughter opposite him who were holding their phones excitedly. It's okay, I'll make a call. Shinsu immediately exited the page and found a number he had just dialed. Hello, I want to call the police. Half an hour later. Ren Haipeng looked at Shinsu in front of him and began to doubt his life. This is the murderer on the wanted list. He committed a family massacre in the next city and has been wanted for almost 3 years. Shinsu handed the wanted list on his mobile phone to Ren Haipeng. Ren Haipeng carefully compared the photo on the wanted poster. Although I am much thinner and darker than in the photo, I can still recognize me if I look carefully. My goodness, this guy just caught a man who killed his wife and cooked her corpse an hour ago. Now they have caught another Class A wanted criminal. Ren Haipeng even doubted whether he was dreaming. Captain Ren, I'll leave the person to you. I still have to report. Shinsu looked at the time and it was already very late. Okay, then you should leave quickly. Ren Haipeng finally came back to his senses. Bonus. Shinduo stared at Li Zicheng with burning eyes. What bonus? Ren Haipeng was a little unresponsive for a moment. He's a wanted criminal, 100,000. Shinduo pointed at the handcuffed man with her little hand. Her father had just graduated and had no money to support her. With this money, Dad won't send her away. Ren Haipeng then remembered the reward amount on the wanted poster and laughed out loud. Okay, I'll apply for it for you. Thank you, uncle. Shinduo immediately smiled as soon as she heard that there was money to be made. Ren Haipeng's heart melted after watching this. After all, there are only 2 naughty boys in his family, and going home every day is like going to a grave. Looking at such a well-behaved and cute little girl, I subconsciously reached out to rub her. Shinsu avoided Ren Haipeng's hand without leaving a trace. We'll leave first. Okay. Ren Haipeng felt a little regretful that he didn't get to touch the little girl, but her father protected her so closely that he couldn't do anything else. After all, if he had such a lovely girl, she would probably protect her more closely than Shinsu. Shinsu nodded to Ren Haipeng, then turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, little brother, wait a minute. Li Zicheng caught up with him. I just heard that you were going to report for duty. Where will you be assigned to work? South City Marshmallow Street Police Station. Nanchang Cotton Tang Street Police Station? Isn't this my department? I wonder if you are the newcomer today. Li Zicheng was overjoyed and put his arm around Shinsu's shoulders in a very familiar manner. Come on, I'll take you to the station. Shinsu looked at Li Ziqiang's hand on his shoulder and moved slightly to the side. Li Ziqiang looked over with some confusion, thinking that Shinsu probably didn't like being touched by others, so he didn't care and withdrew his hand with a smile. After all, that person helped him get his gun back, so he was his benefactor. On the way to the station, a system broadcast sounded in Shinsu's mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for solving the Widow Village murder case. You have a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw? Pull. Shinsu responded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level painting skills. You have mastered various painting techniques. You are the modern Picasso. Shinsu. What the hell? What does he, a policeman, need painting skills for? After get off work, do you set up a stall under the overpass to paint for people to supplement your family income? Shinsu roared inwardly, but his expression showed nothing. This system is simply a rebellion. Not a single useful skill. While Shinsu was complaining crazily, the car had already stopped in front of the Marshmallow Street police station. Brother, we're here. Li Ziqiang got off the car first. Shinsu got out of the car holding the drowsy Shinduo and immediately saw the old-fashioned gate in front of him. The name of Marshmallow Street Police Station is still handwritten. It is completely different from the majestic and dignified Criminal Investigation Brigade. How can he make a name for himself if he stays in such a place? Shinsu sighed to himself. At this time, an old man in his 50s ran out of the station with a brisk pace, shouting and cursing as he ran. A man and a woman were following closely behind him, as if they were worried that he would fall. Director, where are you going so quickly? Could it be that your retirement report has been approved? Li Ziqiang looked at his director, who was so anxious and hurried, and stepped forward to ask. As soon as the old director saw Li Ziqiang, he stopped, gritted his teeth and slapped him hard on the head. You little bastard, do you know how much effort I put into getting that gun for you, and you actually lost it? Why don't you lose your head? The old director became angrier as he spoke, and slapped the man one after another. Hey, chief, stop shooting. The gun is not lost. Li Ziqiang didn't dare to fight back. He dodged and shouted. What did you say? The gun is not lost? When the old director heard this, he stopped what he was doing. Yes, look, isn't it here? Li Ziqiang quickly took out his pistol. The old director snatched it away and carefully identified the number on it. It was indeed Li Ziqiang's service pistol. Brother Li, did you catch the thief? The young man behind asked in surprise. Li Ziqiang glared at him. His legs became weak when he encountered trouble, but he ran away quickly when he told tales. The young man noticed the gaze and lowered his head silently. What's going on? Tell me everything in detail. The old director finally put on some leadership airs. This is what happened. Li Ziqiang knew that he couldn't handle the matter, so he had to explain the situation in detail to the old director. After hearing this, the old director and the others were all stunned. He stared stupidly at Shinsu in front of him. You are worthy of being the best graduate of this class. You caught a Class A wanted criminal on your first day at work. Lu Qingmei looked at Shinsu with admiration, her eyes full of charm. Is this the strength of the best graduate? The guy next to him also looked admiring. When the old director came to his senses, his face turned pale with anger. He raised his hand and pointed at Shinsu tremblingly. You. Director, you don't have to be too excited. I just did what I should do. I don't need any reward. Shinsu said with a smile. Although this place is remote and shabby, fortunately all my colleagues are nice. I'm not going to reward you. I wish I could tear your head off. But the next moment the old director started cursing. Shinsu was stunned by the scolding. What's going on? Does he have a grudge against this old man? But he didn't remember knowing such a person. Chapter 5, Laughing to the Point of Death. While Shinsu was thinking, the old director finally calmed down and glared at him with red eyes. You little bastard, do you know that he is a Class A wanted criminal who appeared within our jurisdiction? You didn't call the station directly, but instead went to the faraway place to call the Criminal Investigation Brigade. You are simply pushing away our credit. The old director was heartbroken. You have to know that their station is just a small branch. In all the years he has been the director, the biggest case he has handled was the case where Aunt Lu at the entrance of the alley found out that her husband was cheating on her and she cut off her husband's penis with a pair of scissors. It was so hard to get a big case, but it was handed over by his men. And it happened to be delivered to his mortal enemy. So angry. Hate it. Yes, he's an A-class wanted criminal. Our station will definitely be commended by the higher-ups. Lu Qingmei also reacted. Only then did Shinsu realize that his previous behavior was indeed a bit inappropriate. It's just that he always thought that he would join the criminal investigation team after graduation, and subconsciously regarded himself as a member of the criminal investigation team. In addition, since it was a murder case, he had no intention of contacting the local police station at all. Now that the old director said this, I finally came to my senses. Then we still have a murder case. Shinsu was annoyed. What murder case? The old director asked in confusion. It was this morning. Shinsu briefly talked about the human breakfast. Now not only the old director and Lu Qingmei, but even Li Ziqiang were looking at Shinsu in shock. You. The old director's fingertips trembled even more violently. I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't react at once. Next time I encounter something like this, I will definitely notify the institute first. Shinsu promised. But this time he misunderstood the old director's meaning. The old director was too busy scolding Shinsu. He looked at Li Ziqiang beside Shinsu with a pale face. Where did you buy the breakfast you brought us this morning? It's the pub that Shinsu mentioned. You. Li Ziqiang vomited before he could finish his words. You. The old director and the other two people also held their stomachs and vomited violently, wishing they could vomit out all the dinner they had last night. When Shinsu saw this scene, he silently held Shinduo and moved to the side. An hour later. The old director, Li Ziqiang, Lu Qingmei and Han Jingcheng finally finished vomiting. They sat on the chairs exhausted. A small amount won't cause serious damage to the body. If you are worried, you can go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Shinsu looked at the four people with some sympathy. I won't go. The old director was the first to refuse. If his enemies knew that he had eaten it, they would definitely laugh at him until the day he died. I won't go either. Li Ziqiang and Lu Qingmei also refused. Then, I won't go either. Han Zhengcheng walked around the two of them and said in a low voice. Okay, then you should drink more water these 2 days. Shinsu didn't force it. Then he turned around and looked at the old director beside him, straightened his back, and saluted him in a very standard way. Reporting to the director, Shinsu is here to report. The old director looked at the young man in front of him who looked so radiant. He originally planned to give him a good lecture, but after such an ordeal, he could not say anything else. He waved his hand, as if accepting his employment. Half an hour later. Shinsu carried Shinduo out to visit the people. Normally speaking, on Shinsu's first day at work, he would basically familiarize himself with the environment and learn about the job content. But who made those people in the bureau vomit so much that they couldn't get up? Their small place originally had few people and a lot of work to do, so Shinsu had to handle it alone. Following the map, Shinsu turned into 7 or 8 alleys and finally found the destination he needed to visit today. Widow Wang's grocery store. This is it. Shinsu looked at the storefront across the street. After making sure he was in the right place, he held Shinduo and waited for the red light on the side of the road. Widow Wang had previously met a man named Peng Yuyan on the internet who claimed to have 8-pack abs and had sex 10 times a night. After seeing so many photos and videos of her abdominal muscles and hip twisting, Widow Wang fell instantly, and the two of them called each other husband and wife in a loving manner. This relationship lasted for nearly half a year, but the other party lost contact half a month ago. Widow Wang was so anxious that she didn't want to stay in the convenience store anymore. She just held her mobile phone every day waiting for news. 3 days later, the other party sent a message saying that he had been in a car accident and needed 300,000. Widow Wang transferred the message without saying a word. At first, the two of them kept in touch, but after a few days, the other party's replies became slower and slower, and later he even blocked her on WeChat. Everyone around her told Widow Wang that she was a victim of a scam, but she did not believe it and was convinced that the other party must have had an accident. She even thought about selling the convenience store she had run for nearly 30 years and going to find her lover in person. Since the street office couldn't persuade her, she went straight to the bureau, but was rejected every time. Widow Wang was still unwilling to communicate. She firmly believes that her love for her young lover is stronger than gold. The bureau was at a loss as to what to do. They couldn't just handcuff her and take her back, so they could only come and persuade her every day, hoping that she would change her mind before causing greater damage. Shinsu secretly sorted out the information in his mind. Generally speaking, this kind of fraud is difficult to recover even if the police are reported immediately, as most of the funds have already flowed overseas. Not to mention that for Widow Wang, who had been delayed for nearly a month, it was estimated that all the clues would have been wiped out long ago. The money probably can't be recovered, but she has to keep the store. While he was thinking, the green light came on. Shinsu calmed down and walked forward holding Shinduo. He didn't notice that several girls dressed as college students were looking at him excitedly. She even quietly raised her cell phone towards his back. Shinduo, who was lying in Shinsu's arms, didn't know whether she noticed their actions. She looked over and for a moment, their eyes met. The girl who took the secret photo blushed instantly and prepared to put away her phone. However, what she didn't expect was that the cute little girl opposite her, who was bubbling with joy, actually took the initiative to blow them a kiss. The girls were stunned at first, but when they came to their senses, they excitedly grabbed each other's arms, stomped their feet and screamed wildly. Shinsu, who had already walked to the opposite side, heard the noise and looked back. The girls happened to be facing Shinsu's handsome face, and they all lowered their heads shyly. He is so handsome that he can become a father. What a pity. Shinsu naturally had no idea what they were thinking, and he even thought, why were those girls so excited? Could it be that something had happened? Just as Shinsu was considering whether to step forward and ask, a sharp shout sounded behind him. Roll. Chapter 6, I can't tell the difference between men and women when I go out. Shinsu turned around suddenly. The voice came from Widow Wang's store behind him. He didn't care about those college students for a moment and rushed into the store holding Shinduo. A man in his early 30s was standing in front of the counter, glaring angrily at the middle-aged woman in her 50s behind the counter. The other person's face turned red, his breathing became rapid, and his chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that he was very angry. Wang Honghua, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your height of 1.5 meters and weight of 200 kilograms, if you go out, people won't be able to tell whether you are a man or a woman. Kids will be scared and cry when they see you at night. With your condition, how can a young handsome guy want to date you? And look like Eddie Pang? Our family's graves will burn down, and you will never meet such a person. The thin man in his early 30s seemed to be unable to see that the other party was about to pout in anger, and continued to attack. When Shinsu heard this, his expression was a little complicated. These words are unpleasant to hear, but they do make some sense. However, the Widow Wang square behind the counter just couldn't hear him at all. Seeing him mocking her like that, her arms, which were as fat as lotus roots, trembled even more violently. She was so angry that her eyes turned red, her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word. She grabbed the lucky cat on the counter and threw it at the man. Be careful. Shinsu quickly pulled the man. The lucky cat just fell at his feet. If it had hit his head, he would have been half dead if not dead. Okay, very good. If you are still so stubborn, we will have to meet in court. The man seemed to be angry as well. He took a deep breath, said something, and turned around to leave. But when passing by Shinsu, he suppressed his emotions and thanked him. Shinsu looked at Widow Wang, who seemed to be mad with anger behind the counter, then looked at the door curtain still floating behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and chased after her. Sir, please wait a moment. What do you want to tell me? The man who had just walked out heard Shinsu's voice, turned around and looked at him with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Hello, this is mine. I'm a police officer from the Marshmallow Police Station. Shinsu noticed the other party's suspicion and took out his ID directly. So you're a policeman. No wonder you reached out so quickly just now. Thank you. When the other party heard that Shinsu was a policeman, his expression immediately changed 360 degrees. It is my responsibility to protect the lives and safety of the people, but I have something I want to know from you. Do you have time? Shinsu asked. You want to ask about my aunt, the man said. Aunt? Shinsu asked puzzledly. The one inside. The man gestured towards Widow Wang's store with his eyes. So you are his nephew. Shinsu was a little surprised. Just now, when I heard him address the Widow Wang by her full name, I thought she was of the same generation as him. I was forced to do it. The man sighed. Shinsu realized there was a story behind this and immediately found a small tea stall on the side of the road. It was noon at this time, and apart from the owner, there were no customers at the tea stall. Shinsu ordered 2 cups of tea and a bowl of sugar water for Shinduo, then gently placed her on a stool beside him. After settling Shinduo, Shinsu looked at the man opposite him. The man had calmed down a little by now, and without waiting for Shinsu to speak, he started talking to himself. "Officer, I didn't mean to do that to my aunt just now. I just couldn't help it. Can you tell me in detail?" Shinsu pushed one of the bowls of tea in front of the man. The man was holding the tea and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. "It's okay, you can think about it first. I'm not in a hurry." Shinsu saw his dilemma and said slowly. Wang Zhengsheng looked at Shinsu, then at Shinduo, who was sitting next to him sipping sugar water, and his eyes softened unconsciously. To be able to raise a child so well, I think he must be a very caring person. He sighed deeply and spoke. "My aunt was sick when she was a child and she almost couldn't be saved. It was my grandfather who risked everything and spent all his money to save her. Although the person survived, he left behind some sequelae. His height grew very slowly, but his weight increased rapidly. Even his appearance changed later on. Although her family has never disliked her and has always cared for her and loved her, perhaps because she has been ridiculed and mocked so much outside, her personality has changed drastically. She has been unrealistic since she was young. She always fantasizes that other boys like her. She is even too picky and always wants to marry someone tall, rich, and handsome. Even at this age, she has never been married." "Not married? Then why is she called Widow Wang?" Shinsu raised his question when he heard this. Because she always felt that the men in the alley liked her, she became more and more crazy. Everyone cursed her, saying that she was so shameless because her man was dead. Gradually, everyone started calling her that. The man explained. "So that's how it is." Shinsu sighed. "She has been causing trouble since she was little, and our family has cleaned up a lot of messes for her. Even this store was opened for her by my father. I just hope she can have a job of her own, live a good life, and stop getting involved in those messy things." She became even more aggressive and lied to my father, saying that a big customer wanted to place an order with her and she needed funds to stock up. She even showed me the contract and chat records. My dad gave her all the money out of pity, but it turned out to be a scam. Not only did she give all her money to others, I also emptied our family's savings. My grandfather passed away 2 years ago because of her anger. When my father found out about this, he was so angry that he had a brain hemorrhage and is now lying in the ICU. There were tens of thousands of dollars lying around there every day. I had already spent all my money, so I thought about talking to my aunt about selling the store to pay for my father's medical expenses. But not only did she refuse, she also scolded me, saying that I, a grown man, should die if I couldn't afford to treat my father, and I had the guts to take over her store. But all the funds for this store were given by my father, and she also cheated my father of all his savings. Besides, I'm not asking for it. I just want her to lend it to me first to make ends meet. But she doesn't care about the brother-sister relationship with my father at all. She even wants to sell this store and go find that liar without any remorse. I came to her because I was so angry about what happened, and then we started arguing. The words you heard in the store before were all said by me in a fit of rage." The man sounded apologetic. After hearing this, Shinsu felt a little sympathy for the man in front of him. Having such an aunt really means that our family is not in good shape. "Officer, can the money that was defrauded be recovered?" The man looked at Shinsu with hope. As long as the money can be earned back, there is still hope for his father. Chapter 7, Men don't shed tears easily, but only when they are sad. I can't really say that. Shinsu sympathized with the man in front of him, but he could only tell the truth. After all, so much time has been wasted, it is too difficult to get it back. I know there's little hope, but my dad is still lying in the hospital waiting for me to save him. The man held his head in his hands, his voice choked with sobs. He is already 30 years old this year. Because of such an aunt in his family's reputation has been ruined and he can't even find a wife. I originally planned to save money for a few years and then buy a house in another place to live. As a result, everything was cheated away by her in one night, and his life was completely ruined. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Looking at the man in front of him crying with his shoulders shaking, Shinsu couldn't bear it and spoke. "Do you know any information about the scammer? If you can provide some clues, our chances of recovering the money will be better." "Clues? I don't know either. That person has always been in contact with my aunt. She never mentioned it to us, and we only found out about it after it happened," the man said. "If that's the case, then it will be a bit difficult to investigate. After all, you know your aunt's situation. Our office has come several times before to consult her about the process of being cheated, but your aunt refused to say anything and even kicked our people out. Shinsa sighed lightly. Without any clues, he was powerless even though he wanted to. The man was about to say something, but suddenly remembered, his eyes lit up. My aunt has a photo of that man in her phone. Are there photos? Did you take them? Shinsu asked excitedly upon hearing this. Facial recognition can be done as long as there is a photo. Big data is now very complete and the real person can be found by comparing it in the database. No. The man shook his head. My aunt regards that photo as more important than her life. She never lets go of her phone and won't even let us take a look at it. Then can you find a way to get it? Shinsu asked again. I've tried this before. As soon as I asked her to see the photos, she would take out a knife to chop me. She even slept with her phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. The man shook his head. In this case, we can only think of another way. But don't worry, we will continue to investigate. Shinsu sighed. The light in the man's eyes dimmed a little. He knew that Shinsu's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. His aunt is neither a suspect nor a criminal, so it is impossible for the police to take tough measures against her. By the time they had started investigating, she had already sold the store. He and his father are finished. It's all over, all over. The man's eyes were red. A son wants to support his parents but they are no longer there. Shinsu knew very well how it felt as a son to be unable to save his father. But given the current situation, there is really no way to help him recover the defrauded money in a short period of time. I could only raise my hand and pat the other person's shoulder to comfort him in this way. I saw it. At this moment, a soft and sticky voice sounded. For a moment, Shinsu and the man looked at Shinduo beside them. She had finished the sugar water in front of her. After putting down the spoon, she took out a handkerchief from her bag and wiped her mouth like a lady. Duo, what did you say you saw just now? Shinsu asked. It's the photo on the gas tank aunt's phone. Shinduo said, tilting her head. You saw it? When? Shinsu was shocked. When you, Dad, were in a hurry to chase after this uncle, the gas tank aunt opened her mobile phone. There was a photo of a man on the screen. I saw it while I was lying on your shoulder. Shinduo explained. Yes, it's the photo on her phone screen. The man also shouted hurriedly, but at the end, he looked dejected. What good will it do for a little girl like you to see it? But I remember it. Shinduo nodded her little head. Remember? The man was a little unresponsive. Shinsu really understood what his daughter meant at the first moment and picked her up. You mean, you remember the person in that photo? Yes. Shinduo nodded heavily. Then can you describe what he looks like? Shinsu asked again. Shinduo thought about it and nodded, okay. When Shinsu heard this, he immediately searched his body, but did not find any paper or pen. His eyes fell on the menu and pencil on the table and he picked them up immediately. Duo, tell me what that person looks like. Shinsu's tone was a little anxious. A pointed face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose, and a red mouth. Shinduo said thoughtfully. When the man heard this description, he felt a black screen before his eyes. Is this what they call remembering? What can this draw? However, what he didn't expect was that Shinsu actually started drawing immediately. The man looked at the father and daughter opposite him with some surprise. Can they draw something in such a way? But looking at Shinsu's expression, he didn't seem to be faking it. While drawing, Shinsu asked Shinduo whether his drawing looked like the real thing. Shinduo will put forward her own suggestions for revision. The man also wanted to go over and take a look, but they were both too serious, so he didn't dare to disturb them. He could only sit opposite them feeling uncomfortable. I don't know how long it took, but after looking at the portrait that Shinsu had been constantly modifying, Shinduo clapped her hands and exclaimed. It's him! It's him! When the man heard this, he immediately left the stool and quickly ran behind Shinsu. I was stunned when I saw it. A portrait of an extremely handsome man suddenly appeared behind the menu. More importantly, the portrait was lifelike, as if it would come alive from that simple menu at any time. It's amazing that the police officer was able to paint such a vivid portrait from such a vague description. Is this really something a normal person can accomplish? Mr. Wang, I need to go back to the police station first. Please keep an eye on your aunt. I will inform you as soon as there is any news. After getting Shin Duoduo's affirmation, Shinsu did not waste any more time. He picked her up, put away the portrait and prepared to go back to the bureau. Okay. The man was still a little dazed and could only nod subconsciously. Shinsu held Shin Duoduo in his arms and quickly disappeared from his sight. I don't know how long it was before the man slowly withdrew his gaze. Is the person Shinsu portrayed really the man who deceived his aunt? If that's the case, can he get his money back? Can his father be saved? The man's heart was beating wildly beneath his chest. Chapter 8. You bullied the child's mother. Shinsu returned to the bureau as soon as possible. The bureau was very quiet, as if no one was there. Shinsu was a little confused. When he left, they were all so weak that they seemed unable to stand up. How come they disappeared after a while? Could it be that he still went to the hospital? Just when Shinsu wanted to make a phone call to inquire, he suddenly heard a slight noise. When I turned around, I saw Lu Qingmei walking out from the next room. She seemed to have just taken a shower and was still wearing her uniform, but her shirt had not been fully buttoned, revealing her white and sexy collarbone. Her waist-length hair was casually draped behind her, matching her proud breasts, and her whole body exuded a mature charm. Why did you come back suddenly? Lu Qingmei didn't expect Shinsu to come back suddenly, and immediately covered her chest. But when she covered it, her already proud breasts were instantly squeezed out from the neckline. Shinsu looked away unnaturally, but his peripheral vision still accidentally caught sight of her glowing white. I found some clues about the case of Widow Wang being defrauded. Shinsu turned around while holding Shin Duoduo. Have you found a clue? Lu Qingmei immediately released her hands that were covering her chest when she heard this. Yes. After getting a positive answer, Lu Qingmei quickly put on her makeup. But my hair isn't dry yet, so I can only leave it loose like this for now. It was because she had just vomited that her body smelled, otherwise she would not have washed and changed clothes in the bureau. Come with me. Lu Qingmei spoke after she had tidied her clothes. Shinsu turned around tentatively and saw Lu Qingmei walking quickly towards her workstation. I don't know if it's because Lu Qingmei's figure is too proud, or if she secretly altered her uniform. The dress made her figure curve a lot, and every move she made was full of charm. How could such a beauty be left behind in such a small place? Could it be that he also made the same mistake as him? Shinsu's thoughts drifted away. Lu Qingmei had no idea what Shinsu was thinking. She had already sat down at her workstation and gestured to him again. Sit down and talk. Shinsu quickly pulled himself back to his senses and sat down holding Shin Duoduo. What clue are you talking about? Lu Qingmei asked. Shinsu directly took out the menu from his arms and handed it over. Lu Qingmei took it and glanced at it, and the solemnity on her face turned into confusion in an instant. Why are you showing this to me? The back. Shinsu reminded. Lu Qingmei then turned over the menu in her hand, and when she saw the portrait of the person on it, she was stunned. This. He looked up after a long while. This is a preliminary sketch I made of the fraudster who defrauded Widow Wang. You can compare it with the database first to see if you can find someone similar. Shinsu explained. You drew this? Lu Qingmei was shocked again. Yes. Shinsu nodded. Lu Qingmei looked at Shinsu, then looked at the portrait in her hand. This exquisite presentation, comparable to the texture of a real person, was actually drawn by Shinsu? As expected of an excellent student who graduated with first place, he knows a lot. Sister Qingmei? Shinsu looked at Lu Qingmei, who had not responded and couldn't help but ask. Oh, I see. Lu Qingmei came back to her senses. I need to scan this portrait first. Okay. Shinsu responded. Lu Qingmei took the menu and walked to the machine nearby. After the scan is successful, the image will be transmitted to the system of the Ministry of Public Security. The comparison takes some time, and Lu Qingmei was getting a little bored waiting. Her eyes moved around Shinsu and then fell on Shin Duoduo, who was reading a book obediently aside. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and lowered his voice. Who is the mother of this child? Shinsu. Seeing Shinsu's expression, Lu Qingmei coughed a little embarrassedly. Well, I'm not gossiping, I'm just curious. After all, your incident is so sensational. If this girl hadn't suddenly appeared on your graduation day, you wouldn't have come to us. Did you do something to let the child's mother down? Is she taking revenge on you on purpose? Although Lu Qingmei said she wouldn't gossip, she asked all the questions she should have. Feeling sorry for the childless mother? When Shinsa heard this, he felt that he was more wrong than Doi. The first thing everyone thought of when they saw Shin Duo was that he had bullied the child's mother. But he was clearly the one who was bullied back then. As soon as he came here, he was seduced by that woman and lost his virginity. He worked hard for her all night, but the next day she disappeared without even saying goodbye. Just when he was about to forget about the matter, another daughter was sent to him. After all, he is the victim. But if I say this out loud, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When he finds that woman, he will make her clear his name. Just when Shinsa's thoughts were drifting away, the computer suddenly made a prompt sound. Did you find it? Shinsa quickly avoided the subject. Lu Qingmei's curiosity was not satisfied, so she looked at the computer in front of her with some regret, and her slender willow-shaped eyebrows frowned unconsciously. What's wrong? Shinsu asked. The system didn't find anyone who matches the portrait. Lu Qingmei said. Didn't find it? Shinsu frowned. Yes. Lu Qingmei nodded. How did you get this portrait? Shinsu only said that he saw it from Widow Wang's cell phone. If it was said that Shinduo saw it, Lu Qingmei and the others probably wouldn't take it seriously. After listening to Shinsa's explanation, Lu Qingmei said thoughtfully, if you saw it from Widow Wang's phone, there are only two possibilities. First, the photo you saw was not of the fraudster who defrauded her. Second, this photo is fake. Fake? Shinsa's eyes flashed. You don't have to be too disappointed. Most of the scammers who commit crimes on the internet will not use their real faces. It's amazing that you can draw it so similarly. Lu Qingmei looked at Shinsa's dazed look and thought he was sad because the portrait he drew didn't compare to the criminal, so she comforted him softly. But Shinsa suddenly looked up at her, his eyes filled with joy. You are right, that photo may not be real. Shinsa stood up right after he finished speaking. Does the bureau have paper and pens for drawing? Yes, it's in the tool room. Lu Qingmei pointed the direction to Shinsu. Could you please look after Duo for me? She is very well behaved. Shinsu asked. Of course, but what are you going to do? Lu Qingmei looked at Shinsu with shining eyes and spoke with some confusion. Chapter 9, we must leave this place. You will know soon. Shinsa did not answer Lu Qingmei's question directly. She turned around and walked towards the tool shed she mentioned. As soon as I opened the door, a damp and musty smell came from the room. Many places were covered in dust, and it was obvious that it had not been used for a long time. Shinsa found a brand new drawing board in the corner, with some drawing paper and pencils next to it. The packaging of the tools had not been opened. Shinsa put down the drawing paper and picked up a pencil, thinking about the portrait he had just drawn. What Lu Qingmei said is correct. No scammer would use his or her real photo to deceive people. The man in that photo has some facial features and charms similar to Eddie Peng. If we remove all things about Eddie Peng, will it be his original appearance? Shinsu reduced and rebuilt it bit by bit in his mind. This is all thanks to the skill god's painting he had drawn before, which allowed him to skillfully use all painting techniques. The portrait in his mind can even be transformed into a 3D image. The pencil in his hand becomes an eraser, erasing the things that do not belong to him on the model bit by bit. I don't know how long it took, but Shinsu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He stared at the blank drawing paper in front of him with sharp eyes, and the pencil in his hand seemed to have self-awareness, jumping quickly on the paper. The only sound in the silent tool room was the friction between the pen tip and the paper. And the office area. Shin Duo was lying on Shinsa's workstation drawing. Lu Qingmei watched from the side, pointing at the three little people holding hands on the paper. Is this Mom, Dad, and you? No. Shin Duo didn't even raise her head and continued painting. Who is that? Lu Qingmei asked curiously. Could it be that this little girl has another father and mother? This is me, my husband and my child. Shin Duo explained seriously. Your husband and your children? Lu Qingmei was surprised by this. Yes. Shin Duo responded. Where are your parents? Shin Duo pointed to two things next to her that looked like haystacks. They are here. Lu Qingmei tried hard to identify it, but she was a little bit unsure of her own judgment. What you drew is a grave. Shin Duo confirmed Lu Qingmei's guess. Lu Qingmei. Duo is so amazing. Lu Qingmei choked for a long time before she reached out and patted her little head in praise. Are children nowadays so precocious? Has she been isolated from the outside world for too long? Are human cubs evolving so quickly? Just when Lu Qingmei was doubting herself, Shinsu finally came out of the tool room. Lu Qingmei was just about to show him his daughter's masterpiece, but Shinsu had already handed her the sketch paper in his hand. Sister Qingmei, compare it with this portrait and see if you can find the suspect. Lu Qingmei took the sketch paper handed over by Shinsu, took a look at the character on it, and frowned. Who is this? He looks a little too ugly. Lu Qingmei subconsciously moved the sketch paper a little further away. Inspired by your previous remarks, I restored the original portrait. This one should be the suspect's truest appearance. Shinsu explained. What inspiration? How did you restore it? Lu Qingmei was confused. You check first, and I'll tell you after you finish. Shinsu didn't want to waste time. Okay. Lu Qingmei looked at the ugly portrait in her hand, and then looked at Shinsu in front of her. After all, this person is an outstanding student who graduated first in the Armed Police Academy, so he must have real abilities. Lu Qingmei rescanned the portrait in her hand and uploaded it to the database again. This time, the comparison time was much shorter. In less than a few minutes, the computer issued a prompt sound. When Lu Qingmei saw it, her eyes widened. Really? When Shinsu heard this, he stepped forward immediately and a target was already locked on the computer screen. Ma Chao. 36 years old. He is a repeat offender who has been in and out of juvenile detention centers since he was 12 years old. As an adult, he spent 3 years in prison for fighting. He was just released a year ago. Lock down his location immediately and bring him back. Shinsu's intuition told him that this person was the scammer they were looking for. But Lu Qingmei seemed not to hear what Shinsu said and continued to sit on the chair. Why haven't you taken action yet? We have found the suspect. Shinsu said. How should we act? There are only 2 of us in the bureau now. Oh, no, there's also your daughter. Lu Qingmei set her eyes on Shin Duo, who was admiring her paintings. Shinsu. How could he forget this? Where are the director and the others? Where did they go? Shinsu asked. They all went out for something. Lu Qingmei looked a little unnatural and did not give a direct answer. Shinsu frowned and then took out his cell phone. What are you going to do? You don't need to report such a small matter, right? When Lu Qingmei saw his action, she immediately raised her hand to stop him. I don't want to report it. I just want to contact the criminal police team. Shinsu smiled helplessly. Oh, I see. Lu Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and slowly let go of her hand. Shinsu took out Ren Haipeng's phone number and was about to dial it when Lu Qingmei grabbed his hand again. Is there anything else? Shinsu frowned. You have already sent 2 cases to the criminal police team this morning. If you send this case to them again, the director will probably break your neck when he comes back. Lu Qingmei reminded. But what should we do now? Shinsu asked back. Lu Qingmei was choked all of a sudden. To put it another way, even if the director and the others were here, with the manpower we have in our station, we simply wouldn't be able to complete a series of tasks such as locking down the suspect, planning to arrest him, etc. Shinsu explained. The criminal police team can't be so easy on them. Lu Qingmei muttered. It's not cheap. We are asking them for help. After all, we are the first to discover the case. If the case is solved, we will also benefit from it. But if we waste time and let the suspect escape, we will not only not get any reward, but we may even be punished. As soon as Shinsu said this, Lu Qingmei immediately let go of his hand, and even urged him anxiously, then hit him quickly, hit him quickly. Looking at Lu Qingmei, whose expression changed so quickly, Shinsu really didn't know what to say. Before, I thought she was sent here because she had made some mistake. Now it seems that she is probably not capable enough to stay here. There are only 4 people in the office besides him. An old director who was about to retire. A reckless man whose own gun could be stolen. A beautiful vase without a brain. There is also a timid little follower. If he continues to stay here, his best outcome would be to take over the position of the old director. He doesn't want to deal with trivial neighborhood disputes every day. If he wants to get out of here, he must establish good relations with the criminal police team. As long as he gets Ren Haipeng's approval, he can transfer him away from here. He will have greater authority to use, and it will be easier to find Duoduo's biological mother. Chapter 10 Mom will come to us in time. When Ren Haipeng received another call from Shinsu, he wondered if he was hallucinating. You mean, you caught another telecom fraudster? I haven't caught him yet, I just locked down his information. We need the help of your criminal police team. Shinsu corrected the other party's wording. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Of course, if we can finally bring the suspect to justice, your criminal police team will definitely get a larger share of the rewards. Shinsu thought that the other party didn't want to help, so he added, send the information over. Ren Haipeng didn't even think about rewarding him, but he didn't explain much to Shinsu. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Shinsu hung up the phone and sent all the suspects' information. Criminal Police Brigade. Ren Haipeng looked at the message on his phone and frowned. Then he called the team together. Another job has come, brothers, get ready. Boss, is today the new year? Why are there so many tasks? The two suspects captured earlier have not been interrogated yet. What kind of work is this time? Someone stood up excitedly. The previous two cases were enough to earn their team commendations. If there was one more, their team would definitely become famous. It's a telecommunications fraud case. The amount involved is not much, just a few $100,000. Ren Haipeng said. It's only a few $100,000. There's no need for our criminal police team to take action for such a small case. When the younger brother heard that it was just a telecommunications fraud of a few $100,000, he immediately lost his enthusiasm. Seeing his expression, Ren Haipeng grabbed the documents in his hand and threw them over. The man caught it quickly and smiled at Ren Haipeng. As long as it's a case, there is no distinction between big and small. If possible, I hope that there will never be a major case in our team. Ren Haipeng shouted. The younger brother immediately restrained his expression and said, yes. Check it quickly. Ren Haipeng ordered. Yes. I knew I had just said the wrong thing, so I didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately got busy. After Shinsu finished the call, he felt relieved. Ren Haipeng had previously worked as a temporary instructor at the police academy where he studied for 1 semester. He has great confidence in Ren Haipeng's ability and character. Leave the matter to him and there should be results soon. After all this trouble, it was already dark. Shinsu looked at the time and said something to Lu Qingmei. It's time to get off work. I have to go home and cook for Duoduo, so I won't wait for the director and the others to come back. Okay, you should go back quickly and don't let the child starve. Lu Qingmei nodded repeatedly. When Duoduo heard that she could go home, she immediately packed her things and quickly ran to Shinsu. Shinsu picked him up and said, say goodbye to Aunt Qingmei. Goodbye, Auntie. Duoduo said goodbye to Lu Qingmei sweetly. Goodbye. Come back when you have time. Auntie will buy you some candy. Lu Qingmei really likes Duoduo. Apart from anything else, this appearance alone is enough to confuse everyone. Okay. Duoduo nodded obediently. After Shinsu and Duoduo left, Lu Qingmei suddenly remembered something, took out her cell phone and made a call. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. It's me. Lu Qingmei's tone became much colder, completely lacking the tenderness and charm she had shown before when facing Shinsu and Duoduo. After returning home, Shinsu immediately started cooking for Duoduo. During the years since he came here, he has been living alone and has mastered the cooking skills to perfection. 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready in less than half an hour. Duoduo's tableware was specially bought by Shinsu for her. The pink plates and pink chopsticks matched with his pink daughter made Shinsu's heart melt a little. Dad, don't just look at me, eat too. Duoduo ate with such relish. Okay. Shinsu responded softly. After taking 2 bites, he suddenly remembered what Lu Qingmei had told him before. Duoduo's biological mother. Duoduo, I don't think I've ever heard you mention your mother. Don't you miss her? Shinsu asked tentatively. Logically speaking, at Duoduo's age, she should be the most attached to her parents. It is indeed a bit abnormal that he hasn't seen his mother for such a long time, and not only did he not cry or make a fuss, he didn't even mention her. Yes. Duoduo picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. The food my father cooks is so delicious. Then why haven't you mentioned it before? Shinsu continued to ask indirectly. Mom told me that she had some things to take care of, so she asked me to stay with Dad first. She will come back to find us when she is done. Shinduo said obediently. Did she say when she would be back? Shinsu asked. Shinduo shook her head. Mom didn't say. What's your mother's name? What does she do? Do you have a photo of her? Shinsu continued to ask. Dad, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Just like before, once the matter about Shinduo's biological mother was brought up, she would avoid answering. You are such a heartless person. Shinsu shook his head. He didn't want to force the child, so he had to end the topic. After the father and daughter finished their meal, Shinsu turned on TV for her to watch for a while. After he tidied the kitchen, he carried her to the bedroom. After telling a few bedtime stories to coax the children to sleep, Shinsu came to the living room. He picked up the dumbbells from the corner and thought about the current situation as he practiced. The most important thing right now is: first, leave the Marshmallow Police Station. Second, find Duo's biological mother. Third, work hard to solve the case, qualify for the lottery, and improve yourself. Fourth. Shinsu's eyes darkened, and he tightened his grip on the dumbbells, and his pulling movements became noticeably faster. The next morning, Shinsu had just sent Shinduo to kindergarten when the phone in his pocket rang. When I took it out and looked at it, Ren Haipeng's name was flashing on the screen. Shinsu watched Shinduo follow the teacher into the classroom, then he took his phone and left. Captain Ren, the person has been caught. As soon as the call was connected, Shinsu took the initiative. How do you know? Ren Haipeng on the other end of the phone was stunned. Shinsu curled the corners of his mouth. Of course he knew it, because he heard the system broadcast as soon as he woke up this morning. Tip him and crack down on a major fraud case. He had been waiting for Ren Haipeng to call him this morning. I thought you wouldn't call me if the person wasn't caught. Shinsu explained casually. You're right, we did catch the suspect, but I called you for something else besides telling you this. Ren Haipeng felt that what Shinsu said made sense. What's the matter? Shinsu pretended to ask. Chapter 11. This place can't hold you. After we caught the suspect, we found out that this was a huge criminal gang and the suspect was just one of the fraudsters. The amount of fraud committed by this group was as high as tens of billions, which we seized in one fell swoop last night. Ren Haipeng spoke word by word. I understand. Shinsu responded calmly. Is this your reaction? Ren Haipeng on the other end of the phone frowned. What else? Shinsu asked back. What else? This is a fraud gang worth tens of billions. Even the people above are alarmed. How can he be so calm in the face of such a big case? Is it that he doesn't understand the seriousness of this, or is it that this person's mind is so strong? Ren Haipeng took a deep breath and said, I have reported your case to the higher-ups. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be rewarded. You should prepare for it in the next few days. I will notify you when there is news. Okay. Shinsu said and hung up the phone. Ren Haipeng, who was about to ask a few more questions, frowned as he looked at the phone which had returned to the menu page. This Shinsu. Boss, what are you still doing here? The director is looking for you. The younger brother finally found Ren Haipeng and ran over immediately. I understand. Ren Haipeng quickly collected his thoughts and put the phone into his pocket. Yesterday was a chaotic day, and everyone in the team worked almost all night, but the result was gratifying. After solving 3 major cases in a row, the director is now paying great attention to their team, but such attention also restricts his freedom a lot. They will open one after another, leaving people no chance to breathe. Ren Haipeng's already solemn expression suddenly showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Boss, for the sake of our year-end bonus, you have to be patient. Everyone is waiting for you to support the family. As soon as the younger brother saw Ren Haipeng's expression, he knew that he was in a very bad mood and immediately comforted him. He was afraid that he would go against the director again and the bonus he had worked so hard to get would be lost. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Ren Haipeng glared at him. The younger brother immediately shrank his head. Please help me check Shinsu's information, no matter how big or small. I want to see it when I come back. Ren Haipeng said this and left quickly. I wanted to ask more clearly, but Ren Haipeng had disappeared. Shinsu? Why does this name sound so familiar? I scratched my head, feeling as if I had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. It's him! When Shinsu strolled leisurely to the station, he heard some noise coming from inside. Shinsu frowned. Is there anyone else who dares to come to the institute to cause trouble? Thinking of this, Shinsu's steps immediately quickened. But when he rushed in, he found that everyone inside was an acquaintance. It's Brother Shen. Han Zhengchang was sharp-eyed and was the first to see Shinsu, and he shouted immediately. As soon as Wang Zhengsheng heard Shinsu's name, he turned around immediately. Seeing that it was really him, he let go of the old director and rushed towards Shinsu. Shinsu was frightened by his posture and thought he was looking for trouble. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to attack, but unexpectedly, the other party rushed in front of him and knelt down with a bang. The knee hit the ground with a loud noise, which shocked Shinsu so much that he couldn't react for a moment. Officer Shen, thank you so much, thank you for saving my father and me. Without waiting for Shinsu to react, Wang Zhengsheng put his hands on the ground and began to kowtow. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Shinsu finally came to his senses and hurriedly helped the other person up. Wang Zhengsheng refused to get up, his eyes were red. Someone contacted me this morning and said that the fraudster who defrauded my aunt has been found, and considering our special situation, he returned the money to us first. I have already paid for my father's medical expenses. The doctor said that surgery will be arranged as soon as possible and the chances of survival are very high. I know it was you who caught the swindler, Officer Shen. You are our family's second parent. Wang Zhengsheng said this and was about to kowtow again. Mr. Wang, this is what I should do. You don't have to do this. Shinsu hurriedly stopped him. But the person was trying his best to knock it down, and Shinsu was a little overwhelmed. Ahem. At this moment, the old director next to him couldn't help but cough. Shinsu reacted instantly, and directly held Wang Zhengsheng with both hands, lifting him up with an effort. After Wang Zheng woke up, he was still a little dazed. He didn't know how he could stand up straight after bowing his head. Mr. Wang, this was not done by me alone. Other colleagues in our institute also contributed to it. Shinsu explained. Yes, and thank you to the other police officers. Wang Zhengsheng reacted and turned around and knelt down to thank the others. Lu Qingmei and others were so scared that they immediately stepped forward to help. After much persuasion, Wang Zhengsheng was finally persuaded to leave. The old director was so tired that he collapsed in his chair. However, the institute still received 2 banners, one for everyone and the other for Shinsu alone. The old director looked at the 2 banners in front of him, and the expression on Shinsu's face became complicated. Chief, why are you looking at me like that? Shinsu touched his nose somewhat unnaturally. Nothing, I just feel that my small place is not big enough to keep a big Buddha like you. The old director said with hesitation. Shinsu was shocked and felt embarrassed as if his thoughts had been exposed. Don't be surprised. Any young person with a little ambition is unwilling to stay with me. If you really don't have any ambition to move up, I will look down on you. The old director smiled. Director, we are willing to follow you. Li Ziqiang expressed his opinion immediately. Me too. Lu Qingmei stroked her long hair coquettishly. And me. Han Zhengchang was not to be outdone. Because you 3 are useless. The old director glanced at them. The 3 people who were scolded suddenly stopped talking. Director, I don't mean to look down on this place. I just have some things to deal with, and I may never be able to complete them if I stay here. Now that things have come to this, Shinsu has nothing to hide. Sometimes it's better to be honest than to hide. I understand. The criminal police brigade has sent people to investigate you. I also helped you find out. You have solved several major cases in a row. People above have noticed you. Your wish should be fulfilled soon. Do a good job. The old director patted Shinsu on the shoulder and left with the banner in his hand. As soon as the old director left, Li Ziqiang approached Shinsu. You want to go to the criminal police department? Chapter 12. Thank you so much. Don't you want to go? Shinsu asked back. Li Ziqiang was at a loss for words. You know, as a man, every man has a dream of becoming a special police officer. Looking at Li Ziqiang, who was speechless for a moment, Shinsu smiled and returned to his workstation. The simplest and clearest way to deal with a question you don't want to answer is to just throw it back. It works every time. Ran Haipeng's news came quickly, and 3 days later he notified Shinsu to get ready to attend the awards ceremony. This morning, Shinsu was a little stunned when he arrived at the office. Finally, he stepped back and found that he was indeed in the right place. Then he looked at the people standing at the door again. Are you playing cosplay? Shinsu glanced at them up and down. Li Ziqiang was wearing a pirated Zhongshan suit that he had found from somewhere. It was tight where it should be loose and loose where it should be tight. It made him look like an uncoordinated giant crab. Not to mention Han Zhengcheng. The suit he was wearing was obviously too big and hung loosely on his body, making him look like a child who had stolen adult clothes. Lu Qingmei was the one who dressed most normally among the three of them. It's just that normal is a little too informal. The high-slit cheongsam directly highlights her straight and slender thighs, making them charming. Her long, smooth hair was casually tied into a bun behind her back, and her red lips were enchanting like a fairy that had just sucked blood. When people flirt with each other, it's as if they want to hook people's souls away. Shinsu silently withdrew his gaze. What cosplay? We are going to the city to attend an awards ceremony this time. Xiao Shun, you should also hurry up and get ready. Many important people are coming today. Li Ziqiang reminded as a senior. Award ceremony? Dressed like this? Shinsu's brows were almost tied into a knot. This is the equipment I specially found. I heard that we will go on stage to receive the award, and this set of equipment should be very effective in the photos. Li Ziqiang patted his bulging chest. Why is the upper part of this dress so tight? I can't even stretch my arms. Shinsu didn't know how to respond for a moment. He doesn't know whether the film will be released or not, but he is sure to make a fool of himself. Xiao Shun, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and change your clothes, or it will be too late. Li Ziqiang did not notice Shinsu's surging emotions and urged him again. I don't need it. I'll just wear this. Shinsu looked at his commuting outfit today and was very satisfied. As local police officers, they wear regular uniforms most of the time so that they can build closer relationships with the people around them. Today he was only wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans. The outfit couldn't be simpler, but Shinsu's face took it to a higher dimension. As expected, the final measure of fashion perfection still depends on the face. You are a capable boy, but your aesthetic taste needs to be improved. Upon hearing what he said, Li Ziqiang immediately shook his head regretfully. Shinsu. Is he really the one who needs to improve his aesthetic taste? Just when Shinsu was about to fall into self-doubt, a majestic voice came from the door. What are you guys doing here? When Shinsu turned around, he saw a man wearing a long gown, a black scarf around his neck, and a very old-fashioned black hat in his hand. That's exactly what they are good at. Shinsu's eyes went dark. Now he finally didn't know where the aesthetic tastes of other people in the institute came from. The old director's eyes swept over Li Ziqiang and the other three, and he nodded with great satisfaction. He looked at Shinsu who was standing beside him, and his admiring expression instantly became complicated. Xiao Shun, you, TSK. Although the old director didn't say anything, those few shakes of his head and sighs said it all. Why are they all looking at him like that? Isn't he the most normal one among them? Okay, Xiao Shun just came to our institute and is not very clear about our culture. It is normal that he cannot keep up with our aesthetic standards. There is no need to laugh at him. The old director looked serious. Director, we are not that kind of people. We will not dislike Xiao Shun. Li Ziqiang was the first to speak. The corners of Shinsu's mouth twitched. He really thanked him. Okay, let's not waste any more time and start following the old rules. The old director raised his voice. When Li Ziqiang heard this, he immediately and skillfully took out a pen holder from the table next to him. There are 5 pens in the pen holder. What is this? Shinsu frowned slightly. Is there any ritual that needs to be performed before going out? We draw lots to decide who will stay on duty, Li Ziqiang explained. After all, this is a police station, not a vegetable market. We can close whenever we want. Shinsu is the person that the higher-ups have specifically requested to see, so he won't participate this time. We'll still follow the previous rules and start drawing from the time he entered the institute. After the director said this, he was the first to draw a pen. Looking at the pen body without any markings, his eyes lit up with joy, but after a moment he returned to his pretentious look. Lu Qingmei was the second one to draw. Her slender white fingers gently brushed over the pens in the pen holder, and then she seemed to casually pick one out with her middle and index fingers. There is still no logo on the pen body. It seems that God still favors me as always. Lu Qingmei gently stretched out her long hair scattered around her tongue. Looking at Lu Qingmei's attitude, Shinsu had every reason to suspect that he was recruited from some special place. It's my turn, it's my turn. Li Zichang couldn't wait any longer, and he started smoking as soon as Lu Qingmei finished. Yes. There was no mark on the pen he drew. Han Zhengcheng, who was left at the end, immediately hung his head. He resigned himself to his fate and took out the last pen in the pen holder. There was a circle of red marks on the tip of the pen. Why is it always me? Also, each of these pens is different, and the one left behind is always this one. Han Zhengcheng held his nose with a look of resentment on his face. Xiao Han, this is a test specially left for you by the organization. Once we leave, you will be the boss of the entire institute. You must hold your ground and don't embarrass us. The old director said in a lecturing tone. Brother Xiao Han, this time I will definitely find you a brother-in-law, and then I will promote you to deputy director. Lu Qingmei winked at him. Work hard and don't cry. Li Zichang said in a deep voice. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as he said this, Han Zhengcheng's eyes suddenly turned red. Shinsu. Shinsu looked at Han Zhengcheng, who was about to fall apart at the next moment, and was about to say something when a huge force suddenly pulled him out. Chapter 13. He has a bad style. What are you doing? After walking out the door, Shinsu slapped away Li Zichang's hand that was holding his neck. Hi, I'm helping you. You may not know since you just got here. Xiao Han. Li Zichang wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. What's wrong with him? Shinsu asked. It's nothing. You'll know after spending more time with him. Li Zichang touched his nose as if to avoid it. Shinsu frowned slightly. Why did he feel that everyone in this institute was a little weird? They don't seem to be normal people. Okay, it's almost time, let's get in the car. Finally, the old director stepped forward and ended the topic. Upon hearing this, Li Zichang and Lu Qingmei were the first to grab the back seats. The old director slowly got into the passenger seat. Shinsu. Well, they want him to be the driver. Shinsu sighed lightly and turned around to the driver's seat. Half an hour later. The car stopped in front of the city hall. Shinsu was going to find a parking space, so the old director and the others got out of the car first. Maybe there were too many people attending the meeting today, so Shinsu circled around for several times before finding an empty space. Just as he was about to park, a car suddenly came out from behind and occupied his parking space in front of Shinsu. Shinsu looked at this sudden idiot and was about to get out of the car to argue with him. Then a very familiar man walked down from the driver's seat. Soon after, a cool and beautiful woman with pretty face and slender figure also walked out from the passenger seat. When Shinsu saw these two people, his eyes darkened in an instant. Hey, who was that? Isn't this our top student Shin? How come he has fallen to being a driver now? The man opposite noticed Shinsu and walked over immediately. If I'm not mistaken, you were driving the car just now. I'm the driver, and so are you. Shinsu fought back without showing any weakness. You. Xiao Yuanliang's heart choked after being hit, and his face turned gloomy. Shinsu, you have already fallen to the point of being a local police officer, but you are still so stubborn. Be careful that you will be fired next time. You'd better take care of yourself first. If you join the criminal police team with a brain like yours, you might end up becoming a target instead of catching the criminal. You. Xiao Yuanliang couldn't help but want to take action. At this time, the cold and beautiful woman who had been standing next to him and hadn't spoken a word spoke. Xiao Yuanliang, it's almost time, we should go. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Xiao Yuanliang. But when passing by Shinsu, his eyes couldn't help but glance at him. Susu, wait for me. After Lin Yusu left, Xiao Yuanliang no longer cared about Shinsu and immediately chased after him. Shinsu looked at the beautiful figure walking further and further away in the rearview mirror, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Lin Yusu, the school belle of the police academy. They had been partners in many missions together, and their friendship had slowly developed into something different. However, before they could break through that layer of window paper, something out of their control happened. Seeing that his thoughts were somewhat out of control, Shinsu immediately pulled the car back and found another parking space and parked it. But before leaving, he glanced at the rear tire of Xiao Yuanliang's car. When Shinsu parked the car and rushed to the venue, he searched for a long time but couldn't find Li Ziqiang and the others. Just as he was about to make a phone call to inquire, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. When I turned around, I saw Li Ziqiang. Where have you been? Shinsu frowned. Don't stand here. These are the positions of the big leaders. Come with me to our position. Li Ziqiang said as he pulled Shinsu to the outermost corner. Shinsu. These are the last row of the hall, the 4 seats closest to the corner. Sitting here, I probably can't even see what the person on the stage looks like. What else are you doing? Take a seat quickly. Li Ziqiang looked at Shinsu, who was not moving, and urged him again. You guys are dressed so formally, but you are only assigned this position? Shinsu said politely and paid attention to his wording. This position is great, it's quiet and you can see the whole scene. The old director used a lot of connections to get this. Li Ziqiang said in a firm tone. Shinsu. Do you still need to ask for this position? When he was in the police academy, he always sat in the first row. Forget it, it's his fault for being exiled, so just sit down if there is a seat available. After Shinsu took his seat, he no longer paid attention to Li Ziqiang and the others, and glanced around the entire venue. I can actually have a panoramic view of the entire field, which is an advantage of this position. But Shinsu couldn't find Ren Haipeng after searching for a long time. Could it be that he hasn't come yet? And at the same time, office next to the conference room. Ren Haipeng slammed the table and stood up. What did you just say? Why are you so excited? Sit down quickly. Ren Haipeng's direct superior gave him a direct look. Director Wang, you clearly told me before that Shinsu would be among the people who will be commended this time. Why are you suddenly crossing him out now? Ren Haipeng tried hard to suppress his anger. Why else? Of course it's because of his bad work style. Director Wang's face turned pale. Even if he has a bad behavior, he has already been punished. Otherwise, with his performance in the police academy, he would be more than qualified to join our criminal police team. Ren Haipeng still wanted to fight for it. Ren Haipeng, the higher-ups have already made a decision. Do you still want to question the chief? Director Wang gave a subtle reminder. Ren Haipeng felt a little depressed after hearing these words, and paced back and forth in the room in annoyance. Shinsu is a man of real talent. In just one day, he helped us solve 3 major cases. 3. How can we let such a talent be a small-time police officer forever? Is there really no other way? It is because of his talent that the organization did not give up on him completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to be a local police officer. Director Wang is also a person who values talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to allow Ren Haipeng to lose his temper with her and try to persuade him with kind words. Then how can we eliminate this punishment? Ren Haipeng asked. If we want to completely eliminate it, we can only solve it from the root. Director Wang opened his mouth. At the root? You mean, to find the little girl's mother? Ren Haipeng reacted instantly. Yes, as long as the two of them have a legitimate relationship, there is no such thing as improper conduct. Director Wang said in a deep voice. Ren Haipeng suddenly fell silent. I know you think highly of Shinsu, and I admit that he is indeed a talent, but there is no room for change this time. If you want to transfer people to our criminal police team, you should persuade Shinsu to resolve his bad work style as soon as possible, so that people will not find fault with him again and again. Director Wang's tone became more and more solemn as he spoke. Chapter 14 I'm for your good. When Ren Haipeng heard this, he reacted instantly. It seems that this incident was not just due to Shinsu's bad behavior, but also because someone wanted to deal with him behind his back. Moreover, this person's identity and background are not simple, otherwise Director Wang would not have spoken so vaguely. I understand. Ren Haipeng responded. Now that you understand, go out first, accept the award well, and strive to get promoted this time. Director Wang waved at Ren Haipeng. Ren Haipeng turned and left. After entering the venue, Ren Haipeng wanted to see if Shinsu was there. He had previously vowed to him that his superiors would reward him this time, but it was cancelled at the last step, and he was a little embarrassed to speak up. Captain Ren. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. When Ren Haipeng turned around, he saw Shinsu standing behind him. I saw you were looking for someone just now. Were you looking for me? Shinsu had been paying attention to the entrance. Seeing Ren Haipeng looking for someone as soon as he came in, he thought that he probably wouldn't be able to find him from his position, so he simply came over on his own initiative. Yes. Ren Haipeng nodded. He had already planned everything just now, but now that the real owner was in front of him, he couldn't open his mouth at all. What's wrong? Shinsu was a little confused when he saw Ren Haipeng, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. You. Ren Haipeng had just said one word when Xiao Yuanliang walked towards them. Captain Ren, our people are waiting for you. Ren Haipeng looked at Xiao Yuanliang and didn't know what to say. He just gave Shinsu some instructions. Don't leave after the meeting. I have something to tell you. After saying this, he walked straight forward. Suddenly, Shinsu and Xiao Yuanliang were the only ones left in the corridor. Xiao Yuanliang put one hand in his pocket, glanced at Shinsu with a meaningful smile on his face. Although it makes me unhappy to see you, in a sense, I still want to say thank you to you. Shinsu couldn't help but frown when he heard this. But before he could ask further questions, Xiao Yuanliang had already turned and left. It was not until the end of the meeting that Shinsu finally realized what Xiao Yuanliang had said to him before. He. Shinsu sneered a few times. The bureau chief has awarded commendations for the 3 major cases that were previously solved, and all participating units have received rewards to varying degrees. Only Shinsu. Even the Marshmallow Police Station received a verbal praise, but he, who contributed the most, was ignored. No wonder Xiao Yuanliang wanted to say thank you to him. After all, he had sent 3 major cases to their team. Xiao Shun, don't be discouraged. You are still young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The old director probably felt Shinsu's emotional change and spoke to comfort him. Yes. We are doing things for the people anyway. It doesn't matter whether we are rewarded or not. As long as the problem is solved, that's enough. Li Ziqiang also quickly responded. Shinsu's gaze swept between the two of them. If they hadn't stroked the pennant they had just won over and over again, he would have believed them even more. In the end, it didn't succeed. Shinsu had anticipated such an outcome, thinking that the main credit would be taken away by others, but he never imagined that they would even erase his name. I really don't want to give him any chance to turn things around. Shinsu stood up and prepared to leave. Since he didn't get any reward, there was no point in staying here. He didn't wait for Ren Haipeng either. As soon as he walked out of the venue, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him outside. Shinsu was stunned for a moment, and did not intend to stay, so he took a step and prepared to leave. But the other person grabbed his wrist as he passed by. Shinsu, let's talk. Lin Yusu opened her red lips. It seems like there's nothing left for us to talk about. Shinsu said in a light tone. Do you have to talk to me in this tone? Lin Yusu frowned slightly. But it did not diminish her beauty in the slightest, instead it made her look even more stunning and charming. Then what tone should I use? Like Xiao Yuanliang? Shinsu said sarcastically. Shinsu, at that time, only Xiao Yuanliang could save my father. I had no choice. Lin Yusu grabbed Shinsu's hand tightly. So I don't blame you, but since you have made your choice, why are you doing this now? Shinsu cast his gaze on Lin Yusu's hand that was holding his wrist. Lin Yusu's eyes moved, and after a moment they slowly relaxed. But her movements were very slow, as if she wanted to feel the warmth of her palm as much as possible. After getting free, Shinsu withdrew his hand and casually straightened his wrinkled cuffs. Shinsu, stop doing useless work. Just stay in your current unit and be a small police officer. Lin Yusu said in a low voice. Why, did Xiao Yuanliang ask you to tell me this? Shinsu raised his eyes and sneered. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Yusu said anxiously. Take care of yourself. You don't need to worry about my affairs anymore. After saying that, Shinsu turned around and left. Shinsu. Lin Yusu wanted to catch up, but heard Xiao Yuanliang's voice from behind. Su. Lin Yusu couldn't help but pause. When he turned around, he saw Xiao Yuanliang chasing after him, and he stopped in his tracks. Su, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. As soon as Xiao Yuanliang saw Lin Yusu, a flattering smile appeared on his face. It's a bit stuffy in there, I'm coming out to get some fresh air. Lin Yusu instantly returned to her former proud and cool policewoman appearance. Then you should have told me. By the way, did you see how I looked when I went on stage to receive the award? Wasn't I handsome? Xiao Yuanliang looked at Lin Yusu expectantly. Yeah. Lin Yusu responded perfunctorily. I really don't want to say that she didn't even look at Xiao Yuanliang when he went on stage. That's good. Oh, and my dad wants to invite you to dinner. Xiao Yuanliang spoke again. Didn't I say that I don't want to meet your parents yet? When Lin Yusu heard Xiao Yuanliang bring up this again, her cold and beautiful face wrinkled even more. It wasn't me who made the appointment. My dad just happened to be here, so I thought we could have a meal together. There was no other intention. Xiao Yuanliang explained quickly. I have something else to do, so I won't go. Lin Yusu really didn't have the energy to deal with Xiao Yuanliang, so he turned around and strode away. Susu, don't be angry. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. I'll take you back. Xiao Yuanliang followed Lin Yusu closely. But after they got in the car, it wouldn't start. Hey, what's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? Xiao Yuanliang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Lin Yusu's already depressed mood reached its peak at this moment, and she unbuckled her seatbelt directly. I'll take a taxi back by myself. Lin Yusu said as she opened the door and got out of the car. And just at this moment, Shinsu just drove over. For a moment, their eyes met. Chapter 15, Father's Reward to You, Son. Hey, what's going on? There are times when the driver can't start the car? Shinsu sat in the driver's seat with one hand on the car window and the other hand casually on the steering wheel. Shinsu, what the hell is your dog's bark? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Xiao Yuanliang was very angry at the moment. When he saw that Shinsu dared to mock him, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to step forward. I just had the same idea. Do you want to give it a try? Shinsu narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of danger in his eyes. Xiao Yuanliang came to his senses in an instant. When he was in the police academy, he had never been able to escape from Shinsu's hands. The memories of being knocked down and unable to get up made his muscles ache. Humph, all you can do now is talk. Were you almost mad to death when you saw me going up on stage to receive the award just now? Xiao Yuanliang has also learned his lesson. When he can't beat someone, he starts to hurt their feelings. Why should you be angry? It's just a few cases. Just consider it as a reward from my father to you, my son. After all, with your ability, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete a case independently in this lifetime. Shinsu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You. Xiao Yuanliang clenched his hands hanging at his sides into fists. But Xiao Yuanliang, please tell your father a message when you go back. One day I will get my money back from you with interest. After saying this, Shinsu rolled up the car window and drove away. During the whole process, he didn't even look at Lin Yusu, who was standing next to Xiao Yuanliang. Shinsu, you bastard, if you have the guts, come back here. Xiao Yuanliang was so angry that he stomped his feet on the spot. Lin Yusu's gaze always followed the direction where Shinsu left. The expression in her eyes flickered, a little melancholy but also with a hint of appreciation. He seemed to have always been like this. No matter what kind of difficulties he encountered, he never showed any sign of dejection. It seems like there will always be a way to make a comeback. She was attracted to him from the beginning because of his unyielding temperament. Susu, what are you looking at? Xiao Yuanliang scolded for a long time and turned around to find that Lin Yusu was still staring at the direction where Shinsu left. His tone suddenly became higher. Take your car in for repair. Lin Yusu retracted his gaze, said this, and turned away. My car was just serviced a month ago. It must be that the people at the 4S shop didn't check it carefully. I'll ask my dad to buy another one later. Xiao Yuanliang didn't care about the car anymore and followed Lin Yusu diligently. Lin Yusu just blocked out his voice as much as possible, got a taxi at the door, and closed the door and let the driver leave without waiting for Xiao Yuanliang to get in. Susu, I haven't gotten on the car yet. Xiao Yuanliang shouted while watching the car getting farther and farther away. After taking a mouthful of exhaust fumes, Xiao Yuanliang's face became even gloomier. It's that guy Shinsu again. When he didn't show up, Lin Yusu would never have this attitude towards him. He has been assigned to be a local police officer, yet he still dares to be so arrogant. This time he will definitely trample him into the mud. Shinsu was just about to drive back to the office when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, I saw that the phone number flashing on the screen was actually Shinduoduo's kindergarten teacher's phone number. I answered it immediately. Hello. There was still a hint of urgency in his tone. Excuse me, are you Shinduoduo's parent? There was a gentle female voice on the other end of the phone. Yes, did something happen to Duo at school? Shinsu asked. It's like this. Duo had a conflict with another classmate at school. That child has now been sent to the hospital, and the other party's parents are very angry. Do you have time to come to the school? The teacher didn't know how to explain in detail on the phone, so he just gave a brief explanation. I'll be there right away. Shinsu said nothing after hearing this. He turned around and drove straight to Shinduoduo's kindergarten. Half an hour later, Shinsu appeared in the kindergarten. In the office, Shinduoduo stood in front of a young girl with her head lowered. Her hair was a little messy and her clothes were not very tidy. She looked as if she had been through a battle. Duo. Shinsu stepped forward immediately. As soon as Shinduoduo heard Shinsu's voice, she rushed over immediately. Are you okay? Shinsu checked Shinduoduo carefully. After making sure she was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Daddy Duo, we have checked Duo. She is not injured. On the contrary, the kid who argued with her is said to be still not very conscious. We asked Duo, but she refused to say anything. We had no choice but to ask you to come here. Shinduoduo's teacher looked at Shinsu with some embarrassment. Duo, did you hurt that person? Shinsu squatted in front of Shinduoduo, gently tidying up her messy hair. Shinduoduo immediately shook her head. Teacher, did you see that? My Duo said that she was not the one who hurt the person. Shinsu opened his mouth. Is it really not you? Then how did it become like that? Everyone saw that you two left together, and it was already like that when we found you. The teacher asked. Maybe it was because his tone was too urgent, but Shinduoduo subconsciously hid behind Shinsu. Teacher, you scared her. Shinsu's tone suddenly became stern. Duoduo's dad, I didn't mean to be mean to Duo. It's just that Mingming was really injured. His parents are waiting in the hospital now. Once they settle Mingming, they will definitely come to find Duo. So I have to understand everything clearly before they come back to avoid any disputes. The teacher explained to Shinsu seriously. I know what you mean, but I also believe my daughter. If she said it wasn't her, then it definitely wasn't her. Shinsu said in a firm tone. But they were the only two there at the time. Do you have any evidence to prove that it was my daughter who injured Mingming? Did someone see it, or was it recorded on video? Shinsu's profession allowed him to deal with these questions with ease. That place is a blind spot for surveillance and was not captured, the teacher said hesitantly. Since it was not captured on camera and there are no eyewitnesses, it means that all this is just your guess. Shinsu said in a deep voice. But the teacher wanted to say something, but Shinsu interrupted her. Can I have a word with my daughter? The teacher looked at Shinsu, then at Shinduoduo, hesitated for a moment, and finally left the office, leaving the place to the father and daughter. Duo, can you tell your father what happened between you and Mingming? Shinsu carried Shinduoduo to a stool nearby and carefully straightened her crooked tie for her. As soon as Shinduoduo opened her mouth, a look of fear appeared on her face, as if she had recalled something terrible. Chapter 16 Bloody Hands. Duo, have you forgotten your father's job? Dad is a policeman. No matter what happens, you can protect him. So don't be afraid. Tell me everything you saw, okay? Feeling Shinduoduo's uneasiness, Shinsu tried his best to comfort her gently. Shinduoduo's emotions gradually calmed down under Shinsu's comfort. She tugged at her skirt with her little hands and took a long time before she spoke slowly. He told me clearly that he found a secret base and wanted to take me to see it, so I went with him. Then what? Then, we went to the warehouse at the back together. There was a small window there, and then. When Shinduoduo said this, her little hands clenched even tighter. Then what? Shinsu keenly realized that this was the reason for everything. Hand. Shinduoduo's voice trembled a little. What hand? Shinsu frowned. It's just a bloody hand, small, waving constantly. The more Shinduoduo spoke, the more she shook. Shinsa hugged Shinduo into his arms. A bloody hand? Is it a murder? Or did Shinduo just see it wrong? Duo, can you take Dad to that place to take a look? Shinsa knew that his request might be a bit difficult for Shinduo, but he had to investigate the matter thoroughly, otherwise it might become a nightmare for Shinduo. Shinduo shrank back into Shinsa's arms upon hearing this. Don't be afraid. Dad taught you that the best way to overcome fear is to look him directly at you. Besides, Dad will always be with you. Shinsa's voice was firm, and every word seemed to carry the power to soothe people. Shinduo nodded after a long while. Duo is brave, Duo will take Daddy with him. This is Daddy's good daughter. Shinsa picked up Shinduo and walked out the door. The teacher was still waiting outside. When he saw the two of them come out, he immediately went to greet them. Duo's dad, did Duo say anything? The teacher couldn't help but ask. You know, Mingming's parents have already tagged them in the group, saying that they must ask their school to give an explanation, otherwise they will report it to the Education Bureau. Teacher, is there a warehouse behind the school? Shinsa did not answer the teacher's question directly, but asked her back. Yes, that warehouse is where we usually store some children's sports equipment. The teacher nodded. Can you take me to see it? Shinsu asked. Of course you can, but does it have anything to do with this incident? If it didn't matter, I wouldn't have asked you to take me to see it. When the teacher heard this, his eyes swept between Shinsu and Shinduo, and finally chose to follow them. After all, she had been asking for so long but couldn't get Shinduo to say a word. Then come with me. The teacher turned around and led the way. The school is a 3-story building with a gate in the front and a very spacious playground in the back, where students do their usual exercises and outdoor sports. The warehouse was built at the very edge of the playground. It is a small house painted blue. Dad Duo, this is the warehouse of our school. The teacher gestured to Shinsu. Duo, where is the window you mentioned? Shinsu asked Shinduo in his arms. On top of the warehouse. Shinduo said. Above the warehouse? Shinsa carried Shinduo around to the back of the warehouse, where there was a staircase. Why is there a staircase here? The teacher looked even more surprised than Shinsu. Didn't you build this staircase? Shinsu asked. The teacher shook her head and said, we have always kept these tools well. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for the children to climb up. I don't know why they were placed here today. I guess the teachers at school forgot to collect them. I will have to ask them when the time comes. Yeah. Shinsu responded, then went straight up the stairs carrying Shinduo. The teacher wanted to persuade them that this was too dangerous, but when he saw Shinsa's strong muscles that could be felt through his clothes, he swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. Didn't he expect that Duo's father had such a good figure under his clothes? After Shinsa climbed up carrying Shinduo, he looked around. This kindergarten is many years old and was built outside the community. Only in the front can you see a few rows of short houses. Duo, which window are you talking about? Shinsa did not find any suspicious target, so he lowered his head and asked again. Shinduo raised her hand and pointed at the building diagonally opposite. Shinsa looked in the direction she was looking. The second window on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor. Second window. The curtains are already drawn. And at such a distance, it is difficult to see any details. Duo, are you sure you saw clearly that there was a bloody hand waving? Shinsu asked again. I really saw it clearly. I clearly saw it. He was so scared that he peed his pants, and he couldn't speak after that. Dad, I really didn't beat him. Shinduo looked aggrieved. Dad knows. Shinsa believed that Shinduo was not the kind of person who would hit others at will. Shinsa looked at the window opposite carefully again, and after making sure that he could not see any clues, he carried Shinduo down the stairs. Dad Duo, did you find anything? The teacher asked again when he saw them coming down. Not yet, but I will investigate it clearly. I will take Duo back today. Shinsa said as he prepared to leave. He planned to go and take a look at the building opposite. Are you leaving now? But the teacher was anxious. If Shinsa took Duo away and Mingming's parents came over again, he might not be able to handle it alone. Those two people don't look easy to talk to. You can give them my cell phone number and let them contact me. Shinsu saw the teacher's worry at a glance and took the initiative to speak. But the teacher wanted to say something, but Shinsu had already walked away. One of his long legs was equivalent to several steps of the teacher, and in the blink of an eye he had opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. Shinsu carried Shinduo out of the kindergarten and planned to go straight to the residential building opposite. But before he took 2 steps, the phone in his pocket rang again. So fast? Shinsu thought it was Mingming's parent calling. But when I took out my cell phone, I saw an unfamiliar number flashing on it. Shinsu hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello? You other brat, where have you been? Everyone has left, why haven't you come back yet? The old director's powerful roar came from the other end of the phone. Shinsu. Why don't you say anything? Did you fall into the toilet? The old director waited for a moment and got no answer, then yelled again. A hint of guilt flashed across Shinsu's eyes. When he just left, he completely forgot about the old director and the others. I received another call from Duo and forgot about it even more. Shinsu, where are you now? The old director seemed to have noticed something, and his voice suddenly became much more dangerous. It seemed that if Shinsu couldn't give a reasonable explanation, he would crawl along the telephone line and kill him. Chapter 17. The basis is a dismemberment case. I am at the crime scene. Shinsu rolled his eyes and said seriously. Crime scene? What case happened again? When the old director heard this, he no longer cared to investigate the matter of Shinsu driving away alone. It's still in the investigation stage. Shinsu told the truth. Tell me the address and we'll be there right away. The old director didn't hesitate at all. Okay. Shinsu responded straightforwardly. He now wishes to have more companions, after all, he is bringing Shinduo with him. After hanging up the phone, Shinsu sent the address to the old director. In less than 20 minutes, a taxi stopped in front of Shinsu. As soon as the car door opened, Li Ziqian was the first to rush out. Where is the crime scene? Is it a robbery or a murder? Where is the suspect? Li Ziqian looked around and asked soul-searching questions. Shinsu. This doesn't look like a crime scene. Lu Qingmei walked over slowly, twisting her waist. Shinsu, didn't you say you were at the crime scene? The old director also felt that this place didn't look like a case had just happened, and stared at Shinsu with narrowed eyes. Aren't I waiting for you? Shinsu felt a little embarrassed. These two people are a little harder to fool than Li Ziqian. What kind of case happened? The old director straightened his expression. Shinsu raised his hand and touched his nose. Now I really don't know. Boy, are you afraid that the director will punish you for secretly driving the car away, so you made up this excuse to deceive us? Lu Qingmei narrowed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. I swear to God, I'm not the kind of person who would joke about this kind of thing. It's real. Shinsu explained to them everything that happened, including what Shinduo said about a bloody hand waving at them. After listening to this, the old director frowned and his eyes fell on Shinduo. I'm afraid such a young child must have seen it wrong? Director, why don't you and Sister Qingmei help me bring Duo back to the station first, and Brother Li and I will go to the scene to take a look. It would be best if nothing happens. In case there is a problem, we too can still have a helper. Shinsu said. The old director pondered for a moment and finally agreed to Shinsu's proposal. Then we'll go back first. You two have to be careful. If anything happens, notify the institute immediately. The old director ordered. After all, Shinsu's physique is a little different. He used to solve 3 cases a day, and each case was not simple. Yes. Shinsu responded. Duo, come quickly and go back to the station to play with your aunt. Lu Qingmei took the initiative to take Shinduo from Shinsu's arms. Shinduo looked at Shinsu timidly, as if she was afraid. Don't worry, Aunt Qingmei and Director Grandpa are both good people. Dad will be back soon. Shinsu comforted softly. Yeah. Shinduo nodded. Shinsu gave the car keys to Lu Qingmei, watched them leave, and then looked away. Shinsu, where is the house you just mentioned? Li Ziqian rubbed his hands. He has been helping the old lady chase cats every day these days, and he urgently needs a serious case to calm his overflowing energy. It's just in front. Shinsu led his men to the residential building in front. This is an old residential building. There are 7 floors in total, and there are no doormen or security guards downstairs, so the two of them went up to the third floor without any obstruction. The door was closed, the corridor was dim and dark, and the light bulb above my head was flickering, having been replaced for who knows how long. Li Ziqiang instantly felt the atmosphere was right. This place must be a case of dismemberment. Break the goal? Li Ziqiang made an attacking gesture and asked Shinsu with his mouth. Shinsu. Shinsu looked at him as if he was a fool, walked up and knocked on the door. It is illegal to break into a house without a warrant, and both of them will be punished. Li Ziqiang also sensed something from Shinsu's eyes. He scratched his head embarrassedly and stood behind him obediently. Shinsu knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no movement from inside. Is there no one here? Shinsu used more strength in his hands. But I didn't knock the person in the room out, but I knocked the person next door out. Why are you knocking? There's no one in this house. An old lady looked at Shinsu and Li Ziqiang angrily. Auntie, has no one lived here? Shinsu stepped forward to start a conversation. Not really, but this family just moved out this morning, and they have a lot of stuff, all in big boxes. They were making a lot of noise all morning, and it kept me awake. I just wanted to take a break, and then you came knocking on the door again. The old lady's face was full of resentment. Did you move away this morning? Shinsu caught the key point in the words. Yes, probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. The old lady thought for a moment. 90 o'clock was exactly the time Shinduoduo saw it. Auntie, do you know who lives across the street? Do you have any contact with them? Shinsu asked anxiously. Who are you? Why are you asking so many questions? The old lady was probably sober now. Seeing Shinsu asking so many questions, she became a little wary and even closed the door a little smaller. Auntie, we are police officers. Shinsu immediately took out his ID. The old lady squinted her eyes and looked at him for a moment. After confirming that the photo on the ID card was Shinsu, she relaxed her guard. It really is a policeman. The people living next door have always been tenants, and there have been many changes over the years. This time it seems to be a young man who moved in half a year ago. He leaves early and comes back late, and you can hardly see him. Have you seen him? Do you know what he looks like? Shinsu asked again. I have seen it several times, but it wasn't big enough for me to see it clearly. The old lady thought for a moment. It's okay, just tell me what you can remember. Shinsu took out a small notebook from his pocket with a gel pen on it. Ever since he acquired the divine painting technique, he always kept a notebook ready to deal with situations like this. He was wearing a black hat, and he was tall and thin, about a head shorter than you. The old lady compared Shinsu. What else? Shinsu continued to ask. Also, his eyes are long and thin, and he looks quite fierce when he looks at people. His nose is a bit like a hooked nose, and his mouth is thin. Anyway, he looks like he is not easy to get along with. We are neighbors, but sometimes we won't take the initiative to say hello when we meet him. Once the old lady started talking, she said a lot. Shinsu continued to ask for other clues while writing and drawing in the notebook. After chatting for a few minutes, Shinsu suddenly raised the notebook in his hand. Auntie, do you think they look alike? Chapter 18. Do you have a girlfriend? When the old lady saw the portrait in the notebook, she slapped her thigh hard. Oh my god, you drew him so realistically, it's him, exactly the same. The old lady said excitedly. That's good. Shinsu suddenly felt that this painting technique was still very useful. Young man, how do you draw this? Where did you learn this skill? My grandson also wants to learn painting, can you introduce him to your teacher? The old lady looked at Shinsu eagerly. I'm sorry, Auntie, my teacher is no longer here. Shinsu lied without blushing. Is that so? Then you. The old lady was still thinking about attacking Shinsu, but he had already understood her intention and spoke before her. Auntie, I still have work to deal with here, so I'll leave first today. But you must be careful when you go in and out in the next few days. If there is any special situation, you must call us. After Shinsu finished speaking, he hurried downstairs with Li Ziqiang. The old lady still looked at Shinsu reluctantly, and suddenly slapped her thigh in annoyance. Ouch, I almost asked that guy if he had a girlfriend just now. Her daughter doesn't have a boyfriend yet. If the two of them hit it off, then she would have a teacher for her grandson. After coming down from upstairs, Shinsu tore off the drawing paper in his hand and handed it to Li Ziqiang. Go back to the bureau first and check the system to see if there is any information about this person. I will continue to visit. Li Ziqiang's eyes were still on the paper in his hand, as if he didn't hear what Shinsu was saying. I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Shinsu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Li Ziqiang. Oh, what did you just say? Li Ziqiang came back to his senses at this time. Although I had seen Shinsu's painting skills before, I had never seen it with my own eyes. But just now he didn't even blink, and saw Shinsu draw the character described by the old lady with just a few strokes. Is he a human printer? I told you to take the portrait back to the bureau and check to see if you can find some useful information. I will go to the nearby area to investigate. Shinsu repeated. He always felt that there must be something wrong here. Okay, I understand. Li Ziqiang finally heard it clearly this time and agreed immediately. Go back quickly, Shinsu said and turned to leave. He planned to go and take a look behind the residential building. When Shinsu went around to the back of the residential building, he found someone seemed to be busy with something at the sewer entrance. When I got closer, I saw that he was an old man in his 60s or 70s. Uncle, what are you doing here? Shinsu stepped forward quickly. When the old man saw that it was a young man, his eyes suddenly lit up. Come on, come and give me a hand. The old man called out quickly. Shinsu didn't despise him and went forward to help the old man lift the manhole cover. As soon as the manhole cover was opened, a foul odor came out. Uncle, did you drop something in there? Shinsu asked. No, it's just that my sewer has been clogged for the past month, and water has backed up several times, making my house stink all the time. So I wanted to clean the sewer. Shinsu helped, and the old man answered every question. Why don't you ask the property management to clean it up? Where can we get the property management in this old community? You can call the workers, but it's safer to let professionals handle this kind of thing. Shinsu reminded. There's no need to spend that money. I can do it myself. The old man had already started picking up the long stick beside him and poking it into the sewer. Uncle, has this ever happened to you before? Shinsu helped pass the tools. Not before, but it only started in the last 6 months. The old man said after thinking for a while. Half a year ago. The aunt upstairs just now said that her neighbor opposite her moved in half a year ago. Shinsu had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Oh, who is so lacking in public morality that he threw so many clothes into the sewer? While Shinsu was thinking, the old man had already taken out several pieces of clothes from the sewer. Shinsu took a look and seemed to be all children's clothes. I was wondering why the sewer was clogged. It turns out it was these people without civic sense who littered everywhere. How could such a large piece of clothing not get clogged when thrown in there? The old man said as he picked up the pliers again and started to dig from the inside out. Shinsu also immediately helped, one thing after another. Almost all of them are children's clothes, some big and some small, basically not in the same age group. Shinsu's expression changed immediately. Generally speaking, parents rarely throw their children's clothes down the drain. Some will be washed and put away to be worn by the second child, some will be donated directly, and at worst, they will be thrown into the trash. What's more, there are so many quantities and so many different sizes of clothes. He needed to go and take a look at the room upstairs. Uncle, do you know who owns room 120 on the 3rd floor? Do you have his contact information? This old neighborhood has no property management, so it is very troublesome to find the owner. I don't know about that. The old man shook his head. Shinsu frowned slightly and decided to go back to the office and ask someone to check the information of the house and contact the owner, but this would waste a lot of time. Shinsu's eyes turned slightly, and suddenly he thought of something and looked at the old man next to him with enthusiasm. Uncle, I think just digging down here won't solve the problem. The key is still up there. How about I help you go up there and take a look? Is it okay? Would it be too much trouble? The old man smiled immediately, but he forced himself not to show too much happiness. Of course, just wait downstairs. Shinsu smiled gently. If he climbed the wall without permission, he would be suspected of invading other people's private property. But if it is to help the people, then it is legal and compliant. Shinsu took off his clothes and coat, and with a light jump he climbed onto the windowsill on the 1st floor. Then he climbed up and jumped again like a monkey released into the forest, as if he were walking on flat ground, and in the blink of an eye he reached the 3rd floor. The old man downstairs couldn't close his mouth when he saw it. This guy, could he be a thief? The reason why Shinsu has such good skills is that he won the blind box reward when he helped Rin Haipeng crack a major telecommunications fraud case last time. Monkey climbing technique. After trying it for the first time today, he wanted to give it a full score. Shinsu lay in front of the window on the third floor, carefully observing the situation inside the house. The things inside have been almost emptied out, and it can be described as a bare house. But Shinsu still spotted a child's toy in the corner. The neighbor lady said that the tenant was a young man, but why were there children's toys in his room? There are so many children's clothes in the sewer? Who else lives here? Chapter 19. Still wanting to give credit to others. Shinsu felt that something was obviously wrong, so he jumped down from the windowsill swiftly, intending to find the landlord to find out the tenant's information. But as soon as I landed, the phone in my pocket rang. Shinsu took out his cell phone and saw that it was Li Ziqiang, so he immediately answered the call. Shinsu, I actually found this person. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Ziqiang's exclamation was heard from the other end. What's your name? Where are you now? Shinsu asked hurriedly upon hearing it. His name is He Jiming, he is 42 years old this year. I need to find out where he is now. Li Ziqiang answered fluently. Send me his information and continue tracking his whereabouts. Shinsu ordered. Okay. Li Ziqiang really admired Shinsu at this moment and no longer cared about his tone. Uncle, I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. There shouldn't be anything unusual up there, and there probably won't be any traffic jams later on. Shinsu said to the uncle and left quickly. The old man didn't say a word during the whole process. He just stared blankly in the direction where Shinsu left, then looked up at the small building in front of him. He must have seen it right just now, right? Did the young man jump from the third floor? Not only did he not have any broken arms or legs, but he was also full of energy? No, his eyes must be blurry. How could someone jump down from such a high place as easily as a cat? It seems I need to get a pair of reading glasses. The old man withdrew his thoughts and continued to tinker with the sewer in front of him. Shinsu returned to the station as quickly as possible. Lu Qingmei was playing with stickers with Shin Duo at her workstation. The two people seemed to be having a great time. Just as Shinsu was about to step forward, Li Ziqiang suddenly came towards him. Shinsu, I've already found He Jiming. So fast? Shinsu was a little surprised and stopped walking. Dad. Shin Duo immediately raised her head when she heard Shinsu's voice. Well, you play with Aunt Qingmei first. Shinsu gave her a gentle smile in return. Shin Duo was also well behaved. Knowing that Shinsu was busy with something important, she did not make a sound to disturb him and just played with her stickers obediently. I was afraid that the case I had worked so hard to get would be lost again, so I asked a friend for help. This is his current position. Li Ziqiang scratched his head embarrassedly. Is your friend so awesome? Shinsu took the tablet from Li Ziqiang with some doubt. Li Ziqiang didn't say much, just smiled at Shinsu. Shinsu didn't ask any further questions. He just held the tablet in his hand and stared at the direction of the movement. Since the speed is so fast, you must be in the car. Looking at the route, it seems like you were going out of the city? Shinsu asked with a hint of doubt in his tone. I'm not sure. I saw them going around in circles before and I couldn't determine his destination. What should we do now? Li Ziqiang asked. Stop the man first. Shinsu thought for a while and said. Stop it? Did you find any new evidence during your visit? Li Ziqiang looked at him with some embarrassment. We didn't find any substantial evidence, just a lot of children's clothes in the sewer. Shinsu said as he took out his cell phone. He had been careful enough to take a photo of the clothes. This doesn't mean anything. It was probably lost by the residents upstairs. Li Ziqiang frowned slightly. It is possible, but I think there is something wrong with He Jiming. Let's have someone stop him and investigate first. Shinsu said. But, we don't have such great authority. Li Ziqiang scratched his head embarrassedly. It would be easy if it was within their jurisdiction, but he may have already run to another district. To stop him, we have to set up roadblocks on the road he must pass, and this requires the cooperation of the transportation department. Their faces don't seem that big. After all, they don't have any conclusive evidence to prove that He Jiming is the suspect. Shinsu's eyes darkened slightly. This was why he wanted to leave here. It's inconvenient to do anything here. Why don't you contact Ren Haipeng? He is a big shot in the criminal police team now. With him coming forward, it should be done quickly. Li Ziqiang suggested. Do you still want to give credit to others? Shin Su glanced at him. Li Ziqiang coughed unnaturally and said, I don't want to either. It's not something we can solve on our own. Who said I can't solve it? Get ready to stop the people with me. Shinsu said in a deep voice, looking at the red dot that was still moving on the tablet. We go alone? Isn't that a bit illegal? Li Ziqiang hesitated. What's non-compliant about this? I received complaints from residents that someone deliberately blocked the sewer and damaged other people's property. I was just conducting an investigation in accordance with the regulations. Shinsu said seriously. Huh? Can it still be like this? Li Ziqiang blinked blankly. Shinsu was too lazy to say more to him and walked towards Shin Duoduo. Duoduo, Daddy still has some things to take care of. You should stay in the station with Aunt Jingmei until Daddy comes back, okay? Shinsu gently rubbed Shin Duoduo's head. Yes. Shin Duoduo nodded heavily. After giving Shin Duoduo instructions, Shinsu prepared to leave. Dad. Shin Duoduo suddenly called him. Is there anything else? Shinsu asked in a low voice. Hardly. Shin Duoduo picked up a sticker that looked like a logo. What do you mean? Shinsu didn't quite understand for a moment. There is a mark on the child's chest, Harley. Shin Duoduo repeated. Are you saying that there is a logo on that child's clothes that is very similar to this? Shinsu looked at the sticker in Shin Duoduo's hand. Yeah. Shin Duoduo nodded heavily. Okay, I get it. Dad will definitely find that child back. Shinsu said firmly. Yeah. I believe in Dad. Shin Duoduo's eyes were full of certainty. Being trusted by his daughter so much, Shinsu felt that the blood in his body was boiling. If he doesn't solve the case, he won't have the face to come back and see Duoduo. Shinsu patted Shin Duoduo's head lightly for the last time before turning around and leaving. Li Ziqiang watched him leave like that, and was conflicted for a moment. But his body reacted faster than his mind, and he immediately followed Shinsu as soon as he left. As soon as Shinsu and Li Ziqiang left, the old director and Han Jingcheng came out of the room inside. Are they gone? The old director looked around the hall. Just left. Lu Qingmei nodded. They didn't take me with them. Han Jingcheng's voice trembled with anger. The old director said nothing, just stared in the direction where Shinsu left. And at the same time, Ren Haipeng, who had just returned to the criminal police brigade, was called over by his boss before he even sat down on the stool. Chapter 20, The position can be further improved. What happened again? Ren Haipeng sat opposite Director Wang in a somewhat lazily manner. I have a case here, and you are responsible for it personally. Director Wang did not correct Ren Haipeng's sitting posture as he did in the past, but directly threw a document to him. After taking it, Ren Haipeng casually glanced at it for a few times. The more he looked, the more his brows frowned. Finally, he simply closed the document and returned it to Director Wang. What are you doing? Director Wang blew his beard and glared. I'm from the criminal police team, responsible for criminal cases. You should leave cases like missing children to other people. After saying this, Ren Haipeng stood up and prepared to leave. Stop right there! Director Wang shouted. Ren Haipeng rolled his eyes where Director Wang couldn't see, and finally sat back in his chair reluctantly. Director Wang, it's not that I don't want to take this case, but we really don't have enough manpower in our team. Ren Haipeng told the truth. Of course I know you are busy, but do you know the identity of this child? Director Wang lowered his voice when he said this. Which noble family's child is this again? What Ren Haipeng hates most are those who use their status to bully others. He had met someone before who said her dog was lost and insisted that they put aside the murder case they were dealing with and help her find the dog. She said the dog was her son and also a life. This child is really a noble person. You know the Song family in Beijing. Director Wang's voice became lower and lower. Song family? When Ren Haipeng heard these two words, the expression on his face finally changed slightly. That's right, it's what you were thinking of. This child is a member of the Song family, and the old man of the Song family has personally contacted the higher-ups and specifically asked you to be responsible. Director Wang said and pushed the document back to him. If you can succeed in this case, my position might be yours. Director Wang said meaningfully. Ren Haipeng looked at the documents in front of him, his eyes flickering. Haipeng, I know what you're thinking. You just want to focus on investigating the case and are not interested in promotion. But sometimes you have to know that only when you have real power in your hands can you do what you really want to do. Don't you want to transfer Shen Su to your team? As long as you complete this case, I promise to help you get this done. Director Wang spoke word by word. When Ren Haipeng heard this, he looked up suddenly. Wang Ju's eyes were full of seriousness, without a trace of joking. He had worked under Director Wang for so many years and knew his temper. He would never say anything he was not sure of. I got it. Ren Haipeng hesitated for a moment, picked up the documents on the table, stood up and left. Looking at Ren Haipeng's leaving back, Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately picked up the phone beside him and dialed. Mr. Song, it's me. Haipeng has taken over the case. Don't worry, he will do his best to help you bring the person back safely. Okay, I will inform you as soon as there is any situation here. After hanging up the phone, Director Wang felt a little sweaty on his back. It's not that he has never seen the world, it's just that the Song family is different from other wealthy families. They are a family with a history of hundreds of years, and since ancient times, they have produced many meritorious officials. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, he donated most of his wealth. It's just that they have seldom appeared in public in recent years, so not many people know about their family, but they can definitely be called a family with a century-old heritage. If this case can be solved, his position will also be improved. I hope Ren Haipeng 1T let him down. At this time, Shen Su and Li Ziqiang were tracking He Jining's location. What on earth does he want to do? He has gone around in circles 3 times. I'm almost dizzy. Li Ziqiang kept staring at the location in his hand with a frown. Shen Su held the steering wheel with both hands, looked at the flashing red, and scanned the map. Then he turned around at the intersection ahead. Hey, you went the wrong way. We have to move forward. Li Ziqiang looked at his operation and quickly corrected it. We're not in the wrong place, Shen Su said in a firm tone. But the further you walk towards this side, the farther you are from him. Li Ziqiang frowned as he looked at the distance on the map that was getting farther and farther away. Don't worry, he will come back on his own initiative. Shen Su's face showed a hint of confidence that he was determined to win. Li Ziqiang looked at him, then looked at the tablet in his hand. I wanted to say something, but swallowed it back in the end. He was the one driving the car, so it was useless for him to say anything. After Shen Su crossed the Cross River Bridge, he stopped at a turning ahead. What are we doing here? Li Ziqiang became more and more confused. Waiting for someone. Shen Su stared ahead with burning eyes. But the person went in another direction. Li Ziqiang was still staring at the tablet in his hand. Shen Su said nothing. Li Ziqiang was a little depressed, thinking to himself that if he had known this would happen, he would have gone to find Ren Haipeng as soon as possible. By setting up layers of checkpoints, we can always catch He Jining. Let others take the main credit, it's good if they can have a share of the credit. Now I'm afraid I can't even eat a bite of the leftovers. Hi. Li Ziqiang no longer had the energy to continue staring at the location, so he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Today is just a ride. But Li Ziqiang didn't know that after he closed his eyes, the small red dot on the map suddenly changed direction and headed straight towards them. I don't know how long it took, but the red dot got closer and closer. Shen Su's eyes lit up with joy, and almost in an instant, he started the car, shifted gears, and rushed backwards. With a bang. The 2 cars collided head-on, and Li Ziqiang, who was resting with his eyes closed, was knocked off balance and almost got a bump on his head. What's going on? Li Ziqiang opened his eyes blankly and looked around. Shen Su had already gotten out of the car and pretended to be observing the collision, but his eyes were always glancing at the driver's seat of the car behind. He was an extremely thin man, wearing a baseball cap on his head and a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. But Shen Su recognized him at the first moment. This is He Jining they are looking for. Master, I'm sorry, I just shifted the gear wrong and the car was hit pretty badly. Let's just use the insurance method, Shen Su said as he walked towards the driver's seat. No need. I have something urgent to do here. He Jining lowered his voice and didn't even look at Shen Su. No matter how urgent it is, you have to deal with the accident before leaving. You get out of the car first. Shinsa stood in front of the car without leaving a trace, blocking the other party's way. The man in the car looked at Shinsa like this, and there was a hint of darkness in his eyes. My hand subconsciously touched the waist and abdomen. Chapter 21. You can't give birth to such an excellent child. Shinsa noticed He Jiming's actions with his sharp eyes and his heart tightened. Does this man still have a weapon? Just as he was about to take defensive measures, he saw a dark shadow whizzing past his ears and punching the car window in front of him. With a bang, the glass shattered. Shinsa subconsciously turned to the side, and there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes when he looked at Li Ziqiang. Is this guy so strong? This sudden action also scared He Jiming in the car, and he dodged to the side. This sideways movement slowed down his hand movements by a second, and in this second he had already lost the initiative. There is something on his waist, Shinsa reminded. Li Ziqiang immediately leaned forward and directly controlled He Jiming's left hand. The space inside the car was narrow, and He Jiming was not as strong as Li Ziqiang, so he was almost suppressed and unable to move. Shinsa immediately walked around to the side, opened the car door and got in. When He Jiming lifted up his coat, his pockets were bulging. When I took it out, I found it was actually a pistol. Fuck, he has this thing? Li Ziqiang's eyes almost popped out. It's fake. Shinsa breathed a sigh of relief. Fake? Li Ziqiang couldn't help but take a few more glances. He could hardly find any flaws at such a close distance. Are the fakes nowadays so real? The weight is wrong. This is a toy gun. Shinsu opened the magazine and showed it to Li Ziqiang. It was empty. It's really fake. Li Ziqiang muttered. Let me go. He Jiming knew that he had been exposed, and with red eyes he tried to break free from Li Ziqiang's shackles. Li Ziqiang didn't tolerate him and hit him in the chest with his elbow, making him speechless immediately. Behave yourself. If you keep complaining, I don't mind knocking you out, Li Ziqiang said coldly. Keep an eye on him. Shinsa said this and began to check the car. There was no one in the back seat, so he went around to the trunk. The scene inside made his pupils tighten. A little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, was tied up and thrown inside. His mouth was stuffed with cloth and his eyes were covered with black cloth. The binding posture is very professional, making it almost impossible to move. Shinsu immediately carried the person out of the trunk. First he took off the black cloth on his face, then pulled the towel out of his mouth. The little boy probably hadn't seen such dazzling sunlight for a long time, and his eyes narrowed immediately. After finally getting used to the light, he did not cry or make a fuss. Instead, he looked at Shinsu the first time. Shinsu was a little surprised by the other party's reaction. The little boy looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. After experiencing such an incident, after being rescued, he not only did not cry or get scared, but he even looked at him? He doesn't look like a fool. Could he be a mute? Don't worry, I'm a policeman, you've been saved. Shinsu picked the man up directly. Ever since Shinduo came to him, he has become more and more skilled in holding the child. When the little boy heard that he was a policeman, his eyes moved slightly. The hostage has been found. Let's take him back to the station first. Shinsu walked to Li Ziqiang holding the child. Okay. Li Ziqiang responded. When He Jiming in the car saw the little boy in Shinsu's arms, he struggled even harder. Put him down. Put him down. He Jiming seemed to want to rush out of the car to snatch the little boy. Seeing that he dared to do it again, Li Ziqiang could not bear it any longer and hit him with his elbow again. Ahem. He Jiming suddenly felt a bloody taste in his mouth. I told you to behave yourself, Li Ziqiang said with a hint of ferocity in his tone. He despises criminals like these who even kidnap children the most. But Shinsu saw a different emotion in the other person's eyes. He didn't seem to hate or dislike the kid, nor did he seem angry because his bargaining chips were taken away. Instead, it feels more like something you cherish has been taken away by someone else. But isn't he a kidnapper? Shinsu's eyes darkened slightly. However, the current situation here has already caused quite a stir, and staying any longer might cause even greater panic. Let's go back to the station first and say hello to the traffic police department. Shinsu looked at Li Ziqiang. I understand. Li Ziqiang responded. Half an hour later. Shinsu and Li Ziqiang each brought one back to the station. Wow, it looks like a great harvest. When Lu Qingmei saw this scene, she immediately came over with Shin Duo. Brother Shin, who is this person? Han Zhengcheng also hurriedly stepped forward, his eyes rolling around at Shinsu and the others. This child is a kidnapped hostage and he seems unable to speak. See if you can find some clues on him. Shinsu handed the little boy in his arms to Lu Qingmei. Women are better at comforting children. Okay. Lu Qingmei quickly took it. Take him to the interrogation room. After handing over the child, Shinsu planned to interrogate He Jiming carefully. Okay. Li Ziqiang carried the person and walked towards the room. He Jiming's eyes were on the little boy the whole time. Shinsu saw all of this. Inside the interrogation room, Li Ziqiang was leaning back in the chair, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Tell the truth, why did you kidnap that little boy just now? Li Ziqiang slammed the notebook in his hand heavily on the table. It looks extremely majestic and impressive. However, He Jiming seemed to have not heard his words at all. He sat in the chair blankly, as if his soul had left his body. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Li Ziqiang's voice became a little higher. The other party still didn't respond. Oh, I have such a bad temper. Li Ziqiang has already started rolling up his sleeves. Shinsu was so confused watching from the sidelines. Did this guy take interrogation classes seriously in the police academy? This interrogation process seems to be something you've seen in police and gangster movies. Shinsu raised his hand and pressed Li Ziqiang's shoulder, pushing him back onto the chair. Li Ziqiang looked up at him in confusion. Shinsu did not make any comment, but just stared at He Jiming opposite him quietly. Is that child your son? Li Ziqiang frowned when he heard this. What is the problem? If that child was this guy's child, why would he be tied up and thrown in the trunk? But Shinsu obviously noticed that his question caused He Jiming, who had been in a trance, to slightly change his expression. But if you look closely, you two don't look alike. The little boy outside has fair skin and tender flesh, and you can tell at first glance that he was a young master who was brought up in pampering. Look at you, you are thin, weak, and have dark skin. You can't give birth to such an outstanding child. When Shinsu said the latter part, his tone was somewhat sarcastic. Chapter 22. Would you like to go back with me? What's so good about him? As soon as Shinsu said that, He Jiming looked up and glared at him fiercely. Even the handcuffs leaning against the stool made a clanging sound as he swung them around. A faint smile appeared on Shinsu's lips. His approach was correct. Isn't he excellent? He was a little boy of 4 or 5 years old, but he didn't cry or make a fuss after I rescued him. It can be seen that he has seen big scenes since he was a child. Look at you, I just said that you can't give birth to a child like that, and you got so anxious. How can you be a family? Shinsu continued to increase his firepower. So what if I can't give birth to a child like that? In the eyes of people like you, do we ants not deserve to live in this world? Ah. Do we deserve to die? He Jiming looked so ferocious that he almost wanted to eat Shinsu alive. Li Ziqiang was stunned. Didn't he just refuse to say anything? Why did you suddenly go crazy? Shinsu keenly caught a hint of something strange in He Jiming's words. Are they ants not worthy of living? So what is his relationship with the life of that little boy? You have children too? Shinsu continued to look for a breakthrough. Aren't you policemen very powerful? Go and check it out yourself. He Jiming probably came to his senses at this time and realized that Shinsu was deliberately provoking him and trying to get information out of him. He snorted coldly, closed his eyes and said no more. Shinsu was not disappointed, at least he had gotten some things out of him. Keep asking, don't let him rest. Shinsu finally released his hand on Li Ziqiang's shoulder and turned to leave the interrogation room. Li Ziqiang, who was left alone in the interrogation room. Aha! What is going on? Why was he left alone? Why did this guy enter a fugue state again? How would he start now? Li Ziqiang's mind raced for a moment, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he slammed the table again. Who told you to close your eyes? Open them now. Li Ziqiang was giving full play to his abilities in the interrogation room. Outside, Lu Qingmei and Han Zhengcheng were surrounding the little boy and asking him questions. But the little boy didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even raise his eyes. After Shinsu came out, Lu Qingmei spread her hands and said, "This kid must be really dumb. I tried various methods but couldn't make him speak." Then can he write? Shinsu looked at the little boy in front of him with a headache. I asked him, but there was no response. Lu Qingmei shrugged. He probably just doesn't want to bother with us. Han Jingcheng on the side suddenly spoke up. Shinsu and Lu Qingmei's eyes both fell on him. Han Jingcheng's back felt tight for a moment. Well, the clothes he is wearing are the school uniform of an international school. The tuition of this school is extremely high, and the admission requirements are very strict. If you have physical or mental defects, you will not be allowed to enter the school. Han Jingcheng explained hesitantly. You also know this? Shinsu was a little surprised. Ahem. Han Jingcheng's face flushed immediately. I've seen the enrollment brochure of this school before. Is that so? Shinsu nodded, without asking any further questions, and once again turned his gaze to the little boy sitting on the stool. But if he is not mute and is physically and mentally healthy, why hasn't he said a word since he was rescued? I'm scared. Lu Qingmei touched her chin thoughtfully. Children will probably cry when they are frightened, but I don't see that he is frightened. Han Jingcheng responded. Can we find his information by comparing his face and fingerprints? Shinsu asked Lu Qingmei. Xiao Han just tried it and didn't find it. Lu Qingmei shook her head. Then we can start with the school he attends. Shinsu looked at the child's school uniform. That's possible. Lu Qingmei nodded in agreement. Since you know something about this school, I'll leave this matter to you. Shinsu looked at Han Jingcheng. Me? Han Jingcheng pointed at himself in surprise when he heard this. Don't want to? Shinsu frowned. That, isn't it? Han Jingcheng looked a little hesitant. Since it's not your job, I'll leave it to you. Shinsu didn't hesitate. There are not many people in the institute, and everyone has to contribute. Otherwise, when will we be able to get promoted? Okay. Han Jingcheng moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words back and lowered his head to accept the task. What should we do with the child? It's getting late, and we can't let him stay in the station overnight. Lu Qingmei looked at the time. Shinsu looked at Lu Qingmei and was about to speak, but Lu Qingmei had already guessed what he was going to say and immediately raised her hand to stop him. I can't take care of a child. Shinsu. You should take the person back. After all, you have duo at home. It doesn't matter if you take one or two. Lu Qingmei opened her red lips. Shinsu. Okay, today I'm already getting off work an hour later than usual. I have to go home for a beauty treatment. See you tomorrow. Lu Qingmei picked up her bag and left swaying, probably to prevent Shinsu from forcing any tasks on her. Shinsu. I guess Li Ziqiang is the only one in this institute who has some ambition. Dad, are we going to take him home today? Although Shinduo hadn't said anything just now, she had listened to their entire conversation. As soon as Lu Qingmei left, she looked up and asked Shinsu. Are you willing to take him home? Shinsu asked softly. That is his and Duoduo's home. If Duo doesn't want to, then there is only one last option. Shinsu's gaze fell on the old director's office. Of course. Unexpectedly, Shinduo nodded heavily. Then he took the little boy's hand and said, Come home with me. My dad is a superhero. With him around, no one will bully us. The little boy looked at the little girl holding his hand and subconsciously wanted to pull it back. But for some reason, when he met the little girl's bright and clear eyes, the movement of his hands stopped again. Seeing his daughter being so enthusiastic, Shinsu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Okay, now that it's like this, we can only take the person home first. Shinsu sighed, but still asked the little boy, Are you willing to go back with me? The little boy didn't answer immediately, but his eyes were all on Shinduo's hand holding his. Shinsu didn't hold out hope that the little boy would respond to him. When he was about to take the two little guys home, he actually nodded. Shinsu. This little guy is indeed fine. Then let's go quickly. When Shinduo saw the little boy nodded, she hurriedly took him by the hand and walked out the door. There is no need for my old father to carry me back home. Shinsu looked at the two little figures holding hands and suddenly felt a little regretful. This little thing should be given to the old director. And at the same time, a black Maybach stopped at the door of the criminal police brigade. The driver quickly went around to the back seat and respectfully opened the door. Chapter 23: A woman to watch from a distance. A foot wearing high heels stepped out. The exquisite shape makes her instep look extremely sexy. Looking up is a pair of long and straight legs, and the fair skin is so dazzling that it is difficult to open your eyes. The tight skirt perfectly shows off her waist to hip ratio, and the white shirt neutralizes the sexiness while adding a bit of intellectuality. The little face was charming and seductive, with long curly black hair as black as a waterfall tied up at the side with just a plain hairpin. His eyes were extremely cold and arrogant, just like an immortal in the clouds high above. People can only watch from a distance and dare not get close. After Wang Song received the news that the Song family was coming in person, he rushed to the door almost immediately. Just then he saw Song Shuyao getting out of the car. This scene made even this middle-aged man who had been through many battles and had long seen through the world of mortals, unable to help but stare at it for a few more seconds. But the dignity emanating from the other person instantly brought him back to his senses, and he quickly went up to him. "Hello, Miss Song." Wang Song's attitude was extremely humble. "Let's talk inside." Song Shuyao didn't like being stared at, and even felt extremely disgusted when she felt someone's eyes on her. Especially men. "Okay." Wang Song quickly led Song Shuyao to the bureau. Wang Song was able to climb to his current position because he has a first-rate ability to read people's expressions. Knowing that Song Shuyao didn't like being in the spotlight, he deliberately blocked most of the sight for her along the way. After entering his office, he closed the door and even drew down the curtains. After all, Song Shuyao had someone with her, so there was no need to worry about news of a single man and a single woman being in the same room spreading. "Miss Song, have some tea." Wang Song took out the pu'er tea that he had treasured for a long time and personally made a cup of tea for Song Shuyao. "I didn't come to see you today to drink tea." Song Shuyao didn't even raise his eyelids. "I know, Miss Song, you came here in person. I think it's about your son's case. Don't worry, I have sent my most capable subordinates to handle this case. I believe there will be news soon." Wang Song felt a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. This little girl is old enough to be his daughter, but when he stood in front of her, he didn't even have the courage to look her in the eyes. These are the descendants cultivated by a true aristocratic family. It's been so long and there's still no news. It seems that your capable subordinate is not that good. Song Shuyao's voice was as cold as ever, but Wang Song could sense a sense of anger. "Miss Song, there are too few clues you can provide. We can only start the investigation from the beginning, which will take a little longer." Wang Song raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Call your capable subordinate over here." Song Shuyao opened her red lips. Well, he is just a rough man who only knows how to solve cases. Don't offend you. Just ask me directly if you have anything to say." When Wang Song heard that Song Shuyao wanted to see Ren Haipeng, he immediately tried to smooth things over. He knew the ancestor's temper very well. It would be fine if the two of them could get along well, but if they accidentally started to quarrel, he wouldn't know who to pull. "I said I want to see him." Song Shuyao didn't want to listen to these evasive words. She just raised her eyes slightly and looked at Wang Song steadily. There was not much emotion in that look, but it was enough to convey her unquestionable decision to Wang Song. Wang Song had no choice but to ask someone to call Ren Haipeng. Ren Haipeng was busy investigating a case and originally didn't intend to pay attention to it. Maybe the person who called him said that Wang Song said that no matter what work he was doing, he had to put it down. Ren Haipeng frowned and had to go to find Wang Song reluctantly. He didn't even knock on the door and just barged in. "Director Wang, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I'm busy," Ren Haipeng said with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Don't you see I have a guest here? He came into my office without even knocking. Where are the rules? Why don't you apologize to the guest immediately?" Wang Song glared at him. I hope Ren Haipeng can receive his reminder. It was not until this time that Ren Haipeng noticed that there was another person in the room. His eyes moved around the other person and quickly looked away. "Director Wang, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first," Ren Haipeng said and prepared to leave. "Stop right there." Wang Song was almost pissed off by this guy. "This is Miss Song. The case I gave you was commissioned by her." Wang Song deliberately emphasized the word Song so that the boy would remember that the other party's identity was not someone they could afford to offend. But Ren Haipeng seemed to have not received Wang Song's reminder at all, and still looked as if he didn't care about anyone. "There has been no new progress in the case. Do you have any new clues to provide?" Wang Song wanted to slap him twice. What's the tone? Even he didn't dare to talk to Song Shuya like that. Song Shuya's expression did not change, and for a moment it was hard to tell whether she was angry or not. Wang Song didn't know what to say and could only stand aside anxiously. You solved 3 cases in one day? Song Shuya looked Ren Haipeng up and down, her lips slightly parted. It's not me. Ren Haipeng denied it directly. If not you, then who else could it be? Song Shuya frowned slightly. Miss Song, what he meant was that the case was not completed by him alone, but was the result of everyone's joint efforts. Wang Song hurriedly provided cover and glared at Ren Haipeng, warning him to be careful with his words. Ren Haipeng only felt that the breath in his heart was getting tighter. Captain Ren, I have investigated you. Since you joined the criminal police team, your crime-solving rate has been 100%. I thought your ability was worthy of your honor, but I have handed the case to you for so long, and now you haven't made any progress. I am a little suspicious that you are not worthy of your reputation. Song Shuyao lowered his tone a little when he spoke the latter part, and there was a bit of danger in his eyes. If you don't believe in my ability, you can find someone else to take over the case. Ren Haipeng met the other person's gaze without fear. For a moment, the air in the office seemed to become a little thin. Wang Song couldn't just stand by and watch any longer, so he stepped forward and slapped Ren Haipeng on the head. How can you talk like that, you little brat? The case is already in your hands, how can you let it go? Hurry up and get back to investigate the case. Yes, I'll go right away. Ren Haipeng was not angry after being beaten. He turned around and left. Song Shuyao's gaze was always on Ren Haipeng, with emotions fluctuating in her eyes, making it difficult to guess her emotions at the moment. Miss Song, I have long told you that he is a rough man who is only concerned with investigating cases. You can tell from his attitude towards me. In his eyes, there are only cases and other things. You must not take it to heart. Wang Song still loved his subordinate Ren Haipeng very much, and he defended him a few words at the risk of offending Song Shuyao. Chapter 24, No Clothes or Naked. Song Shuyao slowly withdrew her gaze and glanced lightly at Wang Song in front of her. I'll give you one more day. If you still can't give me what I want by tomorrow, everything we agreed on before will be null and void. Miss Song. Wang Song wanted to buy some time, but before he could finish his words, Song Shuyao had already stood up and left. He wanted to chase after him, but Song Shuyao's bodyguard stopped him. In the end, he can only watch Song Shuyao's figure disappear from his sight. Wang Song frowned, saying that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. But it didn't say it was so dangerous. Ren Haipeng, get in here. Wang Song shouted at the top of his voice from outside. After a while, Ren Haipeng returned to Wang Song's office. Director Wang, do you have any other instructions? Ren Haipeng asked perfunctorily. I say, has your brain been blocked by the case? Couldn't you see when I winked at you just now? Wang Song really wanted to pry open Ren Haipeng's head to see what was inside. Are you winking at me? I thought you had an eye cramp. Ren Haipeng said quietly. You. Wang Song covered his chest in anger and almost collapsed on the spot. It took me a while to come back to my senses. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Ren Haipeng. Do you think I'm forcing you to associate with those people? Do you know the identity of that person just now? She is Song Shuyao. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be the one in charge of the Song family in the future. The Song family has so many descendants, but she was recognized by Mr. Song just because she was a woman. Do you think she is such a simple person? If you offend her here today, both of us will have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Wang Song slammed the table in anger. If you are so afraid of offending people, why did you take this case in the first place? There was no fear on Ren Haipeng's face. You. I'm doing this for you. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me outside? Yes, your crime-solving rate is high, but I've told you many times that promotion depends not only on solving cases, you also have to be a good person. Wang Song felt like his brain was lacking oxygen. In my eyes, there is only the case. Ren Haipeng's attitude was also very tough. You. Wang Song almost vomited blood. I talk so much about love, but this kid didn't listen to a word I said. Okay, if you want to talk about the case, then let me ask you, has there been any progress in this case? Wang Song said firmly. Not yet. Ren Haipeng answered quite straightforwardly. We have just been given a deadline. If you can't find any clues before tomorrow, you said you would transfer Shinsu to your team, and you will probably have to accompany him. Wang Song said sternly. Investigating a case is not like eating. It can't be done at a fixed time and place. If she is really that capable, why doesn't she investigate it herself? And call the police? What Ren Haipeng hates most are those people who don't understand Chang'an but still want to meddle in other people's affairs. You, get out of here. Wang Song felt his heart was about to collapse, so he grabbed the teacup on the table and threw it over. Ren Haipeng easily dodged to the side, stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. You must give me the results before tomorrow. Wang Song shouted at his back. Ren Haipeng did not respond at all. Wang Song put all his strength into the figure behind him and took several deep breaths, finally calming his rapid heartbeat. At this time, Shinsu had already brought Shinduo and the little boy back home. There are usually no guests here, so Shinsu could only give him Shinduo's spare slippers. Put this on first. The little boy looked at the pink bunny slippers and frowned slightly. If you don't want to wear anything, just go barefoot. Shinsu did not ignore his subtle expression. The little boy gritted his teeth and finally put it on. You are so dirty. Go take a shower first. Can you do it by yourself? Shinsu looked at the dirty little boy and asked. The little boy nodded. Shinsu then found the towel and went to Shinduo's room to find a new set of pajamas. This is new, you just have to wear it for now. When Shinsu handed the thing to the little boy, the other's hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and he couldn't lift it at all. You can be naked if you don't want to wear it. Shinsu said as he was about to take it back. He didn't want to let this brat wear his daughter's clothes. He was actually disgusted at first. But he never expected that the little boy grabbed the clothes in his hand and turned into the bathroom. Shinsu. Snort. What a rude little brat. Duo, come on, Daddy will take you to wash up next door. After hearing the sound of water running in the bathroom, Shinsu took Shinduo to the next room. Shinduo was taught very well and can take a bath and dress herself. It's things like washing hair that require Shinsu's help. When Shinsu came out after blow-drying Shinduo's hair, he saw the shy little boy in pink pajamas in the living room. This dress suits you very well. Shinsu looked at it and wanted to laugh. When I bought it for Shinduo, it was a little big, so I just put it away. I didn't expect it to be given to this little brat for a good price. When the little boy heard Shinsu's words, his ears suddenly turned red. He wanted to take off his clothes immediately, but his own clothes were too dirty to wear. Seeing the kid wanting to take off his clothes but unable to, and wearing them stubbornly, Shinsu's smile deepened. This looks a bit like a child. The previous one really looked like an exquisite doll. You two go to sleep today. Call me if you need anything. Shinsu took Shinduo and the little boy to the next room. There are only 2 rooms here. A bedroom for him and a bedroom for Duo. The child seemed quite defensive towards him and probably didn't want to sleep with him. The 2 children are still so young, it's okay for them to sleep in the same room. Shinduo was very happy and happily gave up her half of the bed. You have to go to school tomorrow, so don't stay out too late. Shinsu gave her a special reminder before leaving. After all, he knew his daughter's temper very well. I know. Shinduo responded obediently in the quilt. But after Shinsu closed the door for them, Shinduo immediately turned her head and looked at the little boy beside her. Do you still remember me? Shinduo's eyes sparkled. The little boy looked at her without reacting. It was you who waved to me before. Shinduo explained. Wave? When the little boy heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the figure he had seen by the window before. Is it you? The little boy finally spoke. It was me. I told Dad there was someone over there, so he went to find you. Shinduo became excited when she saw that the little boy was willing to talk to her. Chapter 25 You saved me. So it was you who saved me? The little boy had connected the whole incident together. It was me and my father, no, Uncle Lee and I who saved you together. Shinduo counted on her fingers and included everyone. The little boy didn't respond for a long time. Shinduo looked at him with some confusion. Why don't you speak? Doesn't the person who arrested you have a grudge against you? I don't know. The little boy turned over and stared at the ceiling above his head blankly. You didn't seem scared at all. Dad said you didn't even cry when he rescued you. Shinduo felt that she could not do what he did. If she was taken away by a stranger and couldn't see her father, she would definitely cry. Why are you crying? The little boy asked with confusion in his tone. I cry when I'm scared. But I'm not afraid. Aren't you afraid of leaving your parents? Shinduo was surprised. They weren't with me originally. Why? Are they gone now? No. Then why aren't they with you? Shinduo asked curiously. Have no idea. How come you don't know anything? It was the first time that Shinduo met someone who was so bad at chatting. I know a lot, but I don't know the answers to the questions you asked. The little boy began. I didn't ask anything. But none of the teachers you asked taught me. Okay, your teacher is really weird. Shinduo covered her mouth and yawned. Okay, let's go to bed quickly. Dad said we can't play until late. Yeah. The little boy responded and said nothing more. Soon, the sound of steady breathing was heard beside him. When he turned his head, Shinduo had fallen asleep. I fell asleep really quickly. The little boy leaned slightly to the side and looked at the little girl in front of him. When she sleeps, she looks like an exquisite doll. She said she saw him and that's why she asked her father to rescue her. She is so young, does her father believe everything she says? And why does she talk so much and ask so many questions? When speaking, his eyes are always fixed on the person. Those people waiting at home never dared to look him in the eye. The little boy had a lot of strange thoughts in his mind, and finally he fell asleep without knowing when. Shinso, who had been guarding outside the door, quietly opened the door after he heard that there was finally no more talking in the room. The two little ones on the bed were already asleep. The expression in Shinso's eyes softened a lot. He straightened the quilt for them before turning around and leaving. Early the next morning, Shinso was about to go and wake Shinduo up. I never expected that as soon as I opened the door, I saw the little boy sitting obediently on the stool beside me. He seemed to be still holding Shinduo's textbook in his hand. Shinduo was still sleeping soundly in the quilt. Why are you up so early? Shinsu was a little surprised. I'm used to it. The little boy answered in a serious tone. Then wait a moment, I'll get your clothes for you. Shinsu didn't expect that this little guy was so self-disciplined. It seems that he is not a child from an ordinary family. I don't know whether Han Zhengcheng has found any clues. Shinsu brought in the little guy's clothes. He washed and dried this overnight. You should know how to put on the clothes, right? Shinsu asked. Yeah. The little boy nodded at Shinsu, took the clothes, turned around and went to the bathroom. This look, which made Shinsu laugh, was like that of an adult. Then he walked to the bed and gently pinched Shinduo's nose. Duo, hurry up and get up. You're late for school again. Shinduo opened her eyes in a daze. It's like a kitten that just woke up, so cute that you can't help but stroke it. Get up quickly, Daddy will make breakfast for you. Shinsu pulled Shinduo up, and after making sure that she was awake, he left the room. By the time Shinduo and the little boy came out of the room, Shinsu's breakfast was ready. Eat quickly, I'll take you to school after you're done. Shinsu took off his apron. Shinduo climbed onto the stool skillfully. The little boy looked at Shinsu, thinking that he probably wouldn't be able to carry him, so he also followed Shinduo's example and climbed onto the stool by himself. Eat quickly. Shinsu grabbed his own portion and ate 2 mouthfuls. I thought it was still early, but after a little trouble it's already here now. Shinduo must arrive on time 1 day a week. I'm starting to eat. The little boy said to Shinsu, then picked up the chopsticks. It was obvious that he might not be used to eating soy milk and fried dough sticks, as he only took a few bites and put it down. Shinsu didn't force him, because the child would always eat when he was hungry. After Shinduo finished eating, Shinsu picked her up and turned back to give the little boy some instructions. Follow me. The 3 of them hurried downstairs and headed towards Shinduo's kindergarten. After rushing, I finally got the person in before the class bell rang. Just stay at home and I'll come back to play with you after school. Shinduo waved to the little boy before following the teacher into the school. The boy neither agreed nor refused, but just watched her enter the school. Okay, now I have to deal with your problem. Shinsu lowered his head and looked at the little thing that was not even as tall as his thigh. When the little boy heard this, he immediately retracted his gaze. Do you remember your parents' names? Shunsu asked. The little boy remained silent. Do you remember where you live? Continue to be silent. Do you know the phone numbers of your parents and relatives? Still silent. Shunsu sighed softly. If he hadn't heard these things and talked to Duo last night, I would really have thought he was a mute. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Take it back to the station first. Shunsu took the little thing back to the institute. The institute was unusually quiet. The old director had not arrived yet, and Lu Qingmei was the only one in the hall, dressing in front of the mirror. Has everyone else not arrived yet? Shunsu looked around. I'm here. Before Lu Qingmei could answer, a tired voice sounded from behind Shunsu. When Shunsu turned around, he saw Li Ziqiang with black eyes. What's wrong with you? Shunsu's eyes were full of surprise. The guy inside is really a stubborn guy. I've tried everything but he just won't talk. Li Ziqiang slumped down on the stool and took a big gulp of cold water. So you spent the whole night with him? Shunsu raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Li Ziqiang sighed. Shunsu. He is really a sincere person. Where's Xiaohan? Hasn't he come back yet? Shunsu asked again. I don't know. I just came out. Li Ziqiang shook his head, trying to sober himself up. Shunsu was just thinking about whether he should call Han Zhengcheng to see if he had any clues. There was a noise at the door. Chapter 26. Can you have anything? Brother Shen. Han Zhengcheng ran in with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. What happened? Is someone chasing you? Shunsu looked behind him in confusion. No, it's... Han Zhengcheng didn't know how to explain for a moment. What's the matter? Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Shunsu asked. Han Zhengcheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start, so he just kept gesticulating. Shunsu couldn't understand it at all. Just as he was wondering if this guy was stimulated by something, he heard a series of footsteps coming from the direction of the door. It was the crisp sound of extremely thin heels stepping on the concrete floor. When Shunsu looked up, he saw a very charming woman walking towards him. A black pencil skirt, paired with a white shirt, and a black suit of the same color as the skirt. Her long, smooth hair was tied into an exquisite bun behind her back. Flaming red lips and picturesque features. A total workplace witch. Li Ziqiang, who was so tired that he couldn't even stand up, was so amazed that he stood up immediately. Shunsu inexplicably felt that this woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. And just when he was distracted, the little boy standing behind him quietly took another step back. Come here. The woman opened her red lips, her tone cold and dangerous. Shunsu's thoughts were immediately pulled back. Is this woman talking to him? But he soon realized that the other person was not looking at him at all, but at the person behind him. Shunsu looked back and saw the little boy walking slowly towards her under the woman's gaze. The woman glanced up and down at the little boy standing in front of her. Are you hurt? The little boy shook his head. When the woman heard this, she looked at the bodyguard behind her, who immediately stepped forward and picked up the little boy. The little boy also knew that he should go back. But Duo asked him to wait for her at home. The little boy couldn't help but look at Shunsu beside him. Suddenly he thought of something and took off a jade pendant from his neck and handed it over. Give it to Duo. The little boy spoke to Shunsu for the first time. Shunsu took a look at the jade pendant in the little boy's hand. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint white light. This thing is obviously priceless and will never go out of fashion. This is too expensive. Shunsu declined. The little boy frowned and patted the bodyguard who was holding him. The man immediately understood what he meant and let the man go. The little boy ran to Shunsu and stuffed the jade pendant directly into his hand. Shunsu wanted to say something, but he had already spoken first. This is what I gave to Duo. Only she can refuse it. Shunsu. Okay, this little thing does make sense. In that case, I'll help you pass it on. If Duo doesn't want it, how should I return it to you? Shunsu asked. The little boy looked back at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard immediately took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Shunsu. This is my contact information. You can contact me if you have any questions. Shunsu took it and there was only a phone number on it. Can we leave now? asked the woman who had been standing nearby without saying anything. The little boy nodded and returned to the bodyguard again. He let the bodyguard carry him away. But the woman stood there and did not leave. Her eyes moved around Shinsu for a few times, and finally she spoke. This time, my Song family owes you a favor. Just tell me what you want. Shinsu raised his eyebrows. This tone was really too arrogant. Don't even ask him what he wants, just let him say it directly. If I ask for the stars in the sky, can you also get them for me? Shinsu said softly. Han Zhengcheng on the side immediately tugged at his sleeve and whispered something in his ear. Brother Shin, she is the heir of the Song family, the first family in Beijing. The first family in the capital? Shinsu's eyes flashed. If this is your request, I can satisfy it. Song Shuyao naturally heard what Han Zhengcheng said, but there was no change in his expression. Han Zhengcheng tugged at his sleeve again. Miss Song, you're too polite. It was just a joke. You don't owe me anything. Shinsu was no longer smiling. The people you saved are from my Song family. Song Shuyao reminded. I saved him because he is a citizen of our country and because I am a policeman, not because he is a member of your Song family. Even if he is just a beggar now, I will still save him. Shinsu spoke word by word. Song Shuyao frowned, and her eyes became deep as she looked at Shinsu. Is this what he really means, or does he want more? And just when Song Shuyao was judging Shinsu, he suddenly laughed again. Of course, if you really want to thank me, then give me a banner and help me publicize my heroic deeds of saving people. Song Shuyao, Han Zhengcheng, Lu Qingmei, Li Ziqiang. What's wrong? Is this request difficult? Shinsu looked at Song Shuyao, who had been silent, and asked tentatively. Are you sure this is all you want? Song Shuyao confirmed again. Yes, this is it. Shinsu said firmly. Okay, I promise you. Song Shuyao was sure that Shinsu was not joking, so she agreed and turned and left. It was not until the figure completely disappeared from sight that the others came to their senses. Shinsu, is your brain filled with glue? He is a member of the Song family. If you want the stars in the sky, they can get them for you. Why do you only ask for a banner? Li Ziqiang was the first to be indignant. Yes, the Shin family has always been very generous. Didn't you want to be transferred to the criminal police team before? Just tell her and you can go to the criminal police team in the afternoon. Han Zhengcheng also felt a little regretful. Why, you all want me to leave so much? Shinsu raised his eyebrows. Of course not, I just feel that you missed a great opportunity. Li Ziqiang said dimly. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Han Zhengcheng sighed. Don't worry, I won't regret it. But how did you get in touch with the Song family? Shinsu asked. Didn't you ask me to go to the school yesterday to ask about that little guy? So I went there with the photo, and only then did I find out that this person was from the Song family. The school immediately contacted the Song family, and then they came with me to pick up the person. Han Zhengcheng briefly explained the situation. Shinsu nodded. Okay, now that the little guy has been sent back, I should go meet the one inside. You go, I can't bear it anymore. When Li Ziqiang heard that Shinsu was going to interrogate He Jiming, he quickly waved his hands, turned around and slumped back in his seat. Shinsu didn't force it and went into the interrogation room by himself. Chapter 27. Who do you think you saved? The lights in the interrogation room were dim. He Jiming was still leaning on the chair like yesterday, but he looked a little tired. But those eyes were always frighteningly bright. It was obvious that Li Ziqiang had not subdued him. Are you still on shift? He Jiming showed a hint of sarcasm when he saw Shinsu sitting in front of him. Someone from the Song family just came over, and the child has been taken back by them. Shinsu was not dragged away by He Jiming, but spoke quietly instead. Sure enough, when He Jiming heard this, a dark color suddenly emerged in the depths of his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Are you very angry now? Are you so angry that you want to punch me twice? But what can I do? You took so much effort to catch this person, but I let him go easily. You said that you have been going around for so long, but in the end you still end up with nothing. Isn't that very similar to your life? Shinsu leaned all his weight on the chair behind him and asked slowly. His tone sounded like he was chatting with a friend he had known for a long time, but every word he said was heart-piercing. He Jiming's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say anything. You won't be able to see the child again anyway. The charge of kidnapping alone is enough to put you in jail for several years. After Shinsu finished speaking, as if he really didn't want to ask any more questions, he stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Jiming suddenly struggled to stand up and tried to knock Shinsu down. However, the shackles on his hands restricted his movements, making it impossible for him to cross the interrogation table in front of him. Do you think you are a messenger of justice? Who do you think you saved? They are all demons, and they are the ones who deserve to go to hell. Jiming shouted hysterically with his bloodshot eyes wide open. What did they do to make you so resentful? Shinsu stared at the crazy person on the internet in front of him with a deep gaze. What did you do? Does it matter now? It doesn't matter at all. Ha, this world is dirty, ugly, and despicable. You are the same, you are in cahoots with each other, you are all birds of the same flock. Ha ha. Jiming started laughing while cursing, but then he started crying again while laughing. Looking at him like this, Shinsu always felt that there seemed to be some hidden story. But no matter how much he provoked him, Jiming refused to say another word. After coming out of the interrogation room, Shinsu's expression was always somewhat serious. Xiao Shen, you handled the case very well this time. Just prepare yourself. People from the bureau will come to pick up the person later and you can hand over the case then. When the old director saw Shinsu coming out, he patted his shoulder very kindly. After Shinsu went in to interrogate Jiming, the old director came and had already learned the whole story from Lu Qingmei and others. After knowing that the people Shinsu rescued this time were only from the Song family, he couldn't stop smiling. The bureau is coming to arrest someone? Shinsu was stunned when he heard this. Yes, this is not an ordinary kidnapping case. The bureau attaches great importance to it. We will leave it to them to follow up, said the old director. We were the ones who captured Karen. Shinsu frowned. I know it was you who caught it. Didn't I just praise you? The old director raised his eyebrows. I think there is something hidden in this case. Can you let me find out? Shinsu asked. I also want you to investigate, but the leader of the bureau called me personally. How can I refuse? The old director sighed. Shinsu's brows furrowed even more. Okay, this time it's people from the bureau who are here to pick someone up. Your contribution is definitely the greatest, but I may not necessarily get justice for you this time. After saying this, the old director returned to his office with the thermos cup. Shinsu was still standing there, his eyes full of emotion. Okay, think positively. Our place is small, and we can basically handle small cases. Cases like kidnapping, murder and arson are all handed over to higher-ups. Li Ziqiang thought that Shinsu was sad because he had to hand over Jiming, so he stepped forward to comfort him. Have you found out Jiming's identity and background? Shinsu suddenly asked. Li Ziqiang was a little slow to react. Is there any information about Jiming's growth trajectory from birth to now? Shinsu asked again. I didn't investigate this in detail. We only found out his identity and then arrested him. We didn't have time to investigate in detail after we caught him. Li Ziqiang shook his head. Check it now, Shinsu said anxiously. It will probably take some time for the people from the bureau to come and pick up the person. If we can find some useful clues during this time, maybe we can delay it. Why do we suddenly want to investigate his life trajectory? Hasn't the kidnapper been caught red-handed? Li Ziqiang was a little confused. Check first, Shinsu urged. Oh. After this case, Li Ziqiang has already obeyed Shinsu's words and turned around to investigate. But he suddenly remembered that he was not good at these things. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingmei's lazy voice rang out. Jiming was born in a remote mountain village in Yunnan province. Both his parents have passed away. He entered society at the age of 12. I lived by doing odd jobs until I became an adult. After I became an adult, I worked as a janitor in a bar. I don't have a girlfriend, I'm not married, and I don't have children. How did you know that? Shinsu looked over immediately after hearing this. I found out. Lu Qingmei played with the curly hair in front of her. Is this all you found? Is there anything else? Shinsu asked quickly. What else do you want to check? Lu Qingmei raised her eyebrows. Anything is fine. The more detailed the better. Shinsu said firmly. Okay. Lu Qingmei seemed a little reluctant, but still sat back in front of the computer. His slender fingers tapped carelessly on the keyboard. His social media accounts are all very clean and basically no content has been posted. Lu Qingmei stared at the computer screen. Where are the shopping records? Can we check them? Shinsu's voice sounded behind Lu Qingmei's head. Lu Qingmei was startled. When she turned around, she saw Shinsu standing behind her at some point, staring at her computer screen. I wonder if it's a bit impolite to get so close to a woman. Lu Qingmei adjusted the ending of her voice slightly, with a hint of ambiguous emotion flowing between her eyebrows. Can you find out his shopping records? Shinsu seemed to feel nothing and looked at her steadily. Lu Qingmei. Of course I can, but why do you want to see his shopping records? Lu Qingmei's tone was a little more unhappy. Chapter 28 Deliberate Seduction. You can see a lot of different things in a person's shopping history. For example, if I have children, there will be a lot of children's things in my shopping history. For example, you, a single girl, most of your shopping records will be clothes, jewelry, bags, shoes, and the like. Shinsu said. You know a lot. Lu Qingmei muttered, her fingers flying. In less than a moment, He Jining's shopping records appeared on the computer screen. Are these all his? Shinsu asked. Yes, both. Lu Qingmei nodded. Shinsu immediately bent down and grabbed the mouse beside him and started sliding it down. His eyes quickly scanned every purchase record. What he didn't know was that this action of his almost completely embraced Lu Qingmei in his arms. Lu Qingmei could clearly smell the scent of young hormones emanating from Shinsu. Did this guy do this on purpose? Want to seduce her this way? A scheming man. However, she has always adhered to the principle of not eating grass in her own backyard. But if she was so handsome, she could change her principles a little. What are these? Just when Lu Qingmei's thoughts drifted away, Shinsu suddenly spoke. In an instant, the charming atmosphere disappeared. Lu Qingmei couldn't help rolling her eyes and turned to look at the screen. What else could this be? It's just a school bag and stationery. But you just said that He Jining has no girlfriend, is not married, and has no children. Why is there such a child's school enrollment package in his shopping records? Shinsu asked. How would I know? Maybe it's a gift for a friend? Lu Qingmei raised her eyebrows. A gift for a friend? Shinsu always felt that it was not that simple. Can you find out who this gift was given to? Shinsu asked again. Brother, do you think of me as a wishing machine? I am a human being, not a god. If I were so powerful, I would just set up a fortune-telling stall under the overpass. Why would I stay here? Lu Qingmei couldn't help rolling her eyes. Where did He Jining work before? Shinsu also knew that his request just now was a bit unreasonable. On the bar street in the south of the city. Lu Qingmei said. I'm going out for a while. Remember not to let anyone take He Jining away before I come back. Shinsu said this and left in a hurry. Lu Qingmei wanted to say something, but the person had already disappeared at the door. Well, I've been busy for such a long time, and you didn't even say thank you. Sister Qingmei, didn't you promise the old director that you would never secretly hack into other people's computers again? Han Jingcheng asked cautiously. Am I invading someone? I'm investigating a suspect. Lu Qingmei said seriously. There seems to be no difference between the two. Han Zhangcheng had a complicated expression. If I say yes, then yes. Do you have any objection? Lu Qingmei glared at him. Han Zhangcheng immediately shook his head like a rattle. How dare he do that? I'm telling you to, shut up. If I find out that any of you gossips in front of the director, I will pull out your tongue. Lu Qingmei looked at them with a smile. The two of them immediately covered their mouths and stepped back. Not long after Shinsu left, two suspicious faces entered the station. Hello, we are from the South City Public Security Bureau, and we are here to pick someone up. The other party's tone was cold and arrogant. When Li Ziqiang heard this, he immediately looked at Lu Qingmei next to him and asked with his mouth. What do we do now? How would I know what to do? Lu Qingmei rolled her eyes at him. Before Shinsu left, he told us not to let anyone take He Jining away before he came back. Li Ziqiang continued. I called Brother Shin, but no one answered the phone. Han Zhengcheng also joined the group chat. He's really good at causing trouble. Lu Qingmei gritted her teeth. Hello, we are from the South City Public Security Bureau, and we are here to pick up someone on orders. No one paid any attention to the two men, and their voices rose again. Lu Qingmei cursed secretly in her heart, but still stood up by twisting her waist and walked towards the two men with a smile on her face. You two look unfamiliar. This must be your first time here. Yes, after all, you don't catch many criminals in your place throughout the year who need us to arrest them. One of the police officers who looked younger was probably still upset that they had just ignored him, and his tone was a bit aggressive. The older guy next to him gave him a look, and the latter immediately shut up. Here is the document. You can take a look at it. If there is no problem, bring the person out for handover. We are very tight on time here. An older person is more mature and steady. He took out a document directly from his briefcase. Okay, you guys sit down for a moment, I'll take it to show our director. Lu Qingmei winked at Han Zhengcheng and took the document to the inner room. The two of them waited for half an hour. The young police officer kept looking at the time, and the nerves on his face became more and more nervous. Finally, when Han Zhengcheng poured them the third glass of water, he couldn't help but speak. It's just signing a document, does it take so long? Go and rush them, we're in a hurry to get the person here. I know you are anxious, but we also have our own procedures. Han Zhengcheng negotiated with gritted teeth. What procedures do you have in this small police station? All the mergers will be cancelled next year, so why are you still showing off to me? The young police officer was furious. What did you say? Li Ziqiang, who had not been involved, stood up immediately after hearing this and stared at the young police officer. Forget it if you didn't hear it clearly. The police officer also had a temper. He was ignored as soon as he arrived, and now he is being targeted, so naturally he won't answer every question. What do you mean by cancelling the merger? You'd better explain it to me clearly, otherwise. Li Ziqiang has already started rolling up his sleeves. What else? Are you going to fight with me? The young police officer was not afraid. Han Zhengcheng was so anxious that sweat broke out on his face. Just as he was thinking about how to stop the fight, a majestic voice rang out. What are you doing? Everyone looked up immediately, only to see the old director staring at them with a sullen face. Chief, this guy was the first to speak rudely. Li Ziqiang immediately complained. You were the ones who treated us perfunctorily first. The other party did not show any weakness. Two officers, I have read your documents. There is no problem. They have been signed and stamped. You can take the people away now. The old director glanced at Li Ziqiang and spoke slowly. Chapter 29. This is fate. As soon as the old director said this, Li Ziqiang immediately became anxious. But before he could open his mouth, the old director shot him a look, and the words that Li Ziqiang was about to say were choked. Thank you for your cooperation. When the other party heard that he could take the person away, he stopped arguing and went to pick up the person after completing the handover procedures. The old director even personally escorted them to the gate. It was not until they got in the car that Li Ziqiang finally couldn't help but look at the old director. Director, Shen Shen specifically told me before he left that no one should be allowed to take He Jiming away before he comes back. He told you to do that. Is he the director or am I? I've never seen you listen to me so much. The old director blew his beard and glared. Then you don't usually take me with you to investigate cases. Li Ziqiang muttered. What did you say? The old director raised his hand immediately. Nothing. Li Ziqiang retreated repeatedly. Okay, stop looking and go back. His procedures are all legal and compliant. He didn't take anyone away, so how can we keep him? The old director turned around and went back to the station. I thought I could make a comeback this time with this case. Han Zhengcheng lowered his head and murmured a few words. Maybe this is my fate. There was a hint of indistinguishable emotion in Lu Qingmei's tone, and she turned around and went into the station. Xiao Han, don't be sad, we will try harder next time. Li Ziqiang didn't know how to comfort people, so he just walked up and patted Li Ziqiang's shoulder gently. When will the next time be? We don't encounter cases of this level every day. Han Zhengcheng's eyes were fluctuating greatly. Okay, don't think too much. Our station is different now than before. You see, since Shinsa came, he has handled many big cases. Maybe tomorrow he will encounter a bigger case than this one. Li Ziqiang was afraid that Han Jingchang would lose control of his emotions, so he hurried to comfort him. Really? Han Jingchang raised his head slowly. Of course it's true. When has Brother Li ever lied to you? Li Ziqiang tried his best to make his tone sound firm. Yes. Shinsu is different. I'll wait a little longer. Han Jingchang murmured as he turned around and went back to the office. Whoosh. Li Ziqiang heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at Han Jingchang, who had finally been persuaded to calm down. He raised his hand to wipe the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and felt a headache again, wondering how he should explain to Shinsu when he came back. It was already afternoon when Shinsu returned to the institute again. Shinsu, As soon as Li Ziqiang saw him, he immediately stood up and hesitated for a long time without saying a complete sentence. In the end, Lu Qingmei couldn't stand it anymore and said something to him. He Jiming was taken away by people from the bureau. Yeah. Shinsu nodded. Is that your reaction? Li Ziqiang looked at Shinsu, who had a calm face, with a hint of confusion on his face. What other reaction is there? Shinsu asked back. Li Ziqiang was a little confused. I just felt that Shinsu seemed a little different from when he left. Have you found any clues? Li Ziqiang asked. Shinsu did not answer his question, but looked at Lu Qingmei beside him. Can you help me check something else? What's the matter? Lu Qingmei stared into his eyes for a moment and slightly opened her red lips. Shinsu handed her a note. After Lu Qingmei took it, she frowned slightly. You check it first, and send me a message when you find out. I have to go out for a while. After saying this, Shinsu turned around and left. Li Ziqiang wanted to ask something, but Shinsu had already walked away. Didn't he just come back? Why is he going out again? Li Ziqiang asked Lu Qingmei and Han Jingchun behind him. Who knows? Lu Qingmei shrugged, her fingers tapping on the keyboard seemingly casually. After Shinsu came out of the police station, he took out the business card that the Song family bodyguard left for him. After a moment's hesitation, he played it. Hello. After a moment, a deep voice came from the other side. I'm Shinsu, a police officer from the Marshmallow Police Station, whom you met today. Shinsu introduced himself. I know. What can I do for you? The bodyguard on the other end of the phone sounded as calm as ever. I want to meet Miss Song. Shinsu stated his request. I can't answer you now. I have to ask the lady first. The bodyguard did not refuse directly. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Shinsu stood on the side of the road waiting for news. In less than 2 minutes, the other party called. Our lady has agreed to meet you. I will send you the location later. The other party was very straightforward and concise. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and then I received a new message on my phone. Shinsu. There is an address above. Shinsu didn't delay, he stopped a car and rushed over. Half an hour later, Shinsu arrived at the coffee shop at the address. At the same time, his mobile phone also received a message from Lu Qingmei. The content above made him narrow his eyes slightly. In just a moment, Shinsu put away his phone. As soon as he looked up, he saw the bodyguard standing at the door. When the other party saw him, he just nodded slightly at him, then turned around and led the way. The entire cafe was silent, with only a gorgeous figure sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Sit down. Song Shuyao saw Shinsu slowly put down the coffee in her hand and raised her chin slightly to gesture. Shinsu didn't hesitate and sat directly opposite her. The bodyguard walked forward and put some distance between them. Mr. Shin, I can only give you 10 minutes. Song Shuyao looked at the watch on his wrist and said in a calm voice. Do you know the stars? Shinsu went straight to the point. Which star are you talking about? Song Shuyao raised the corners of his eyebrows slightly. It's a kid named Xingxing. Shinsu spoke each word carefully, and the expression on his face became gloomy. Song Shuyao seemed to sense his mood change. She folded her arms across her chest and leaned back carelessly on the chair. What do you want to ask? Xingxing is a little boy that He Jiming picked up in June this year. He is about the same age as the child you are with today. He Jiming lost his parents when he was young, and has been struggling to survive in this society all his life. But when he picked up the star, he suddenly felt that this world was connected to him. He loved the child very much and vowed to take good care of him so that he would not have to wander around like he did when he was young. He used a lot of connections, spent almost all his savings, and even owed a lot of money before he was able to get Xingxing registered. He also found a school for him, bought him a new school bag and stationery, and is waiting for school to start in September. But things don't always go as we wish. On the day before school started, Xingxing suddenly got into a car accident. By the time the hospital notified him to rush over, Xingxing had already died. Shinsa kept staring into Song Shuyao's eyes as he said these words. Your story is quite good and very immersive, but what does it have to do with me? The expression on Song Shuyao's face remained unchanged. Chapter 30. Do you still care about rules? What a coincidence! I found out that on the same day, the little boy you took away today also underwent a heart transplant operation. Shinsa said in a scorching tone. Did you find out about it yourself, or did He Jiming tell you? Song Shuyao's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. He Jiming is indeed not a good person, but people like them who have been out in society since childhood know how to judge the situation and know who to offend and who not to offend. If he just wanted money, he wouldn't have spent so much money to kidnap someone from your Song family. After all, there's a high probability that he won't get the money. Tell me, what reason would make a person who was willing to compete with dogs for food just to survive take such a risk? Shinsa stared at Song Shuyao without blinking. Officer Shun, 10 minutes are up. Song Shuyao stood up with a smile, and it seemed that she didn't want to answer any of Shinsa's questions at all. Miss Song, do you know why He Jiming has successfully kidnapped the hostage but did not kill him? Shinsa stood up and stared at Song Shuyao. Song Shuyao was not angry at all because of Shinsa's questioning. Instead, she showed a very faint smile. I know what you want to say. Considering that you saved an, I can tell you that the heart he is using now is indeed a newly transplanted one. But as a family member, I don't know where the donor came from or who provided it. This is the hospital's rule. You can go and investigate. Rules? Do people like you care about rules? Shin So did not comment. Officer Shin, I understand your behavior, but I have said everything I need to say. But since you have the ability to find out that an had surgery, you might as well investigate further. After saying this, Song Shuyao turned around and left. Shinso looked at the other person's back as she left, and kept thinking about what she had just said in his mind. Why not check further down? What does this mean? Implying that all this was caused by that hospital? Shinso narrowed his dark eyes, emotions surging in his eyes. At this moment, a quick cell phone ring suddenly rang. Shinso took out his cell phone and saw that it was Lu Qingmei calling. Shinso calmed down his emotions instantly, slid his finger lightly across the screen, and the call was connected. How is it? Have you found any clues? Lu Qingmei's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's talk about it when I get back. Shinsu said this and hung up the phone. Half an hour later. Shinsu returned to the institute again. Li Ziqiang and Han Zhengcheng looked at him eagerly. They have been pestering me since you left. You should explain it to them yourself. Lu Qingmei rubbed her temples with a headache. If he hadn't been annoyed by the two of them, he wouldn't have called Shinsu. Thinking that a lot of faces might be needed later, Shinsu did not hide anything and told Li Ziqiang and the others everything. So what you mean is that the child from the Song family has had heart disease since childhood, and after the child adopted by He Jiming had a car accident, his heart was donated to the child from the Song family? Li Ziqiang tried hard to follow Shinsu's meaning. Shinsu nodded. But now you suspect that it was someone from the Song family who first matched the heart of the child named Xingxing and then caused the car accident? Li Ziqiang asked again. I just have a suspicion and there is no evidence yet. But Song Shuyao reminded me to check that hospital. Shinsu said. This must be an excuse. For a wealthy and powerful family like the Song family, the hospital serves them. I don't believe they are unaware of the whole thing. Li Ziqiang rejected it outright. That's why we have to go to the hospital. Shinsu said firmly. But if the Song family really colluded with the hospital and deliberately caused deaths for transplants, why did she remind you to investigate the hospital? Isn't this obviously handing the handle to you? Would the people in the Song family be so stupid? Lu Qingmei raised the last tone of her voice. Whether it is a bait or a trap, we must find out clearly. Shinsu frowned. How do you plan to investigate? This kind of thing is usually extremely secretive, and ordinary people can't even touch the threshold. Lu Qingmei slid the chair back and forth in boredom. So I came back to find you. Shinsu stared at Lu Qingmei with burning eyes. Lu Qingmei paused, her slender willow-shaped eyebrows furrowed immediately. What do you think I am? This is not how you use coolies, right? You are very capable, after all, you can find out about this hospital. It will be easy for you to follow the clues and investigate their shady operations. Shinsa forced a smile. What do you mean it's just something that happens easily? The surgery needs to be recorded. Will the one you mentioned be recorded openly? Lu Qingmei rolled her eyes at Shinsu. I don't need you to investigate too deeply. You just need to help me find out how many transplant operations this hospital has performed in the past 3 years, and then see if we can trace the information of these donors. Shinsa's voice softened a lot. No, I haven't had a rest all day. What's more, if others knew that I, a police officer, did this in private, the chief would kick me out. Lu Qingmei waved her hand. This is not a bad thing. We are in Chang'an. If there is really something fishy behind this hospital, you will be the biggest contributor. At that time, you can stand on the podium with dignity and receive your personal Medal of Honor. Instead of just getting an extremely perfunctory collective banner like last time. Shinsa tempted him slowly. I'm not interested in those. Lu Qingmei snorted. I know our sister Qingmei regards fame and fortune as dirt, but that medal is out of the picture. Shinsu accurately grasped Lu Qingmei's weak spot. Sure enough, when Lu Qingmei heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. A medal paired with a beauty, you only need to think about it a little to feel how shocking, wonderful, and unforgettable the scene is. When Shinsu saw that Lu Qingmei was a little relaxed, he spoke more earnestly. Ahem. Okay, stop talking. Lu Qingmei coughed a little unnaturally. Sister Qingmei, do you agree to this? Shinsu's eyes moved slightly. I can only say give it a try. Whether you can find it depends on your luck. Lu Qingmei was quite arrogant. I believe you can do it. Shinsu's eyes were burning. Subconsciously, I glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh, I have to pick up Duo from school. Sister Qingmei, let's contact each other on the phone. Shinsu was so focused on his case that he almost forgot to pick up his daughter from school. After hurriedly saying hello to Lu Qingmei and the others, he left quickly. Chapter 31 What secrets does she hide? Okay, I'm off work too. Lu Qingmei saw Shinsu leave and leisurely turned off the computer. Leave? Sister Qingmei, didn't you promise Shinsu to help him investigate the case? Li Ziqiang spoke quickly when he saw Lu Qingmei was about to leave. I just promised to try my best. I didn't say I must help. You should get off work as soon as possible. Lu Qingmei said in a clear tone. Sister Qingmei. Li Ziqiang wanted to say something, but Lu Qingmei had already left gracefully in her high heels. Li Ziqiang remembered to look back at Han Zhengcheng beside him. Han Zhengcheng immediately waved his hand. You know how capable I am. I don't have Sister Qingmei's skills. I don't know either. Li Ziqiang scratched his head. It's okay. Sister Qingmei has just promised Brother Shin, so she probably won't go back on her word. Let's see tomorrow. Han Zhengcheng comforted. That's all we can do. Shinsu had no idea what happened after he left, and had already arrived at Shinduoduo's kindergarten. As school is about to end, many parents who want to pick up their children have gathered at the school gate. Dad. Shinduoduo saw Shinsu at a glance and immediately waved to greet him. Shinsu smiled and waved in response. The teacher led the students out one by one. After Shinsu took Shinduoduo, he directly picked her up. The strong and muscular arms made Shinduoduo feel particularly safe. Dad, the teacher said I will have a new deskmate tomorrow. Shinduoduo said sweetly while sitting on Shinsu's arm. Really? Shinsu raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Shinduoduo nodded. It seems that the previous deskmate was frightened by what happened last time. His parents asked him to transfer to another school. This is not your fault, don't blame yourself. Let's go back and Dad will make you braised fish, okay? Shinsu sensed a hint of loneliness in Shinduoduo's tone and comforted her softly. Okay. Children's attention is most easily diverted. When Shinduoduo heard that there was something delicious, she immediately forgot the unpleasantness just now. Let's go home. Shinsu quickened his pace. After returning home, Shinsu went to the kitchen to busy himself. Shinduoduo was playing with toys alone in the living room. By the time the father and daughter finished their meal, washed up, and coaxed Shinduoduo to sleep, it was almost 10 o'clock. Shinsa turned off the bedside lamp and quietly left Shinduo's room. Just as I was thinking about going back to my room to take a shower, the cell phone on the coffee table rang. Shinsa walked over quickly and saw Lu Qingmei's name flashing on the screen. Shinsa narrowed his eyes, wondering if Lu Qingmei had found out something, and immediately answered the phone. Sister Qingmei, did you find any clues? All you talk about is the clue case. Is this all you can talk to me about? Lu Qingmei's gentle and charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Qingmei, stop joking with me. Shinsa laughed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, you idiot. Your hunch is right, there is indeed something wrong with this hospital. Lu Qingmei finally got to the point. Tell me in detail. Shinsa's tone became much more serious. I checked and found that this hospital has performed more than 100 heart transplant operations in the past year. On average, there is a heart transplant operation every 2 days, not including other organ transplant operations, said Lu Qingmei. So many? Shinsa frowned. Yes, and I found something interesting, which I have sent to your phone. Okay, I'll take a look first. Shinsu said and exited the call interface. I opened WeChat and saw a document that Lu Qingmei had just sent me. After clicking it, Shinsu read the contents carefully. The more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed, and in the end his expression became completely gloomy. This is a paper about heart transplantation submitted by a department director of this hospital. There is nothing wrong with the content of this paper, but it was still rejected. I have also marked the reason for the rejection for you later. It is because he was unable to provide the clear source of the donor organs used for the research. When Lu Qingmei said this, basically everyone who understood. These are just the data on the surface. Maybe there are more in private. Shinsu tightened his grip on the phone. The interests involved in this case are so huge. Are you sure you want to continue investigating it? Lu Qingmei asked. Of course. Shinsu said without hesitation. Okay, then you go and do it yourself. I'm going to get some beauty sleep. It's taken me a lot of brain cells to do things for you all day. When Lu Qingmei heard Shinsu's tone, she knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she simply said nothing. Thank you. Before Lu Qingmei hung up the phone, Shinsu thanked her solemnly. No need to thank me, just remember what you promised me. Lu Qingmei snorted proudly and hung up the phone. Looking at the phone that had returned to the menu page, Shinsu's emotions rose a little. Lu Qingmei can't be just a pretty vase. Even among the criminal police team, her investigative techniques are definitely among the best. But if she has this ability, why would she stay in a place like the Marshmallow Police Station? What kind of secrets does she hide? But in just a moment, Shinsu put all these things behind his mind. The most important thing right now is to find out whether this hospital has violated any medical regulations. Shinsu walked back to the room, but did not rest. Instead, he turned on his computer and began to search for information about this hospital. The next morning, after Shinsu sent Shinduo to school, he sent a message to Lu Qingmei, asking her to tell the director that he would not be going to the institute today and planned to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Qingmei replied him with an okay and reminded him to be careful. This day, Shinsu registered with several departments in the hospital and told the doctors in each department that a family member of his was seriously ill and needed a transplant. The doctor's responses to him were that the patient should be brought in for a systematic examination first, and only then could he wait in line for a donor organ. At least on the surface, Shinsu did not find anything wrong. I went to the inpatient department again in the afternoon and asked the family members of the hospitalized patients for a long time in a roundabout way. Surprisingly, both patients and their families are very satisfied with this hospital. At the end of the day, Shinsu received a lot of information, but none of it was core. How can we get to the core part? Do we really need to find a patient to pretend to be hospitalized? But there is no one else around him to choose from. You can't fake being sick, everything will be exposed once you get checked. What else can we do? While thinking, Shinsu rushed to Shinduo's school. But when passing the intersection, I caught a glimpse of a familiar car. Chapter 32 My daughter is my bottom line. Shinsu subconsciously took a look at the Maybach worth 7 figures. It really seemed a bit out of place to have such a fancy car parked in their small alley. But Shinsu was still thinking about Shinduo and didn't think much about it. Shinduo came out a little late today, and Shinsu was about to say hello to her when he saw her. But I didn't expect that she was holding hands with someone else, who was an acquaintance. Dad! When Shinduo saw Shinsu, she immediately ran over with the little guy. Why are you here? Shinsu's eyes fell on the little boy next to Shinduo. It was the young master of the Song family. The little boy nodded slightly at Shinsu. The simple action seemed more pleasing to the eye when he did it. Dad, Anan has transferred to our school. He will be my new deskmate. Shinduo said enthusiastically to Shinsu. You transferred here? Shinsu looked incredulous when he heard this. Shinduo may not be very clear about the identity of this little guy, but he knows it very well. This guy is from the Song family. With his background, how could he be allowed to study in a school like this? The little boy nodded at Shinsu. Dad, can Anan come to our house for dinner tonight? He is picky about food and refuses to eat properly. I told him that the food you cook is the best and he will definitely be able to eat it. Shinduo looked up at Shinsu. Duo, when you invite someone to our house, you need to ask his parents. Shinsu did not refuse immediately. Anan said his mother agreed. Shinduo raised her voice. Agreed? Shinsu frowned slightly. Mr. Shen. Just when Shinsu was wondering if there was any misunderstanding, a familiar voice sounded behind him. When Shinsu turned around, he saw the bodyguard he had seen several times before. Mr. Shen, our lady is waiting for you in front. The bodyguard said in a deep tone. Shinsu looked back and saw that this was the Maybach she had passed by before. He said that the car looked familiar and it turned out to be Song Shuyao's. Shinsu withdrew his gaze and looked back at Shinduo in front of him. Do you really want to invite him home for dinner? Shinsu asked. Yes. Shinduo nodded heavily. Then why don't you go back to school and wait for your father for a while? I'll go ask the parents of this classmate, and Shinsu couldn't bear to refuse Shinduo and patted her head gently. Okay. Shinduo nodded obediently and took Song Yuan back to the kindergarten. Shinsu told the teacher that he would be back soon and walked towards the Maybach opposite. I have to say that the position Song Shuyao found is quite good. It's very hidden, and no one notices this place during the peak period of picking up children from school. The driver respectfully opened the car door for Shinsu. Song Shuyao was sitting upright in the car. Today she was wearing a black professional suit, and the black stockings on her feet made her beautiful legs look even longer. I don't know if it was because he was looking at the documents, but he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his straight nose, and he looked much softer than the previous 2 times. Shinsu retracted his gaze, bent down and got into the car. Mr. Shin, we meet again. Song Shuyao put down the documents in his hand. Miss Song, shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened today? Shinsu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Shinduo is his bottom line, and he will never allow anyone to touch it. You can take a look at this. Song Shuyao handed the document on the back of her hand to Shinsu. Shinsu frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it. I originally thought it would be some kind of agreement, but when I opened it, Shinsu's eyes suddenly changed. After reading the entire document, the emotion in his eyes had completely sunk. What do you want to do by giving this to me? I just want to make a deal with Mr. Shin. Song Shuyao opened her red lips. What deal? Shinsu asked hesitantly. Anan is my child. Song Shuyao suddenly spoke. Shinsu was stunned for a moment. He had looked up some information about Song Shuyao before. She was obviously unmarried, so how could she have such a big son? Isn't Mr. Shin's situation similar to mine? Song Shuyao probably tasted the emotions in Shinsu's eyes and said softly. So what? Shinsu restrained his expression. He has had poor health since he was young, and previously spent most of his time in the hospital. The last operation was very successful, and he can finally live like a normal child and go to school. But his personality is a little different from that of ordinary children. He cannot establish normal social relationships with other people, but your daughter is an exception. Song Shuyao hit the point. You want my daughter to be friends with him? Shinsu was so smart that he immediately understood what Song Shuyao meant. Yes, this is the first time he took the initiative to ask me for something. As a mother, I naturally cannot refuse him. Song Shuyao nodded. People like you getting too close to my daughter will bring danger to her. Shinsu did not intend to accept Song Shuyao's deal. I understand your feelings as a father. I can assure you here that I will never let your daughter be in any danger. Song Shuyao said this very solemnly. But wasn't your son kidnapped a while ago? You have no credibility at all. Miss Song, you are indeed an excellent businessman. Perhaps when you reminded me to check that hospital yesterday, you were already preparing for today's conversation. But what I want to say is that Duo is my bottom line, and I will not let her suffer any harm. I will investigate the matter of the hospital myself, and I will return these things to you. After Shinsu finished speaking, he handed the documents in his hand back and turned around to get off the car. Shinsu, after this day you should have some understanding of this hospital. The power behind it is not something a small police officer like you can contend with. Without my help, you will never find evidence to convict them in your life. Song Shuyao said softly. How do you know I can't find it if you don't try? Shinsu got out of the car without hesitation without looking back. Looking at Shinsu's leaving back, there was a bit of indescribable emotion in Song Shuyao's eyes. This was the first time someone refused to work with her. She thought the conditions she offered were already very favorable. Song Shuyao's eyes fell on the document next to her. This is all the evidence regarding the illegal organ transplantation at Mingda Hospital. There is a complete supply chain behind their hospital. Some of it is legal and compliant, some is in a gray area, and some cannot be put on the table. Once this case is reported, it will definitely bombard the whole country. Shinsu could easily become famous across the country with this case. By that time, the label of his so-called bad behavior will be wiped off in an instant. But he actually refused? Did he sincerely not want to make a deal with her, or did he want more? Chapter 33, My daughter is still the most likable. When Shinsu returned to the kindergarten, Shinduo and Song Yuan were still standing at the door waiting for him obediently. As soon as she saw him coming back, Shinduo immediately waved at him excitedly. Dad, did Aunt Song agree to let Anan come to our house for dinner? I agree. Let's go home together. Shinsu responded with a smile. Okay, let's go home now. Shinduo immediately smiled and walked out of the door holding Song Yuan's hand. Shinsu did not ask Song Shuyao again because he knew that the bodyguard behind them would always follow them. After the three returned home, Shinsu reminded Shinduo to treat Song Yuan well. He went to the kitchen by himself. Since there was a new guest at home, Shinsu didn't add any more dishes, but just increased the portions he and Shinduo usually had. Half an hour later, the food was served. Fragrant braised chicken wings, colorful sweet and sour spare ribs, and refreshing and greasy stir-fried lotus root slices. It makes people hungry at first sight. Duo, take Song Yuan to wash his hands and have dinner. Shinsu shouted to the living room. Okay. Shinduo responded loudly, put down the toys in her hand, and took Song Yuan to the kitchen to wash their hands. Dad, the food you cooked today smells so good. Shinduo had already climbed onto the stool spontaneously. Song Yuan glanced at her and climbed up swiftly. It smells so good, just eat more. Shinsu served them both rice one by one, giving each of them a pair of small chopsticks. Eat. Shinsu gave an order, and Shinduo immediately put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into her bowl. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes widened and he gave Shinsu a thumbs up. Shinsu smiled and tried a piece himself. It tasted really good. Since having Shinduo, his cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Song Yuan always eats very neatly, and it's obvious that he has been exposed to formal etiquette since childhood. It is indeed pleasing to the eye, but Shinsu feels that it is too rigid and lacks flexibility. Still, someone like Duo from their family is more likable. The dinner came to an end with Shinduo's constant praise. Shinsu asked Shinduo to take Song Yuan to the living room to play, while he went to clean the table in the kitchen. When he came out again, he saw the two little guys playing with building blocks on the floor mat in the living room. Shinduo was humming an unknown nursery rhyme while the building blocks she was building had strange shapes and were very imaginative. Song Yuan was fully focused, and the building blocks he built were rigorous and sturdy. Although neither of them talked to each other, the scene seemed unusually harmonious. Seeing this, the old father Shinsu felt much softer in the heart. But even if I don't have the heart to disturb you, I still have to speak up. Duo, it's getting late. Song Yuan should go home. When Shinduo heard this, she immediately looked up and saw that the sky outside the window had already darkened completely. But there was still a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She turned around to look at Shinsu and was about to speak, but Shinsu already knew what she wanted to say and interrupted her first. Duo, Song Yuan has his own home and his own family. Even if you can keep him here today, he still has to go home tomorrow. When Shin Duo heard this, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Song Yuan, who was standing next to her, felt a little panicked when he saw her like this. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, a bright smile suddenly broke out on Shin Duo's face. "We can meet again at school tomorrow." "Yes, you will see him when you go to school tomorrow." Shin So nodded. Shin Duo has always been an optimistic person and can easily look at things in a positive light. "Then I'll take you out." Shin Duo had completely calmed down by now and looked at Song Yuan sweetly. On the contrary, Song Yuan was a little slow to react and couldn't keep up with the speed of Shin Duo's emotional change. "Let's go." Shin Duo was probably used to Song Yuan's quietness. Without waiting for his answer, she took his hand and pulled him up, walking straight to the door. Shin Duo originally wanted to send Song Yuan downstairs, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw the uncle in black who had been following them. "Uncle, have you been guarding the door all this time?" Shin Duo looked up at him. "Yes." Shin Duo was cute and had a sweet voice, so much so that the bodyguard, who usually had a blank expression, softened his voice as much as possible. "I was afraid of scaring such a little cutie." "Then why didn't you knock?" The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, not quite sure how to answer. As a bodyguard, his job is to protect his master without hesitation when he is in danger. Under the premise that the master is not in any danger, hide your presence as much as possible. How could he take the initiative to knock on Shin Duo's door? But he didn't know how to explain this to a child. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "I'm fine outside the door." "Oh, so uncle, you like standing outside the door?" Shin Duo nodded thoughtfully. Although she thought the other party's preference was a bit strange, she expressed her respect. The bodyguard smiled awkwardly. "He has already had dinner. He doesn't need to eat again after he gets home." Shinsa said to the bodyguard, so as to avoid making Song Yuan eat again when he gets home. "Yes." The bodyguard nodded. Duo, this uncle is here to pick up Song Yuan, please say goodbye to him." Shinsa lowered his eyes and looked at Shin Duo. "Goodbye." Shin Duo said goodbye to Song Yuan obediently, but the other party held her hand and had no intention of letting go. The bodyguard seemed a bit embarrassed, as he didn't dare to force the hug since their young master wouldn't let go. "It's okay, we'll see each other as soon as we go to school tomorrow. The earlier you go back and go to bed, the earlier you can see me." Shin Duo was like Song Yuan's confidant, able to clearly understand his unspoken emotions. As expected, when Song Yuan heard this, he slowly let go of Shin Duo's hand and took the initiative to walk towards the bodyguard. This scene left the bodyguard stunned. When did their young master become so easy to talk to? Normally, even their young lady would have to communicate with him for a long time before he could obey. The little girl was coaxed into submission with just one sentence. No wonder their young lady was desperate to transfer the young master to this little girl's school. "Mr. Shin, Miss Shin, we are sorry to bother you today. We will leave first." The bodyguard calmed down, nodded slightly to Shinsu and Shin Duo, picked up Song Yuan and turned to leave. However, his attitude this time was more sincere from the bottom of his heart. Shinsu watched the two figures, one big and one small, disappear at the stairs, then he took Shin Duo back to the room. As soon as the door was closed, Shin Duo ran into the room. "Where are you going?" Shinsu frowned. Chapter 34. The old father is sad. "I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." Shin Duo ran very fast, and her voice sounded a little weak. "It's still early." Shinsu looked at the time. "If you go to bed early, you can get up early and go to school." Shin Duo's voice was so weak that it could not be heard. But Shinsu could totally guess what he was talking about. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable melancholy in my heart. How come the little cotton-padded jacket starts to turn outward at such a young age? Being a father is really hard. The bodyguard had already carried Song Yuan downstairs. A black Maybach was parked at the entrance of the alley next to it. The bodyguard opened the car door and carefully placed Song Yuan. Song Yuan originally thought that there was no one in the car, but when he saw Song Shuyao still sitting upright in the seat, the expression on his face froze. "Why is she still in the car? I thought you were going to stay with that little girl at home tonight." Song Shuyao closed the document in his hand. Song Yuan's eyes flashed. He wanted to stay, but he had no reason. "Why do you like that little girl so much?" Song Shuyao looked at Song Yuan curiously. "Can you marry Shinsu?" Song Yuan did not answer Song Shuyao's question, but instead threw her an explosive question. Not only was Song Shuya stunned, but even the driver in front who was about to start the car couldn't help but slip. Their young master either doesn't speak, or when he speaks, he never stops talking until he says something shocking. Can this kind of thing be talked about? Why do you suddenly ask this? Song Shuya was the first to come back to his senses. Song Yuan pursed her lips. She had sensed from her tone that Song Shuya had rejected her, so she didn't plan to continue the topic. Turn around and sit down obediently. After hearing no more noise behind him, the driver drove away steadily. Although the car was driving very steadily, Song Shuya lost interest in continuing. His eyes fell on Song Yuan and he spoke after a while. You think that since I'm married to Shinso, you have a reason to stay in his house and be with Shinduo, right? Song Yuan nodded. Why didn't I realize before that you have so many little thoughts that you even know this? Song Shuya curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a very faint smile. And this faint smile instantly activated her entire facial features. The already charming face looked even more seductive at this moment. It's enough to drive any man crazy. Perhaps because she knows how beautiful she looks when she smiles, Song Shuya is usually very serious and even uses glasses to cover her overly attractive eyes. Song Yuan placed her hands on her knees and ignored what Song Shuya said. Anyway, he would not marry Shinsu according to his ideas. Knowing that Song Yuan had begun to isolate himself again, Song Shuya did not ask any more questions. After all, he took the initiative to communicate with her today. This was very rare before. After all, so many psychologists were unable to improve Song Yuan's condition. What kind of magic does that little girl have? Shinsu. Song Shuya couldn't help but think of Shinsu again. His slender fingers tapped casually on the armrest, and the thoughts in his eyes flickered like the stars in the night sky outside the window. The next day, Shinduo woke Shinsu up early in the morning. Sleepy-eyed Shinsu looked at the time. 6 o'clock. Duo, the school is not open at this time. Shinsu closed his eyes again. Last night he was hanging out in various patient groups. After trying every possible means, they finally found a clue from the patients' mouths. A scalper who specializes in helping various patients who are in urgent need of transplants queue up to obtain donors. It is said that it used to take 2 or 3 years to wait for a donor, but sometimes it only takes 2 or 3 months to get one from him. I spent some money and got the contact information of the person who came. I was thinking of sending Shinduo to school after sleeping for 2 hours, and then meeting Brother Nyo. As soon as I closed my eyes, I was woken up by Shinduo. Song Yuan is waiting for me at school. Shinduo shook her old father hard. He won't come to school so early. Shinsu muttered with his eyes closed. He will come, Dad, please take me to school quickly. Shinduo's tone was very firm. But the door wasn't open when I took you to school. Shinsu tried hard to open it a crack. It's okay, we can wait outside for the teacher to open the door. Shinsu. He is such a great son. He didn't care about his old father's life or death at all. Dad, I beg you. Shinduo clasped her hands together and looked at Shinsu with a pleading face. What old father could reject a daughter who looked like this? Shinsu sighed and climbed out of bed resignedly. After washing up dizzy, he rushed to the kindergarten carrying Shinduo. She thought that she would give up if she went there in person and didn't see Song Yuan. I won't rush him to get up so early in the future. But what Shinsu didn't expect was that when they rushed to the school in the dim light, a small figure was already standing at the door. Song Yuan. Shinduo immediately waved at the man excitedly. Shinsu. Oh my goodness, he's really here? Shinduo slid out of Shinsu's arms and ran quickly to Song Yuan. Why are you here so early? Have you been waiting for a long time? Song Yuan shook his head. Then, as if he remembered something, he took out a thermos from his school bag and handed it to Shinduo. What is this? Shinduo looked confused. Song Yuan opened it for her layer by layer. The top layer is the exquisite dumplings, with thin skin and large fillings. You can even see the soup flowing inside. The second layer is a golden egg pancake cut into the shape of a small heart. At the bottom is the steaming hot multi-grain soy milk, which whets your appetite just by smelling it. Is this the breakfast you brought me? Shinduo was surprised. Song Yuan nodded. Have you got a meal yet? Song Yuan shook his head. Then let's eat together. Shinduo took Song Yuan's hand and sat on the steps in front of the kindergarten gate. The two children were leaning against each other, happily sharing the delicious food. Shinso, who was forgotten aside, kept twitching the corners of his mouth. I am getting more and more annoyed with this guy Song Yuan. If I had known this would happen, I should have just left him at the police station. Mr. Shin, this is for you. The bodyguard didn't know if he sensed the resentment emanating from Shinso, and he quietly took out a thermos of the same type from behind him. The title also became respectful. It's a rare opportunity for me to get a share. Shinso raised his eyebrows. This is what the young master specially prepared for you. The bodyguard silently gave their young master Lepo a favorable impression. After all, if some brat dared to show his affection to his daughter in front of him, he might not be able to restrain himself from punching her. Come on, look, I've been here for so long and has he even given me a look? Although Shinso said this, he still took the breakfast handed to him by the other party. It's a waste if you don't eat it for free. Consider it as a reward for getting up early today. Shinso took out his cell phone while eating breakfast. Since I can't sleep anymore, I might as well do something serious. After getting Brother Nyo's contact information, he added him on WeChat immediately. It has not been approved yet. I have sent a message but it has fallen on deaf ears. The line was always busy when he called, so Shinsu didn't give up and called again. Chapter 35 I am also serving. The line still sounded busy. Shinsu couldn't help but frown, wondering if the contact information given to him by the patient's family might be fake. That shouldn't be the case. He made inquiries from various sources and found out that there is indeed a person named Brother Nyo. He never asks for advice through his friends. Is it because he has no one to introduce him and is afraid of a trap? People like them are always cautious. In this case, they may have to build good relationships with those patients and ask them to help make connections. Just as Shinsu was thinking about countermeasures, the door of the kindergarten finally opened. The teacher looked at Shinduo and Song Yuan, who were sitting at the door with a look of surprise on his face. Why are you here so early? Have you been waiting here for a long time? It's okay. I just finished breakfast. Shinduo touched her round belly, feeling extremely satisfied. The teacher's face was full of question marks. Why don't you eat breakfast at home but bring it to the school gate? Will it be more fragrant? Teacher, Duo is now in your hands. If you have any questions, you can call me. Shinsu saw the teacher coming and stepped forward to greet him. Okay, Duo's dad. The teacher nodded in response. Be good in school. Daddy has to go to work first. Shinsu rubbed Shinduo's head again. Okay, goodbye, Dad. Shinduo waved to Shinsu obediently. Although Song Yuan didn't say anything, he imitated Shinduo's gesture and waved goodbye to Shinsu. Shinsu looked at him, who seemed like a robot imitating human behavior, and smiled helplessly. But the bodyguard next to him was about to cry when he saw it. Their young master can take the initiative to wave goodbye to others. What a huge improvement this is. The bodyguard tried hard to open his eyes wide, attempting to swallow the sourness. Shinsu went to the office to punch in and left in a hurry. In the institute. Han Zhengcheng propped up his chin and kept staring at the direction where Shinsu left. You say, can Shinsu really find out anything? I think, it's okay. Han Zhengcheng responded while doing pull-ups. But I've checked the information of that hospital. The shareholders behind them are not simple characters, and the relationship between them is very complicated. Ordinary people can't do anything to them at all. Han Zhengcheng said in a gloomy tone. But Shinsu is not an ordinary person. You forgot, he solved 3 cases in one day. While speaking, Li Ziqiang did 3 more. But those were just pure cases, with no capital involved behind them. They are different from this case. Han Zhengcheng said. What's the difference? Li Ziqiang asked. Well. Han Zhengcheng didn't know how to explain to the big guy Li Ziqiang. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. Then he looked at Lu Qingmei, who was putting on makeup in front of the mirror next to him, but before she could say anything, she raised her hand to stop him. Don't bother me while I'm putting on makeup. My sister has a date with a pure boy tonight. Whoosh. Li Ziqiang finally stopped after doing 200 pull-ups. Lu Qingmei, you have to correct your attitude. You have to serve the people. Li Ziqiang wiped his sweat and felt a little ashamed of Lu Qingmei's behavior of deceiving the innocent male college student. Isn't this a service? Lu Qingmei raised her eyelids. You. Li Ziqiang was choked and speechless. Okay, you two stop disturbing me and just go do what you need to do. Lu Qingmei waved her hand impatiently. Sister Qingmei, are you really not curious at all? Han Zhengcheng stared at Lu Qingmei dimly. What's there to be curious about? Lu Qingmei drew long and thin willow leaf eyebrows, which could add to the charm of a mature woman. But if you weren't curious, why did you help Shinsu before? Han Zhengcheng raised his doubts. Am I helping him? I'm helping myself. He wasn't meant to stay in our institute. The sooner he leaves, the sooner we can have peace and quiet here. After Lu Qingmei finished drawing her eyebrows, she put on a nude lipstick. The whole makeup was so perfect that she couldn't help but applaud. What? You want to force Shinsu to leave? Li Ziqiang became anxious when he heard this. What do you mean I asked him to leave? Didn't he say he wanted to leave? Lu Qingmei rolled her eyes. Well, you don't have to be so anxious. Li Ziqiang is a little reluctant to leave Shinsu now. He is so capable, he wants to stay by his side and solve more cases. Silly guy, I know what you're thinking, but sometimes people have to face reality. A dragon trapped in shallow water will eventually soar into the sky. Lu Qingmei said earnestly. Li Ziqiang opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond to Lu Qingmei's words. On the contrary, Han Zhengcheng kept his eyes down, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Shinsu was completely unaware of all this. He was now preparing to go to the family quarters in front of the hospital to build good relationships with the people there and try to contact Brother Niu as soon as possible. But just as he reached the gate of the staff quarters, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Shinsu subconsciously took out his cell phone, but just one glance made his pupils tighten slightly. It was Brother Niu who replied to his text message. Come meet here. The short sentence was followed by an address. Shinsu first explored the address. It was relatively remote, but surrounded by residential areas, so it should be difficult to set a trap. What's more, even if it is a trap, he has to go there. Shinsu turned around and rushed towards the address. About half an hour later, Shinsu arrived in front of an old tea house. Sitting at the door are neighbors, eating breakfast and chatting about gossip, full of the atmosphere of life. Shinsu didn't notice anything unusual among these people and walked upstairs. There were not many people on the second floor. Shinsu looked around and locked his eyes on a middle-aged man sitting by the window. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask on his face. I didn't take it off even when I was indoors, and I even felt a little uneasy. Shinsu sat directly opposite him. The other party noticed the movement and subconsciously looked up, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Excuse me, are you Brother Niu? Shinsaran was careful and attentive. It was like a person who fell into the water finally found a piece of drifting wood and was eager to grab it. Are you the person who contacted me? The other party stared at Shinsu for a moment. Yes, I got your information from Oli. Shinsu brought up the patient he had previously recruited, hoping to lower the other party's guard. I know, what organ do you want to remove? The other party seemed very anxious and went straight to the point. Heart. Shinsu made up something. My heart has been feeling a little uncomfortable lately. Brother Niu frowned slightly. Money is not a problem. Shinsu immediately responded. 500,000. Brother Niu thought for a moment and spoke. How long will it take to get a queue for 500,000? A dark light flashed in the depths of Shinsu's eyes. Chapter 36. Pay the money and you will get the goods. 500,000 within 3 months. Brother Niu spoke word by word. Will it take so long? Shinsu pretended to be embarrassed. Is this still a long time? If you queue up in the hospital, it may take 2 or 3 years. If you don't want to, then let's just pretend we haven't met today. The man stood up and prepared to leave. I'll line up. Shinsu said quickly. Transfer a deposit of 100,000 first. Brother Niu took out a payment code swiftly. Do you want a deposit now? But I haven't even seen the goods. Shinsu hesitated. Once you transfer the deposit, you can get the goods. Brother Niu said with hidden meaning. Do you all collect the payment before looking for the goods? Shinsu asked. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you still want it? Brother Niu seemed a little impatient. Yes, of course. But I can't raise so much money at the moment. Can it be less? Shinsu said with difficulty. 50,000, no less. Brother Nyo seemed to be accustomed to such situations and changed his words quickly. Okay, then 50,000. Shinsa took out his cell phone and transferred 50,000. After Brother Nyo confirmed that the money had arrived, his attitude became much better. Go back and wait obediently. I'll contact you when I find the source of goods. But you must prepare the balance before I contact you next time, otherwise you will have to queue again. After all, there are quite a few people queuing now. Brother Nyo reminded. Okay, I will definitely collect the money. But now the transplant requires matching, do you still need data? Shinsu asked casually. Don't worry about this. Take your family to make an appointment with this doctor, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Brother Nyo took out a doctor's business card and handed it to Shinsu. Okay, thank you, Brother Nyo. Shinsu quickly took it. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don't contact me if you have nothing else. I'll message you after I find a donor. After saying this, Brother Nyo stood up and left. Shinsa kept staring at his back until he disappeared at the stairs, then he turned his gaze to the business card in his hand. Director of Cardiology. He. It's really ironic. Shinsa put away the business card and quietly jumped out of the window from the second floor. I just happened to see Brother Nyo get into a black business car. Shinsu was not in a hurry. He took out his mobile phone and opened the tracking software, on which a fast-moving red dot immediately appeared. This is the locator that was attached to him when he just came into contact with Brother Nyo. With such a big plate, Brother Nyo definitely can't handle it alone. There must be a team when playing. As long as we find this team, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Shinso scanned a shared electric bike from the roadside and followed the red dot all the way. In an abandoned hospital in the suburbs. Brother Nyo looked around and made sure that no one was following him before he hurriedly slipped in. This place looks like a ruin from the outside, but it is a completely different world when you turn inside. The warehouse was cleaned up neatly, and there were several burly men guarding the door. Third brother, I got a new job. Brother Nyo shouted to the man sitting on the sofa as soon as he entered. What's going on? The man on the sofa was hugging people on both sides, and his voice was extremely lazy. He was introduced by a previous client and he needs a heart. Brother Nyo spoke immediately. Have you checked your background? We've checked everything, it's clean, and the deposit has already been paid. Brother Nyo responded quickly. I'm glad you're okay. The situation is a bit tense recently, so be careful when you take action. The man called third brother warned. I know. But third brother, that guy still has one kidney left, and there isn't much money that can be raised right now. Should we lower the price a bit? Brother Nyo asked again. Why are you lowering the price? If you can't afford to live, don't live. What do you want if you don't have money? The third brother glared at him. Yes, but if the price doesn't drop, then that kidney will be wasted. Brother Nyo bowed and nodded. We can't lower the price to those people even if it's a waste. We are businessmen. If you lower the price this time, others will know it soon. How will we make money then? Do you think you've only lost a kidney? You're so short-sighted. The third brother looked disdainful. Third brother is really awesome. I didn't think so much about it. Brother Nyo immediately flattered him. Okay, stop flattering me. Get to work. We have several batches of goods to deliver today. The third brother waved his hand. Okay, I'll go to work right away. Brother Nyo ran away. Why did you stop? Keep pinching. The third brother was a little dissatisfied with the woman next to him and said coldly. Yes. The two women's bodies trembled immediately, and the movements of their hands suddenly became faster. After Brother Nyo left third brother's place, he did not rush to deliver the goods. Instead, he sneaked to a remote place. After making sure that the camera could not capture him, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Brother Nyo's voice was very low. I've followed your advice and gone to meet that person. I've also helped you fool third brother. When will your people arrive? Okay, I get it, I'll leave now. But don't forget what you promised me. Okay, I believe you. Brother Nyo hung up the phone, made sure that no one noticed him, and quietly left from the other exit. It's going to be unsafe here soon. Shinsa followed Xiao Hong all the way and made sure that he stopped at a certain location. He did not rush to approach, but carefully explored the surrounding environment. This is a good place, with defense in the front and a retreat in the back. I'm afraid he can't do this job alone. Shinsu dialed Run Haipeng without hesitation. The call was connected almost as soon as the phone rang. Captain Ren, I have a Dayan here. I wonder if you are interested? Shinsu spoke before the other party could speak. About half an hour later, Shinsu saw Ran Haipeng, who came hurriedly. Is what you just said on the phone true? Ran Haipeng's face turned pale. After all, what Shinsu said before was really shocking. If everything is true, then this case is likely to be a big deal. Whether it's true or not, we can just take people in to investigate and find out. Shinsu raised the corner of his mouth. Ran Haipeng stared at Sunsu for a moment, gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is he?" Shinsu just smiled and said nothing. He just took out his cell phone. At this time, Ren Haipeng didn't know that everything he was going to experience next would crush his 3 views and then reassemble them. Chapter 37. You didn't fulfill your promise to me. Shinsu and Ren Haipeng led their men to surround the entire abandoned hospital. More than a dozen perpetrators were arrested. We also found a very simple operating room in the deepest part of the hospital. Or it cannot be called an operating room, because there are no disinfection measures here, only a simple operating table. When Shinsu and his men rushed in, a doctor in surgical gown was holding a scalpel and cutting open the stomach of a young man on the table. Next to him, there were several boxes specifically used to store organs. 2 have been covered, and several are waiting to be loaded with cargo. When Ren Haipeng saw the scene, he felt his whole body trembling. How courageous are these people? How dare you do such a thing in a place like this? Catch them all. Ren Haipeng has been in this business for a long time. He has witnessed all kinds of cases, but this is one of the few scenes that could make him lose control of his emotions. A total of 12 suspects were arrested during this trip. Rescued the body of a victim. The forensic doctor told Shinsu and Ren Haipeng after completing the preliminary autopsy. The victims were still alive when their organs were removed. When Ren Haipeng heard this, he punched the table in front of him. How dare they? How dare they? Ren Haipeng gritted his teeth. Why would you be afraid? A heart costs 500,000 yuan, and a kidney costs 300,000 yuan. For one person, you can remove a heart, 2 kidneys, a liver, and corneas, etc. To use their own words, these people can only create a monthly salary of 2 to 3,000 when they are alive, but they can create millions of dollars in value after they die. This is their honor. Shinsu sat upright in the chair and put down the documents in his hand. These are what they found in that warehouse. It records in detail their entire organ trafficking process and the specific content of cooperation with various departments. With these, they can catch the rest of the accomplices in one fell swoop. It must be a living person. They actually treat a person as a commodity and sell him off. Ren Haipeng's eyes were red. Why not? Where there is demand, there will be buying and selling, just like when we humans want to eat pork, there will be people raising pigs. People need organ transplants, but the conditions for transplantation are too harsh. No healthy person is willing to donate his or her organs, so this is the only option left. Shinsu had guessed all this when he went to the abandoned hospital. Even earlier, when he heard He Jining's hysterical questioning, he already had a guess in his mind. Beasts. These people are beasts. I must catch them all one by one. Ren Haipeng gritted his teeth. I hope Captain Ren can help me remember what you said. Shinsu looked up at him. Don't worry, I will never forget. In the following week, Ren Haipeng thoroughly investigated all personnel related to the hospital involved in the case, including all shareholders behind the hospital. But these people are all bigwigs in the industry, and it is too difficult to investigate them. Ren Haipeng's investigation was difficult. At this time, news suddenly broke out online that the hospital was suspected of illegal organ transplantation. As soon as this news was released, it instantly spread across the country. Countless netizens commented and posted, and within 10 minutes this information became a hot topic. Oh my god, is this still a human being? Does he still have humanity? I was wondering why the number of missing people has been increasing over the years, and it turns out this is the reason. There is one thing I need to share with you. If the donor dies, their organs cannot be transplanted. So the transplanted organs are taken from the donor while they are still alive. A thorough investigation is necessary. Give the people justice. Netizens are very emotional. After all, these things concern everyone's safety. No one wants to suddenly feel unwell one day and go to the hospital, only to find that they are missing an organ in their body. All major official platforms were besieged and bombarded by netizens. The people above finally couldn't sit still anymore and gave in, ordering a thorough investigation. A week later, the dean was arrested and imprisoned, where he confessed to all his crimes. When Shinso saw this news, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. It's obvious that he's being pushed out as a scapegoat. Li Ziqiang snorted. They are really unscrupulous about things that even you can see. Lu Qingmei admired her freshly done manicure. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to find a way to call me stupid? Li Ziqiang tasted something. I didn't say that. Lu Qingmei refused to admit it, then looked at Shinsu again and stretched out her hand to him. Shinsu, you promised me before that you would help me to gain merit. Where is my medal? What's the hurry? Shinsu put away his phone. I'm anxious? Why was I so anxious when you asked me to do something for you before? I didn't even get my beauty sleep and worked overtime to check the news for you. What do you think I did that for? When Lu Qingmei saw Shinsu's attitude, she thought he was going to go back on his word, so she immediately stood up with her hands on her hips. Of course it is to uphold justice and ensure the safety of the people. Shinsu said every word firmly. Shinsu, are you kidding me? Lu Qingmei's voice became sharper with anger. And just at this moment, Shinsu's cell phone suddenly rang. Shinsu glanced at the caller ID and raised his hand to stop Lu Qingmei. Let me take a call first. Come back to me. If you don't give me my medal, I will make sure you will never be able to stand up again in your life. Lu Qingmei wanted to chase out angrily, but Li Ziqiang and Han Zhengcheng on the side quickly stopped her. Calm down, calm down. Why are you calm? It's not like your medals are lost. Lu Qingmei seemed to have gone bloodshot. Shinsu is not that kind of person. Since he has promised you, he will definitely fight for it back for you. Han Zhengcheng coaxed in a kind way. How can he argue? People above him all think that it was Run Haipeng who solved the case. Why does he always turn to Run Haipeng for everything? Is there some shameful relationship between them? Lu Qingmei's teeth were grinding. Don't talk nonsense like that. Li Ziqiang immediately wanted to forcefully shut up the microphone. He can do it, but he won't let me say it? Okay, my ancestor, please be quiet for a while. Don't let the people think that our station has been robbed. Li Ziqiang was almost on his knees to beg. Shinsu had already walked to the end of the corridor and answered the phone. Captain Ren, it seems that you haven't fulfilled your promise to me. Shinsu opened his thin lips slightly. Chapter 38. Why save me? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then a voice came after a long while. This is the best result I can achieve. Run Haipeng's voice was filled with deep fatigue. He has always known that the world is not as fair and just as he imagined. But he didn't expect it to be so dark. Really? Then Captain Ren's ability is just so-so. Shinsu said in a sarcastic tone. We all know that the shareholders behind the hospital must have been involved in these things, and they did it very cleanly without leaving any handle. Many of them are foreign nationals, so it will take more than 1 or 2 days to track them down. Now that this incident has been exposed on the internet again, people are panicking and angry. We must first come up with a result to stabilize people's hearts. Ron Haipeng explained anxiously. So you pushed the most insignificant person out to be a shield? Has Captain Run forgotten the young man who was lying on the operating table and struggling to death that day? Shinsu's words were heart-wrenching. Run Haipeng on the other end of the phone breathed harder. I haven't forgotten. I also want to arrest them and make them receive the punishment they deserve, but you can't do it. Shinsu finished what Run Haipeng hadn't finished saying. Shinsu, I know you must look down on me now, but I promise you, this matter is not over yet. During my lifetime, I will arrest all of them and put them in jail. Run Haipeng spoke each word with such sincerity as if he was taking an oath. Shinsu did not respond, as if he was judging the truthfulness of Ren Haipeng's words. I don't know how long it took before Shinsu finally spoke. I want to meet He Jiming. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. Ron Haipeng agreed quickly. He has almost full authority over this matter. An hour later, Shinsu sat opposite He Jiming. His hair was cut short, and he looked a lot more energetic, but his eyes were as silent as death, without a trace of light in them. You can take a look at this. Shinsu pushed the document in his hand over. What else do you want to get out of me? He Jining looked at him sarcastically. This is the last mark that boy left in this world. Shinsu opened his thin lips slightly. When He Jining heard this, his eyes suddenly moved. After understanding what Shinsu meant, he immediately opened the envelope in front of him. It was a photo of a little boy lying quietly on the operating table. He Jining held the photo in his hand, tears streaming down his face. This is. The car accident he encountered has been investigated. The perpetrator was drunk that day and ran a red light without paying attention, which led to the car accident. He contacted 120 as soon as the accident happened and sent the person to the hospital in the shortest possible time. But his injuries were too severe and the doctors were unable to save him. The child from the Song family was also being treated in this hospital and his blood type was compatible, so they decided to transplant his heart to Song Yuan, and so they contacted the Song family. As soon as the Song family learned the news, they sent people to look for the child's parents. You spent a long time looking for someone, but the Song family only took 2 hours to find them. After the Song family explained their intentions to them, they immediately agreed, happily took the 1 million and left, without even taking a last look at the child. When He Jining heard this, he gripped the photo in front of him tighter and tighter, and even the veins on the back of his hand began to bulge. Why should they decide his life or death? They were the ones who abandoned him first. They have no right to be his parents. I have the same idea as you, but blood ties are like this. Even if they are no longer human, as long as they have the same blood flowing in their bodies, they have this right. Shinsu spoke word by word. He Jining clenched his teeth so tightly that there was even a hint of blood in his mouth. I know you may still doubt what I said, but I can guarantee that every word I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can go out and check for yourself whether those two people have taken the Song family's money. Shinsu said. Go out? How can I go out now? Where can I go? He Jining had never regretted so much as he did now. He only found out that someone from the Song family had taken away his brother's heart, but he never imagined that it had actually been sold. The Song family has decided not to sue you. I'm here today to handle this matter. Shinsu said firmly. They are not going to sue me? He Jining was stunned. Yeah. Shinsu nodded. He Jining is not a stupid man, otherwise he would not have been able to kidnap Song Yuan under such heavy protection. He knew that even if he didn't hurt Song Yuan, the people of the Song family would never be able to swallow this humiliation. The decision not to pursue him was obviously made because someone pleaded for him. The only person who would do this is Shinsu. Why do you want to help me? He Jining stared at Shinsu without blinking. I also have a daughter who is about the same age as your brother. Don't do stupid things after you get out. I believe your brother doesn't want to see you continue to live in a muddle. After Shinsu finished speaking, he stood up and left. He Jining was left alone sitting in the room, staring at the photo in his hand and crying like a baby. When Shinsu came out of the room, he saw Ran Haipeng waiting outside. The procedures will be handed over quickly and he can go out today. Ran Haipeng said. Thank you. Shinsu thanked him. I'm just following the rules and procedures. You don't have to thank me. Okay, then I'll trouble you with one more thing. Shinsu nodded. You say. Ren Haipeng was now facing Shinsu, his heart full of guilt. As long as it was not excessive, he would agree to it. Even if Shinsu asked him to transfer him to his team. There is a police officer in our station named Lu Qingmei. She helped a lot in this case. She located He Jining's whereabouts and later found various evidences of illegal surgeries in the hospital involved. I hope you can apply for a credit for her, and don't worry, she doesn't have any bad behavior labels. Shinsu said slowly. Is this the favor you want me to help you with? Ran Haipeng was stunned. What else? Shinsu asked back. Ran Haipeng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but quickly swallowed it back. He thought Shinsu might not be willing to join his team now. Don't worry, I will definitely apply to my superiors. Ran Haipeng responded solemnly. Okay, let's stop here for today. Shinsu waved at him, turned and left. Shinsu. But after taking only 2 steps, Ran Haipeng's voice came from behind him again. Chapter 39 I Need a Husband. Anything else? Captain Run. Shinsu turned around. You? Ren Haipeng wanted to ask Shinsu if he was still willing to come to the criminal police team, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can contact me. Thank you. Shinsu also understood the meaning of Ren Haipeng's words. He waved at him, turned around and strode away. Ren Haipeng stood there, watching Shinsu's back gradually walking away. As soon as Shinsu came out, a familiar thank you rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for cracking a large-scale organ trafficking case. You have a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw? Yes. Shinsu gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. You know, it's been a long time since I had a chance to win a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss? Shinsu took a look at the introduction and thought, wow, finally someone reliable has come. Eye of the Abyss, when activated when staring at someone, can paralyze the opponent for 2 seconds. Even though it's only 2 seconds, at a life and death moment, even 0.01 second is enough to change the situation. Shinsu was overjoyed. The system finally became sensible. Just when Shinsu was filled with joy, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar car parked on the opposite corner of the street. The expression on his face immediately fell back, and he walked straight over without any hesitation. Mr. Shen. The bodyguard saw Shinsu and nodded slightly. Shinsu ignored him, opened the back door and got in. Under normal circumstances, the bodyguard would have kicked him away for such rude behavior. But there's nothing we can do, since this is the person their eldest daughter wants to meet. Inside the car, Shinsu looked at Song Shuyao, who was sitting opposite him, with complicated thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke first. Miss Song, Duo is my daughter. Although I don't agree with him getting too close to Song Yuan, I won't forcibly interfere with her right to make friends. You don't have to waste so much effort on this. Why don't I quite understand what Mr. Shen said? Song Shuyao stared at him leisurely. Miss Song, do you really not understand? It was you who asked Brother Nyo to join me, and it was you who asked him to lead me to find their base camp. They were even considerate enough to put all the evidence of their crimes on the table where we can see it at a glance. Shinsu saw that Song Shuyao was still trying to play deaf and dumb, so he exposed her directly. Mr. Shin is indeed very smart. Song Shuyao did not deny it, which was tantamount to admitting it. It's not that I'm smart, but what you did, Miss Song, was too obvious. Shinsu shrugged. Someone like Brother Nyo, who has been in this industry for so long, must be very cautious. It is absolutely impossible to proactively mention the transplant procedures to him without first finding out more about him. When Brother Nyo told him that, he already realized something was wrong. But the person had already been delivered to his door, so he couldn't just ignore it. After all, what they do is not ordinary. Every day of delay will create one more victim. Therefore, even though he knew something was wrong, he still continued to investigate. And he couldn't think of anyone other than Song Shuyao who could be controlling all this behind the scenes. I just want Mr. Shen to understand my sincerity. Song Shuyao smiled faintly. I've already said it just now, I won't interfere with Duoduo's right to make friends. As long as she is still willing to be friends with Song Yuan, I won't stop her. But if one day, she doesn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, I won't force her. Shinsu repeated it again. I know, but what if I need help with something else, Mr. Song? Song Shuyao said meaningfully. Given Miss Song's power, I don't know how I can help you. Shinsu narrowed his eyes and looked at the gorgeous woman in front of him. I need a husband. Song Shuyao opened her red lips. What did you say? For a moment Shinsu wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. You are very clear about my identity. Now is the most critical time for me to take over the Song group. My grandfather left a will that only after getting married can I fully inherit his estate. And my unmarried status will also bring me a lot of inconvenience. Song Shuruwa gave a concise introduction of his situation. If Miss Song just wants a shield, there are many better and more suitable candidates. I am not suitable. Shinsu's words were a polite refusal. Why do you think so? Song Shuyao was a little surprised that Shinsu didn't hesitate at all. You are the heir of the Song family, and I am just an ordinary policeman. There is a huge difference between us. Shinsu's words sounded a bit high-sounding. In fact, the hidden meaning is that he doesn't want to be too involved with a woman like Song Shuyao who comes from a prominent family. The higher you stand, the more threats you face. It wouldn't matter if he was alone, but he has Duo now. He would never bring Duo into a dangerous environment. I know your concerns, but I can assure you that I will never bring any danger to you and your daughter. If I break this oath, I, Song Shuyao, will be ruined in this life, will never be able to inherit the Song group, and will not be able to be reborn. Song Shuyao swore directly in front of Shinsu. Shinsu was a little scared by her. Are you going to play such a big game? Mr. Shin didn't believe what I said. Song Shuyao slowly put down his hand. Shinsu. Why, me? Shinsu was silent for a moment before asking. Anan likes Duo and you very much. Since you want to start a family, you have to choose someone he can accept. Song Shuyao said. This excuse left Shinsu speechless. Mr. Shun, I just need a married identity. After marriage, you can still live according to your own ideas. I will not interfere in any way. And I will use the Song family's connections to pave the way for you. The unfair treatment you suffered before will never happen again. I can even assure you that you have the right to end this marriage at any time. Song Shuyao gave a huge bait. It sounds like I'm the one taking advantage. Shinsu laughed. So, Mr. Shin, are you willing to cooperate with me? When Song Shuyao said this, his eyes were always fixed on Shinsu. Those bright eyes seemed to contain some emotions that Shinsu could not understand. Chapter 40, Proposal in the previous second, Wedding night in the next second. I don't know how long it took, Shinsu smiled faintly. Miss Song has already said so much. If I don't agree, it will seem that I don't know what's good for me. Did you bring your ID card? Song Shuyao suddenly asked. Huh? Shinsu was a little unresponsive for a moment. Why did she ask for the ID card? Are we going to a hotel? Song Shuyao wouldn't be so bold, right? He just proposed to me 1 second, and is preparing for the wedding night the next? There is still an hour before the Civil Affairs Bureau closes, which is enough time for us to complete the marriage procedures. Song Shuyao opened her red lips. Shinsu. You asked me to bring my ID card because you want to go with me to get a marriage certificate? Shinsu asked. Yes, what else do you think it is? Song Shuyao asked back. No, I thought this was it. Shinsu quickly denied. Then do you have it with you? Song Shuyao asked again. No. Shinsu shook his head. Song Shuyao frowned slightly. If I have to go back to your house to get your ID card and then go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, I'm afraid I won't have enough time. It's okay, let's talk about it when you are free. Shinsu cleared his throat. I have to go on a business trip today, which will take at least a week. Song Shuyao frowned. Can't wait even a week? Is it that urgent? It's okay, let's talk about it after you come back from your business trip. Shinsu was afraid that he would think about something wrong again, so he didn't dare to say more. This is the only way. Song Shuyao compromised, and then looked at Shinsu. Where are you going now? I'll take you there. No need, I can go back by myself. Don't you still have a business trip? Shinsu declined. It doesn't matter if we spend this little time. Song Shuyao was very persistent. Shinsu didn't want to be accused of being ungrateful, so he said, I'll go back to the institute. Yeah. Song Shuyao responded. Half an hour later. Song Shuyao's car stopped in front of the cotton candy police station. Thank you. Shinsu thanked Song Shuyao before getting off the car. Song Shuyao did not respond, but tapped her phone a few times. The next moment, Shinsu's phone rang. Shinsu took it out and saw a strange phone number on it. This is my cell phone number. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Song Shuyao said. Okay. Shinsu nodded. Then I'll go first. Take care. Even after Song Shuyao's car drove away, Shinsu was still a little dazed. But the call record is still saved on the phone. Did Song Shuyao really propose to him? Is he hooking up with a rich man? In his original world, he had thought about taking a shortcut in life. But he never imagined that the other party would be a young, beautiful and super rich girl like Song Shuyao. As expected, when people are in a certain unlucky situation, they will always be able to turn things around. After Shinsu saved Song Shuyao's cell phone number, he prepared to return to the institute. But he never expected that when he looked up, he saw Li Ziqiang and Han Jingcheng running out of the station with anxious looks on their faces. What happened to you? Is there any big case? Shinsu asked with some confusion. Hurry up and get in the car, we'll talk in the car. Li Ziqiang was immediately happy when he saw Shinso, as he had one more person. Shinso knew from their looks that it must be an urgent matter, so he didn't waste any more time and got into the car with them. In the car, Han Zhengcheng explained the situation to him. You mean, a lion is missing from the zoo, and this lion is in estrus and is extremely furious. And this angry lion now appears in the nursing home? Shinsa summarized Han Zhengcheng's remarks. Yes, it seems that several people have been injured. Han Zhengcheng frowned slightly. That's a lion, we should find a professional. Shinsu opened his mouth. After all, they can't fight the lion in close combat. I have already notified the zoo. They have sent a trainer with a tranquilizer gun, Han Zhengcheng said. Only then did Shinsu nod. The nursing home was not far from them, and in less than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of the nursing home. As soon as the three got off the car, they saw a lot of elderly people sitting outside the nursing home. Some of them were covered in blood and lay on the ground wailing. Call 120 quickly. Shinsu instructed Han Zhengcheng and ran up immediately. Han Zhengcheng took out his cell phone in a hurry. What's the situation now? Shinsu asked while checking the injuries of the elderly people. The lion has been locked inside, but there are still many people inside who haven't escaped. A man who looked like a caregiver stood up. She also looked extremely embarrassed. How many people are there inside? Shinsu asked again. There should be 30 or 40 elderly people inside, many of whom are unable to move around easily. If the lion goes upstairs, I'm afraid. Officer, you must save them, they are all poor people. The young nurse grabbed Shinsu's arm. Don't worry, we will do our best. Shinsu gave her an affirmative look. At this time, Han Zhengcheng had already called 120 and came over. Brother Shin, the ambulance said it will arrive in 15 minutes at most. Well, you stay here and help them deal with their injuries. I'll go take a look at the situation inside. Shinsu nodded. Be careful. Han Zhengcheng said in a deep voice. Yeah. Shinsu responded. This nursing home has a high wall outside, which is estimated to be at least 3 meters high. The front door was a closed copper door and was locked. Shinsu naturally would not enter through the front door. After all, it would be bad if the lion ran out as soon as the door was opened. For now, I can only climb up the wall to take a look at what's going on inside. I'll go borrow a ladder from nearby. Li Ziqiang saw Shinsu looking at the wall in front of him and knew what he wanted to do. But as soon as he finished speaking, Shinsu had already climbed up the wall. He is as agile as a monkey. Li Ziqiang was stunned by what he saw. Shinsu did not pay attention to his emotions, but only observed the situation in the courtyard. The lion was pacing back and forth in the yard, snorting dangerously. You can see that he is in a very bad mood, his tail keeps wagging. There is no iron gate on the corridor opposite, so if the lion goes up, it can go there unimpeded. The nursing home has 3 floors in total. Shinsu took a quick look and saw that many rooms had their doors open. I guess the people living here have limited mobility and can't even close the door. This situation is really not good. If it is delayed any further, it may cause casualties. Have the people from the zoo arrived? Shinsu turned his head and asked Li Ziqiang below. Ah? Li Ziqiang had not yet recovered from Shinsu's amazing wall climbing skills. He just looked up at him blankly. I asked you where the people from the zoo are? Shinsu asked again. Oh, I'll call and ask. Han Zhengcheng immediately took out his cell phone. They will need another 20 minutes. After the communication, Li Ziqiang hung up the phone. 20 minutes is too long. Shinsu stared at the lion with burning eyes. It seemed to have found the stairs and was heading in that direction. Do you have your gun? Shinsu asked Li Ziqiang in a low voice. Chapter 41, Punching the Lion. No, the director took it away after the last incident, and he hasn't returned it to me yet. Li Ziqiang also lowered his voice. When Shinsu heard this, his brows frowned even more. What's wrong? Is the situation in there not good? Li Ziqiang asked. The lion has found the entrance to the upper floors. If we leave it alone, it will go up soon. There are many open doors upstairs. If it breaks in, the consequences will be disastrous. After all, wild beasts in estrus have no rationality at all. Then what should we do now? Contact other branches? Li Ziqiang became a little anxious after listening to this. You contact them first, I'll see if I can delay it. It would take more time for other divisions to get over, but there was no better way at the moment. How are you going to drag it? Li Ziqiang seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Shinsa's feet. Don't worry, I value my life very much. Shinsa smiled at him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be reckless, Li Ziqiang slowly loosened his hand. But the next moment, Shinsa flipped over and jumped in. Shun Su. Li Ziqiang had no time to stop him. I knew we shouldn't believe what he said. Something bad is going to happen. Li Ziqiang was turning around anxiously outside the wall. But he didn't have Shinsa's wall climbing ability, and he couldn't climb such a smooth wall with his bare hands. What's wrong? Han Zhengcheng had been helping to treat the old man's injuries. I hurried over when I heard the noise. Shinsu has gone in, hurry up and find a ladder. Li Ziqiang said anxiously. What did you say? Han Zhengcheng couldn't believe his ears. Don't waste time, go find a ladder. Li Ziqiang gritted his teeth. At this moment, he didn't even dare to make a loud noise, for fear of angering the lion inside. Oh, okay. Han Zhengcheng did not dare to delay and immediately turned around to find a ladder. At this time, Shinsu had already landed steadily. His body was extremely light and did not make much noise when he landed. But the hearing of wild animals is much more sensitive than that of humans. The male lion who was about to go upstairs heard some movement behind him and immediately turned his head. In an instant, the man and the lion looked into each other's eyes. Shinsu could clearly feel the bloodlust in the lion's eyes. Shinsu held his breath and concentrated, not daring to show the slightest fear. Otherwise, the lion would pounce on him and bite off his neck the next moment. You have to be like him, show ferocity and make it feel that you are powerful, so that it will not dare to act rashly. Shinsu clenched his teeth and tightened his jaw. It just stared at the lion without making any attacking moves. For such a strong male lion, this 3-meter-high wall may not be able to stop it. That's why he came in. If you attack the male lion outside to attract its attention, it may get unhappy and jump out, which will only make the situation more troublesome. Although his Eye of the Abyss can temporarily paralyze the opponent, it has a cooldown after use. 24-hour cooldown after one use. He didn't dare to use it carelessly, and now he just hoped to drag it over to the zoo staff as soon as possible. The man and the lion confronted each other in silence. Each is assessing the other's strength. At the same time, Han Zhengcheng had found a ladder, and Li Ziqiang climbed up without saying a word. When he saw the scene in the middle of the yard, he immediately covered his mouth and nose. The sound of his own breathing accidentally irritated the male lion opposite. As time passed, a thin layer of sweat covered Shinsu's forehead. Li Ziqiang's back on the wall was even wet. Suddenly, a shrill humming sound was heard in the quiet environment. The ambulance is here. Li Ziqiang cried out inwardly, oh no! And was about to turn around to stop it, but it was too late. The male lion in the yard let out a sharp and stimulating long roar, and suddenly attacked Shinsu. Shun Su! Li Ziqiang shouted loudly and even closed his eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scene that followed. But the expected scream of pain did not come, instead there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Li Ziqiang opened his eyes subconsciously, but was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless. Shinsu was still standing in the yard, but the lion fell to the ground, growling in pain. This. What happened in those few seconds when he just closed his eyes? How did the lion fall? Could it be that the zoo staff have arrived? Li Ziqiang immediately looked around and did not find any suspicious persons. Shinsu did not stay at the scene for too long, and ran quickly towards the building opposite. He quickly went from the first floor to the third floor and locked all the doors. By the time he finished doing all this, the lion in the yard had slowly come back to its senses. He shook his head and stood up unsteadily. The animal's nose took a few deep breaths, as if it was trying to detect Shinsu's breath. Shinsu stood on the third floor, looking at the male lion who was trying to go upstairs following his breath, with a bit more murderous look in his eyes. Just at the moment when the lion pounced, he had already activated the Eye of the Abyss. Then he punched it hard on its most vulnerable neck with all his strength. But a beast is still a beast after all, and no matter how hard he tries, he can only make it temporarily lose its ability to move. If it comes up again now, we will have to fight it hand to hand. Shinsu picked up a pair of tongs used for cleaning in the corridor. It's better to have weapons than no weapons. Li Ziqiang, who was originally in a daze, immediately came to his senses when he saw the lion regain consciousness and prepare to go upstairs. I took out my cell phone and prepared to ask the zoo staff why they hadn't arrived yet. But before he could make the call, he heard a questioning voice from below. "Where is the lion now?" When Li Ziqiang heard this, he turned his head sharply and saw several staff members wearing protective clothing and holding anesthetic guns in their hands asking around. "Here, here." Li Ziqiang immediately waved his hand. The two staff members hurried over. Li Ziqiang immediately jumped down from the stairs. "The lion is inside, you guys quickly inject it with anesthesia." Upon hearing this, the staff did not hesitate and quickly climbed up the wall. At this time, the male lion was slowly climbing upstairs. The staff immediately set up the tranquilizer gun, but perhaps out of the beast's instinct, the lion suddenly turned its head back. The staff squatted down immediately. Shinsu was on a high place and saw everything. The anesthesia must be applied in one shot, otherwise it will anger the male lion. Shinsu's eyes flashed. He took out his cell phone and called Li Ziqiang. "Shinsu, don't worry. The zoo staff have arrived and will be able to anesthetize the lion soon. Just hold on for a while." Li Ziqiang thought Shinsu was calling for help. Chapter 42. Isn't the contrast too great? I will attract the lion's attention in a moment. You ask the zoo staff to be prepared and make sure they hit the target with one strike. Shinsu explained quickly. What? Before Li Ziqiang could react, Shinsu had already hung up the phone. Shinsu? Li Ziqiang wanted to say something, but his phone had already returned to the menu page. Looking at Shinsu on the third floor again, he had already begun to prepare for action. Li Ziqiang did not dare to delay and immediately told the zoo staff about Shinsu's plan. This is indeed a good idea, but it is too dangerous. The staff member frowned. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me whether you can hit it with one shot. Li Ziqiang asked. The park staff hesitated. If he was just dealing with a wild beast, he would definitely not be afraid of anything, but there were other people in the yard. If he made a mistake, the consequences would be something he could not bear. He has a family behind him. Why are you hesitating? Can you do it or can't you? Li Ziqiang was so anxious that he was a little angry. I can't guarantee it. The staff didn't dare to say it too definitely. You can't guarantee it? Then what are you doing here? Do you know that if you miss the target and anger the lion, the people inside will be in danger? Li Ziqiang was so angry when he heard this. The staff member tightened the tranquilizer gun in his hand, not daring to risk the rest of his life to show off. I'll do it. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a young voice sounded. Li Ziqiang and the zoo staff all turned their heads to look over. The person who spoke was Han Zhengchang. Xiao Han, now is not the time to joke. Li Ziqiang didn't look at him. Give it to me. Han Zhengchang's tone was extremely serious. I looked at Li Ziqiang, the zoo staff member, and then at Han Zhengchang. Both of them were wearing police uniforms, so it wouldn't be against the rules if he handed the gun to them. While he was thinking, the staff had already handed over the anesthetic gun. Han Zhengchang took it and looked at it carefully, with a look as if a swordsman had touched his own sword. Do you know how to use it? Li Ziqiang asked. Although there were shooting classes in school, Han Zhengchang did not have a gun when he came to the station. If you don't touch this thing for a while, the feel will be much worse. Han Zhengchang said nothing and climbed up the wall with his gun. Xiao Han. Li Ziqiang wanted to say something, but Han Zhengchang interrupted him. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Li Ziqiang was almost angry to death by these words. Is he worried about taking responsibility? He was afraid that both of them would be implicated. Besides, they both followed him out. If something unexpected happened, how would he explain to the director when he returned? Han Zhengchang ignored Li Ziqiang, who was eager to climb up the ladder and pull him down. After climbing up, he did not show his head and just made an okay gesture to Shinsu on the third floor. Shinsu is tall, so he must be able to see it. And Shinsu did see Han Zhengchang. When he saw him coming up with a gun, he couldn't help but frown. But he did not doubt it. After receiving the message prepared by Han Zhengchang, he turned around and went downstairs. Standing on the corner platform of the stairs on the first floor, he turned around, grabbed the mop beside him and smashed it down. The mop hit the lion's back, successfully interrupting its return journey. He turned his head and looked back, and when his gaze fell on Shinsu, his eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. It smelled the scent of Shinsu and knew that he was the one who attacked it just now. For a moment, he didn't care about the strangeness on the other side of the wall. He turned around and walked toward Shinsu step by step. Shinsu bent his legs slightly and clenched the rusty pliers in his hands. At the same time, Han Jingcheng had already placed the anesthetic gun on the wall. In the surrounding residential buildings, many people were standing at their windows, nervously watching the scene below. Some people with weak hearts have already started covering their chests. To be honest, Shinsu was also nervous. He had even imagined in his mind many ways on how he could escape from Han Jingcheng's jaws if he failed. The lion had already assessed Shinsu's fighting ability at this time. He was just a two-legged sheep, and it could bite off his neck with one bite. He actually dared to be so rude to him just now. Today he will be killed on the spot. The lion let out a long roar, gathered all his strength, and pounced towards Shinsu. With such a short distance, almost no one can escape. The hearts of everyone watching this scene were gripped. The lion's bloody mouth was already in front of Shinsu, and he could even clearly feel the lion's fishy breath spraying on his face. But the next moment, with a bang, the lion's movements seemed to be paused at that moment. Its body, which had jumped into the air, somehow lost the strength to move forward and fell heavily in front of Shinsu. Only a pair of eyes remained, staring unwillingly at Shinsu in front of him, gasping for breath with his mouth open, and then slowly closed his eyes. Shinsu raised his eyes and looked at Han Jingcheng on the wall. He was holding a tranquilizer gun, his face was unusually calm, completely different from his usual timid and cautious appearance. Shinsu was a little stunned for a moment by the huge contrast between Han Jingcheng and him. However, at this moment there was a noise at the door and the zoo staff opened the door from the outside. Seeing the lion lying on the ground, he immediately walked in carrying the cage. Shinsu, are you okay? Li Ziqiang also walked in with the crowd. Shinsu shook his head and subconsciously looked at the wall again. Han Jingcheng is no longer here. You are so bold, kid. Do you know that this is a male lion in estrus? Its bite force is so strong that it can bite off your neck in an instant. Li Ziqiang is a little scared when he thinks about it now. Indeed. Shinsu nodded. You are so true. I was almost scared to death by you. Li Ziqiang smoothed his heart. Shinsu smiled without saying anything. He looked at the time again and his expression suddenly turned bad. I'll leave things here to you. Duo is about to finish school and I have to pick her up. After saying this, Shinsu stuffed the pliers in his hand into Li Ziqiang's arms and ran out in a hurry. Li Ziqiang wanted to say something, but the person had already disappeared. Li Ziqiang looked at the pliers in his arms and sighed silently. This guy dared to confront a grown male lion with such a broken thing. I really don't know whether to say he is brave or not afraid of death. Shinsu came out of the nursing home and just saw Han Jingcheng returning the anesthetic gun to the zoo staff. The moment he handed over the gun, Shinsu keenly caught a glimpse of a dark light in Han Jingcheng's eyes. Shinsu couldn't help but pause. Chapter 43 Adding Fuel to the Fire. Han Jingcheng seemed to have noticed Shinsu's gaze and turned to look over, the murderous intent in his eyes still not dissipated. But when he recognized Shinsu, an embarrassed smile immediately appeared on his face. Brother Shin, where are you going? Han Jingcheng quickly handed the tranquilizer gun in his hand to the zoo staff and walked up to Shinsu. Shinsu stared at him for a moment, and the murderous aura that he had just emanated from had completely disappeared. He completely recovered and became the timid and cautious young man that Shinsu knew. It was as if the killer just now was not him. The role switching is quite fast. Duo is about to finish school. I'll go pick her up. Shinsu didn't ask any more questions and replied with a smile. Oh, then you go quickly, and leave this to me and brotherly. Han Jingcheng was as considerate as ever. Yeah. Shinsu nodded and strode away. I just walked a few steps and couldn't help but look back. Han Jingcheng was helping the caregivers to support the injured elderly man. There was a gentle smile on the slightly childish face. She looked so clean and pure, just like a college student who just graduated. But he was very sure that he had not seen it wrong before. This was definitely not the first time Han Jingcheng held a gun. His reaction was like that of a battle-hardened sniper. But how could a sniper appear in a place like the Marshmallow Police Station? I guess he was wrong. Shinsu shook his head and stopped worrying about it. He just hurried to Shinduo's kindergarten so as not to keep his beloved daughter waiting for a long time. At this time, Shinsu didn't know that the video of him bravely fighting a male lion in heat had been uploaded to the internet by countless people. In particular, the video of him knocking a male lion unconscious with one punch was reposted millions of times. Oh my god, is this really a power that a human can possess? That's an adult male lion. Could he have some special abilities? The neck is the weak point of the beast. Scientifically speaking, as long as you can seize the opportunity and punch it with all your strength, it is possible to achieve the situation in the video. Of course, I am only talking about science. In general practice, most people who do this will die in the tiger's mouth. Didn't any of you notice that when the lion pounced on him, it seemed to stop in mid-air for 2 seconds? That's impossible. The male lion's explosive power when hunting is invincible. How could it stay in the air? It must be a problem with the filming. This question did not attract much attention and was quickly overshadowed by other content. In fact, it's not just his strength, his climbing ability is also terrifying. When he landed, I felt like he was a leaf. When the male lion pounced on him, I really thought I was going to see a bloody scene, but I didn't expect him to remain calm. These are the people's soldiers. They are willing to sacrifice their own lives to protect the people. Assistantly, I need all the information about this man in 3 minutes. The discussion on the internet was becoming more and more heated, but Shinsu was completely unaware of it and had already picked up Shinduo and was rushing home. Song Yuan still followed the father and daughter back home like a little tail. The bodyguards followed them closely. While Shinsu was busy cooking for the 2 little ones in the kitchen, Song Shuyao also received news about him. "Miss, I think you can take a look at this." Song Shuyao's personal assistant Zhong Jiayu handed a tablet to her. Song Shuyao recognized the protagonist in the video at a glance. When she finished watching all the videos of Shinsu fighting with male lions, there was a moment of daze on her face. This male lion escaped from the zoo and accidentally entered the nursing home under the jurisdiction of the police station where Shinsu works. He risked his life to enter the nursing home and fight with the male lion in order to protect the elderly people there. Zhong Jiayu briefly explained the situation to Song Shuyao. He is not afraid of death at all. Song Shuyao's gaze fell on Shinsu on the screen, and there was a hint of strange emotion in his eyes. Shinsu was the best in all aspects when he was in the police academy. If he hadn't been labeled with bad behavior, he would have become the target of competition among various police stations by now. Zhong Jiayu had a good impression of Shinsu. A man not only did not blame his daughter who almost ruined his future, but he even took good care of her. Such a man is probably not a bad person. It was a good decision for her young lady to choose him. Song Shuyao listened to Zhong Jiayu's words, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and then she gave her a task. Add more fuel to his fire. Yes. Zhong Jiayu responded immediately. By the way, let us also publicize that he is the real hero who cracked the previous large-scale organ trafficking case. Song Shuyao opened her red lips. I guarantee to complete the task. Zhong Jiayu smiled more. Go out. Song Shuyao said indifferently after giving the important instructions. Yes. Zhong Jiayu turned and left. Suddenly, Song Shuyao was the only one left in the room. In fact, she had already decided to ask Shinsu to build momentum. She had spent so much effort to solve the case, she couldn't let others get away with it for nothing. I just want to find another opportunity for Shinsu to explode together, so that I can block those who want to erase Shinsu's existence to the greatest extent. Unexpectedly, before she took any action, Shinsu had already found the opportunity himself. He always makes things easier for her. Song Shuyao picked up the tablet in front of her again and watched the previous video again. To be honest, even though she had seen a lot of big scenes since she was a child, she couldn't guarantee that she would remain calm when faced with such a situation. Shinsu is not only capable, but also caring about all living beings. People like this really shouldn't be held back by some prejudices. Song Shuyao put down the tablet and picked up the phone beside her. I found Shinsu's WeChat ID and made a video call. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Song Shuyao frowned, and after leaving her contact information for Shinsu, she added him on WeChat, and he quickly accepted it. But we didn't chat after that. Could it be that he didn't know that the number was hers? Song Shuyao frowned and was about to hang up the call when the other end picked up. Shinsu's handsome and tough face suddenly appeared on the screen. Song Shuyao was a little stunned by the handsome face that suddenly magnified several times. What kind of screen opening attack is this? Miss Song, are you looking for an? Shinsu on the other end of the video seemed not to notice anything unusual about Song Shuyao. Seeing that she didn't speak, he took the initiative to ask. Chapter 44. Look in the mirror and you will know. Yeah. Song Shuyao came back to her senses after being asked this by Shinsu. She just acted completely subconsciously. Seeing Shinsu fighting a tiger regardless of his life, I wanted to ask him where he was putting himself. But it was not until she heard your voice, Shinsu, that she slowly reacted. It seemed that she had no right to blame Shinsu for anything. After all, everything he did was worthy of the uniform he wore. Therefore, when Shinsu asked her if she was looking for Song Yuan, she nodded. Wait a moment. Shinsu said as he walked towards the living room with his cell phone. Duo and Song Yuan had just finished their meal and were playing with toys in the living room. Your mother is looking for you. Shinsu handed the phone to Song Yuan. When Song Yuan heard this, he was slightly stunned. Didn't his mother know that he was here? Although he was doubtful, he still took the phone. It was indeed Song Shuyao's face on the other end of the video. Song Shuyao didn't really want to find Song Yuan for something, but since she was put in this situation, she could only bite the bullet and say it. Don't keep disturbing Uncle Shin. When Song Yuan heard this, there was a hint of disapproval in his eyes. He didn't disturb Shinsu and kept playing with Duo. Go home early. After all these years of getting along, Song Shuyao already knew Song Yuan very well. Even if he didn't speak, she could clearly discern the meaning of his expression. Okay, I'm busy here, so I'll hang up first. Song Shuyao was afraid that he would be exposed if he talked for a few more words, so he hung up the phone directly. Song Yuan looked at the phone screen that had turned black, and his small eyebrows were squeezed together. His mother had clearly told him before that he didn't have to worry about anything in the future and could get along well with Duo. Why are you calling him now to urge him to go home? Song Yuan thought that Song Shuyao never acted rashly, so maybe something happened at home that required him to go back. Thinking of this, even though he felt a little reluctant, he still stood up and held the phone in front of Shinsu with both hands. After the other party took it, he bowed to him again. Finally, Duo saw the child sitting on the carpet. Are you going home? Duo could now communicate with him without any obstacles. Song Yuan nodded. Then I'll take you to the door. Duo climbed up. The two little guys just went to the door. When I opened the door, the bodyguard was waiting outside. Shinsu stood aside and suddenly felt that his presence in this family seemed to have decreased a little. But who's to blame since his daughter likes it? Just lower it. Early the next morning. As usual, Shinsu sent Duo to school first, and then went to the institute. But today, as soon as he entered the institute, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was a little different. Even the usually elusive director stood in the hall for a rare moment. Several people lined up in a row and had been staring at Shinsu since he came in. Why are you looking at me like that? Shinsu raised his hand and touched his face, wondering if there was something on it. As a result, no one responded. Shinsu felt a little frightened by their gazes and wanted to ask again, but Li Ziqiang suddenly pounced on him and grabbed his arm forcefully. Shinsu frowned slightly. This guy is quite strong. Shinsu, you are a great hero now. Li Ziqiang changed his serious expression and smiled at him with his big teeth bared. What? Shinsu was a little unresponsive for a moment. Don't you know yet? Someone posted the video of you bravely fighting a male lion in the nursing home yesterday on the internet, and now everyone is talking about you. You're famous. Li Ziqiang looked as if he was famous himself. Really? I didn't even check my phone after I got home yesterday. Shinsu was a little surprised. You didn't watch it? I thought you must have stayed up all night last night, appreciating the praise from netizens. Li Ziqiang was surprised. I wouldn't do this even if I saw it. Shinsu gave him a look and took out his cell phone from his pocket. When I opened the video software, the first video I saw was about him. There is also a hot search about him below. The video received a lot of likes and comments. Shinsu casually flipped through it and found that most of the articles were praising his bravery. There were so many words of praise that he was dazzled. This is really unexpected. Shinsu didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. If I had known I would receive so much praise, I should have jumped in right then. Li Ziqiang felt a little regretful when he thought about it. Are you going to jump in and feed the lions? Lu Qingmei on the side rolled her eyes at him. My fist is also big, okay? Li Ziqiang said as he gestured at his muscular body. Lu Qingmei glanced at him mercilessly. Even if you really have the ability to defeat the lion, you can't be as popular as Shinsu. Why? Li Ziqiang protested. You'll know if you look in the mirror. Li Ziqiang. Li Ziqiang felt like he was being attacked. And he has solid evidence. The old director ignored their quarrel and just patted Shinsu's shoulder with a smile on his face. This is a very good job. I will report it to my superiors. Thank you, director. Although Shinsu felt that the director was probably just making empty promises, he still thanked him gratefully. Keep working hard. Yes. After the old director finished instructing Shinsu, he turned around and saw the three subordinates who were still arguing, and his face suddenly changed in anger. He kicked Li Ziqiang directly. The role model is right beside you. It's fine if you don't know how to study, but you keep causing trouble for me every day. If you continue to make trouble, everyone will have to write a 10,000-word self-criticism for me. When the three heard the self-criticism, they all closed their mouths for fear of making any sound. Snort. The director looked at them like this, then turned around and left with his hands behind his back. Only when the director's voice completely disappeared did Li Ziqiang and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Why does the director always use the same trick? Li Ziqiang complained. Just tell me whether it works or not. Lu Qingmei went back to her workstation. It really works. Li Ziqiang cursed softly. Have him run, do push-ups, pull-ups, anything. But writing a self-criticism, or even writing it 10,000 times, would really cost him his life. Last time he lost his service gun, he almost didn't include the fact that he was going to see his grandmother in his 10,000-word self-review. Shinsu looked at Li Ziqiang, who had a face full of hatred and resentment, and the smile on his lips deepened. He turned his head and found that Han Zhengcheng was also staring at Li Ziqiang with a silly smile. I don't know why, but the image of Han Zhengcheng holding a gun yesterday suddenly appeared in my mind. His eyes flickered slightly and he spoke in a casual manner. What conditions must be met before the police can issue guns? Chapter 45. Get ready to work. There is no special standard for this. It all depends on the director's opinion. Why are you asking this? Do you want it too? If you ask the director, it will probably be approved quickly. Li Ziqiang said while nodding. What about you? Have you ever carried a gun? Shinsu changed the subject and turned his attention to Han Zhengcheng. Han Zhengcheng seemed a little surprised that he was suddenly involved. Are you talking about Xiao Han? He doesn't look like someone who can use a gun. Li Ziqiang answered quickly. Really? But I saw that he was in good condition when using the gun yesterday. Shinsu said meaningfully. That's a tranquilizer gun, it's different. Just like Brother Li said, someone like me is not worthy of using a gun. Han Zhengcheng seemed to have finally come to his senses and said self-deprecatingly with a smile. Shinsu didn't say anything, but his eyes lingered on him for a moment. Xiao Han, what you said is not right. How can you have no ambition at all? If you work harder, the director will definitely find a suitable job for you. Li Ziqiang seemed to be unaware of the unusual atmosphere between Shinsu and Han Zhengcheng, and he put his arm around Han Zhengcheng's shoulder with a silly look on his face. Yes, Brother Li is right. Han Zhengcheng did not deny it and replied with a smile. Seeing the two of them like this, Shinsu didn't ask any more questions and turned back to his workstation to work. Without any cases, Shinsu was still very free. The work is just organizing files and cleaning. Not difficult, just too boring. On the other hand, Li Ziqiang and his friends seemed to have long been accustomed to such leisure and were enjoying themselves. And at the same time, Municipal Public Security Bureau. Director Wang called Run Haipeng to his office again. Director Wang, what are your instructions this time? Run Haipeng had never felt that Director Wang liked him so much before. You should have a good relationship with Shinsu. Director Wang did not directly explain why he called him, but asked casually. I'm not very close to him. Run Haipeng said after thinking for a while. Don't you dare to tell the truth in front of me? If you two are not close, would he call you when he encounters a case? Why doesn't he call Criminal Team 1? Director Wang immediately glared at him. Run Haipeng knew that if he said this, no one would believe him. After all, other people may not know, but Director Wang is very clear that almost all the cases he solved during this period were given to him by Shinsu for free. Director Wang, What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Ren Haipeng didn't want to argue with him and went straight to the point. When Director Wang heard this, he cleared his throat somewhat unnaturally. Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to transfer Shinsu to your team? I agreed to this. What did you say? You agreed? Didn't you say it was difficult before? Ren Haipeng frowned. Who are you talking to, kid? No wonder I have received a lot of complaints recently, saying that you have a bad attitude and I am not cooperating with the work. Director Wang glared at him in a stern manner. They are just jealous. Ren Haipeng didn't care. Even if you are telling the truth, you should keep a low profile. I understand. Ren Haipeng replied casually. This has become Director Wang's catchphrase, and he always uses these words every time he educates him. He wasn't tired of talking, he was tired of hearing it. Seeing that Ren Haipeng still had an attitude, Director Wang did not scold him any further. After reorganizing his thoughts, he said, Shinsu's current situation is very different from before. I know you don't like the officialdom, and I won't force you. But Shinsu is someone you like, so you can spend more time with him in the future. Director Wang, what do you mean by this? Ren Haipeng just didn't like flattery and the kind of flattery that praised people and put them down. But that doesn't mean he is stupid. If he were really stupid, he wouldn't be able to become the captain of the criminal team too. Director Wang was clearly hinting that Shinsu had a background. What else could it mean? I just want you to get along better with the younger generations. Okay, I don't have anything to do here, you can go out. Director Wang did not put the matter too bluntly. Ren Haipeng frowned and wanted to ask more clearly, but Director Wang drove him away. Remember to close the door for me. Seeing Director Wang like this, Ren Haipeng knew that he couldn't get anything out of him. Although he was confused, he still turned around and left. But when I returned to Cory, I was still thinking about what Director Wang said. If Shinsu really had some background, how could he be assigned to be a local police officer? But if there is no background, what did Director Wang mean by what he just said? He even took the initiative to mention that Shinsu could be transferred to his team. All these behaviors are abnormal. Is it because Shinsu has been very popular recently? Ren Haipeng couldn't figure it out, so he just gave up thinking about it and decided to tell Shinsu the good news first. Such a talent will eventually be discovered by outsiders, so he has to strike first. Ren Haipeng went to the rooftop with his cell phone. He took out Shinsu's phone number and dialed it. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Captain Ren. Shinsu's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Ren Haipeng opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. Ever since the last organ trafficking case, he always felt a little insecure when facing Shinsu. Captain Ren? Shinsu hadn't received a response yet, so he asked again. It's me. Ren Haipeng finally spoke. What do you want to talk to me about? Shinsu asked proactively. Ren Haipeng has never been a shy person, and he just wanted to make amends after Shinsu came to his team. Director Wang has agreed to transfer you to my team. In order to avoid any complications, I think it would be better to complete the procedures as soon as possible. Ren Haipeng spoke directly. But after he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. Ren Haipeng frowned. Could it be that the phone was hung up? But I took out my phone and saw that I was still on the call. Shinsu, are you still listening? This time it was Ren Haipeng's turn to ask. I'm here. Shinsu responded. Then you should prepare yourself. It would be best if you can complete the handover procedures and start work within a day or two. Ren Haipeng said in a firm tone. But there was no movement on the other end of the phone. Shinsu? Ren Haipeng called out tentatively, feeling an inexplicable sense of strangeness in his heart. After a moment, he asked about the doubts in his heart. Don't you want to join my team? Chapter 46, Corpse Dumping Case. Shinsu, I know you are a little disappointed in me because of what happened last time, but your talent should not be buried. If you continue to stay in your current unit as a small police officer, it will not only be a loss for you, but also for our entire police system. Shinsu, I hope you can think carefully about it and not ruin your future because of a momentary anger. Ren Haipeng's words were from the bottom of his heart. Shinsu also felt his sincerity and his tone softened a little. I'll seriously consider it. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. After hearing Shinsu's words, Ren Haipeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said he would consider it, which means there is still a chance. As long as there is a chance, we can still fight for it. After Shinso hung up the phone, he fell into deep thought. Who are you talking to on the phone? Suddenly a charming voice came from behind him. When Shinso turned around, he saw the charming Lu Qingmei. It's Captain Run. Shinso did not hide anything. What? Ran Haipeng wants to poach you to his place? Lu Qingmei said. Shinso didn't expect her to say it so bluntly, and looked at him with a little surprise. Your expression just now has already explained a lot. This should be your long-cherished wish. Why do you look so conflicted? Lu Qingmei leaned on the railing nonchalantly. It's not really a dilemma, it's just... Shinsu was about to say something when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Shinsu took out his cell phone and took a look at it. His expression immediately became nervous. It's Duo's call. Let me take a call first. Shinsu said this to Lu Qingmei and then answered the call. I don't know what the person on the phone said, but Shinsu's expression suddenly became serious. Okay, I get it. Don't worry, Dad will be here soon. Shinsu said and hung up the phone. Something happened over there with Duo. I'll go over there first. Shinsu turned around and left, his back revealing his anxiety. Lu Qingmei looked at him like this, not knowing what she was thinking of, and immediately called Li Ziqiang. Something seems to have happened to Shinsu. You and Han Zhengcheng should go with him to take a look. Okay. Li Ziqiang responded immediately and readily. There must be a case following Shinsu. After hanging up the phone, he dragged Han Zhengcheng, who was still sorting out the files, out. Where are you taking me? Han Zhengcheng jogged behind. Brother will take you to see the world. Li Ziqiang's eyes sparkled. The doubt in Han Zhengcheng's eyes became even stronger. When the two of them chased to the door, Shinsu was just about to leave. Shinsu! Li Ziqiang immediately shouted loudly. How did you get here? Shinsu looked at them in surprise. It's Lu Qingmei. He said you have something to do here and asked us to follow you to see if we can help. Is there another case? There was a gleam in Li Ziqiang's eyes. I'm not sure yet. Duo just called me and said she found something and wanted me to go over and take a look. Shinsu explained. It's okay, let's go over and take a look together. When Li Ziqiang heard that it was not a case, his enthusiasm subsided a lot, but he still chose to accompany Shinsu. Okay. Now that things have come to this, since Li Ziqiang and the others are willing to follow, Shinsu naturally would not refuse. Let's drive. Li Ziqiang shook the keys in his hand. Shinsu was in a hurry and did not refuse. About 40 minutes. The car stopped outside a park in the suburbs. Today, Shinduo's kindergarten held a picnic. The environment here is good and no tickets are required. It is the best place for many primary and secondary school students to have picnics. Shinsu turned on his cell phone, checked the current location of Shinduo's phone watch, and immediately rushed over with Li Ziqiang and the others. When Shinsu found Shinduo, she was standing by the river hand in hand with Song Yuan. Duo. Shinsu immediately ran over quickly. Dad. As soon as Shinduo saw Shinsu, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Are you okay? Shinsu looked at Shinduo carefully, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that there was nothing wrong with her. I'm fine. I listened to you and stayed here. I didn't go down. Shinduo said obediently. Where is the thing you found? Shinsu asked. It's right there. Shinduo pointed to a woven bag on the opposite side of the river. Shinsu looked in the direction of her finger and saw the kind of woven bag that is very common on the market. I don't know if it's because it was soaked in water, but it's a little swollen. The most important thing is that you can smell a faint stench even when standing here. Shinsu felt a bad feeling in his heart. Has anyone else been here? Shinsu asked Shinduo. No, Song Yuan and I were in charge of fetching water. I thought the water source upstream would be cleaner, so I brought Song Yuan here to check. Unexpectedly, we found such a bag, and it had a bad smell. I've seen it on TV before, saying that many murderers would put the bodies in this kind of bags and throw them into the river. I was afraid that other classmates would be scared, so I sent them away and just waited here with Song Yuan for you. Shinduo answered in an orderly manner. Li Ziqiang, who was standing by, widened his eyes when he heard that Shinduo had such a meticulous mind at such a young age. She is worthy of being Shinsu's daughter. She will definitely be as outstanding as Shinsu when she grows up. You did a great job. In the future, you should do the same as you did today. If anything suspicious happens, you must inform Daddy immediately, okay? Shinsu gave Shinduo affirmative praise. Yeah. Shinduo raised her chin proudly. You two stay here and wait for Dad. I'll go down and check on the bag. Shinsu instructed Shinduo. Yeah. Shinduo knew that they would not be needed for the next things. Shinsu then took Li Ziqiang and Han Jingcheng towards the river below. The closer you get to the woven bag, the more noticeable the smell becomes. And this smell is a little different from the usual smell of rotting animals. Some of the knowledge he had learned before emerged in Shinsu's mind. Due to the structure of the human body, when a human corpse decays, the bacteria inside the corpse decompose the protein and react with other organic matter to produce gases such as hydrogen sulfide. It smells like rotten rat and rotten eggs in a sewer. And the smell he smelled now was very similar. It stinks so much. Li Ziqiang felt like he could hardly breathe. Who of you brought gloves? Shinsu was afraid that Shinduo would be in danger if she stayed here alone, so he didn't make any preparations before rushing over. Now that I have some guesses in my mind, I still feel that I need to take precautions in advance. To avoid any accidents. I came out in such a hurry that I didn't even remember to wear gloves. Li Ziqiang felt his lungs were contaminated every time he took a breath of air. Shinsu looked at the woven bag in front of him, frowned, took off his coat, wrapped his right hand around it, and walked forward to unzip the woven bag. Chapter 47 Real Conan. As soon as the bag was opened, a strong stench hit me in the face. Li Ziqiang almost vomited on the spot, but he managed to hold it back with great difficulty. When his eyes fell on the contents of the bag, his defense finally broke down completely, and he turned his head and vomited violently. Half an hour later, Ren Haipeng and his men surrounded the scene. Forensic doctors are examining the fragments of the people in the bag. Captain, people often come here. Why would the murderer choose this place as the place to dump the bodies? A team member under Ren Haipeng asked puzzledly. The river here is connected to the Xiangjiang River. The sluice gates were opened to release water a few days ago, and it is estimated that they were washed down at that time. There are many cameras on the plank road upstream. You can wait for the autopsy report to come out and conduct a detailed investigation of the surveillance during that period. The murderer should be found soon. Shinsu briefly handed over to Ren Haipeng. Why are you so sure? Shinsu's words sounded a bit arrogant. Ren Haipeng didn't say anything, but the team member following him couldn't help but retort to Shinsu. Shinsu looked up and saw that the other person was not very old, probably in his early 20s, and was probably just assigned from the police academy. It's very good that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger and dares to question and speak out. Shinsu was not angry and continued speaking. Before you came, I had already done a preliminary inspection of the body. The deceased was a female, and the body was cut into pieces. It looked very professional, but the details were not taken care of at all. The deceased's nails showed signs of being flipped over, and many of the nails were broken, with bloody fibers remaining in the gaps between the nails. There is a half-bloody fingerprint on the victim's thigh. It must have been left there accidentally by the murderer. The murderer must be committing a crime for the first time. He only knew how to dismember the body but didn't know how to remove any traces first. Such a careless murderer would naturally not pay attention to the cameras that are now everywhere in the streets. The murderer should be around 50-60 years old and not well educated. Let's focus on investigating the nearby construction sites, Shinsu said slowly. The young man was stunned by what he heard. These things are easy to find. You haven't had close contact with a corpse, but you can still find them if you look carefully. Shinsu didn't want to leave any psychological trauma on others, so he smiled and comforted them. The young policeman's face suddenly turned red. You go over there and help first. Just when he was so ashamed that he didn't know how to show his kindness, Ren Haipeng gave him an order. Yes. The young man ran away. Suddenly, only Shinsu and Ren Haipeng were left at the scene. Okay, I leave this to you. Call me if you need any help later. Shinduo was still waiting for him upstairs. Shinsu didn't want to waste too much time here, so he prepared to leave after saying that. Shinsu, please consider my suggestion carefully. I think you are very suitable to join our criminal police team. Ren Haipeng called Shinsu. He solved 3 major cases on his first day in office. While going to pick up his daughter, he uncovered another large-scale organ trafficking case. Now, while accompanying my daughter on a spring outing, I encountered another dismemberment case. This is simply the real-life version of Conan, with murders happening wherever he goes. If we keep such a person in the team, the whole team will probably prosper. I said, I will think about it carefully. Captain Ren, you should deal with the case here first. Shinsu waved at him without staying for long. Run Haipeng's eyes were always fixed on the direction where Shinsu left, with a hint of darkness in his eyes. It seems that he still hasn't let go of the previous organ trafficking case. It was his fault that he lost trust in him. Captain, we are ready to go back. A loud voice came from a distance. Ren Haipeng then withdrew his gaze, turned around and strode towards the team members. Dad! As soon as Shinsu climbed onto the embankment, Shinduo immediately rushed towards him. Shinsu took 2 steps back and said, Dad is dirty. Dad is not dirty, Dad is a hero. Although they didn't tell Shinduo what happened exactly, she could guess some of it by watching from the side. Why am I a hero? Shinsu looked at Shinduo with some amusement. You are the hero. Shinduo answered confidently. Then our duo is also a hero. You are the first one to discover this. Shinsu saw that Shinduo was not afraid of these things and did not deliberately cover it up. Yes, Dad is a big hero and I am a little hero. Shinduo answered with great pride. That little look made everyone present laugh. Okay, let's go back. Shinsu raised his voice. Yeah. Shinduo held Song Yuan's hand and walked in front with his head held high. Shinsu, Li Ziqiang, and Han Zhengcheng followed behind them. Shinsu, won't you stay and help them solve the case? Li Ziqiang asked Shinsu with some doubt. That's their criminal police team's business. We've been out for so long, it's time to go back to the station. Shinsu didn't care. But this is your achievement. If you don't follow, aren't you afraid that your achievement will be snatched away like the previous times? Li Ziqiang has a straightforward mind and speaks straightforwardly. If it's mine, no one can take it away. If it's not mine, there's no need to force it. Shinsu looked indifferent. But don't you still want to join the criminal police team? How can merit not be important? Li Ziqiang was puzzled. Shinsu didn't say anything more. Han Zhengcheng, who was standing aside, looked at Shinsu with a look that contained some indescribable emotions. Shinsu first went back to the institute and reported their situation today to the director. The director is probably used to it. After all, their institute has never had peace since Shinsu came. Hearing that the case had been transferred to the criminal police team, the old director didn't say anything more. He just waved at him and told him to go back and rest early. After Shinsu came out of the director's office, he really took Shinduo back to rest. The next day, the official announcement was issued. It was stated that the case of the dismembered body found in the Park River yesterday morning has been solved. The murderer was a construction worker in his 60s. The deceased was his co-worker, and the two had an argument because the deceased had peeped at him taking a bath. The murderer accidentally knocked the deceased unconscious and took the opportunity to assault him. During the process, the deceased was conscious and threatened to call the police. The murderer was frightened, so he killed, dismembered, and dumped the body into the Shangjiang River. As soon as this announcement was released, it caused another round of sighs. Many people left comments below, praising the police for solving the case like a god, catching the murderer within a day. What? This is clearly your achievement, Shinsu, and the criminal police team didn't even mention a word about it. Li Ziqiang felt sorry for Shinsu when he saw the notice. It's fine as long as the murderer is caught. Shinsu was still sorting out the files in his hands. Are you really not resentful at all? Li Ziqiang leaned on his desk curiously. If it were him, he would have been so angry that he would have gone to find Ren Haipeng to settle the score. Chapter 48 Let you hold your grandson. What's there to be resentful about? It's my fault for having bad conduct. Shinsu said slowly. He even let out a long sigh in a pretentious manner. Well, it's not your fault alone. It's normal for a man and a woman to love each other. Besides, the woman didn't contact you after she got pregnant, so how would you know that you had a daughter? What's more, you have been punished for this matter before. You can't spend your whole life atonement for this matter, right? Li Ziqiang now regarded Shinsu as his own and immediately protected him. Just as Li Ziqiang finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the head. "Who dares to hit me?" Li Ziqiang turned around subconsciously, wanting to punch this ignorant guy to death, but he never expected to meet the gloomy face of their director at first sight. "Chief, why is it you?" Li Ziqiang's fist immediately loosened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The director glared at him with a frown. I'm not talking nonsense. You shouldn't be punished for so long just for a mistake." Although Li Ziqiang still insisted on speaking for Shinsu, his voice became smaller and smaller. "These are all decisions made by the leaders above. If you are so dissatisfied, then work hard to move up and climb to a position where you can make decisions," the director said in a firm tone. Li Ziqiang didn't dare to say anything more. He just closed his mouth and moved to the side. "Director." Shinsu then put away the smile on his face and greeted the director respectfully. "Yes." The director nodded, and his expression eased a lot. "You have realized your mistake just now, which is very good. Thank you for the praise, director." Shinsu stood straight. "But what that brat said just now is not wrong. We can't spend our whole life atonement for one mistake. The leaders above know this. You pack your bags and come with me to the Municipal Public Security Bureau later," the director said. "Yes." Shinsu responded. "Chief, why are you taking Shinsu to the Municipal Public Security Bureau?" Li Ziqiang stepped forward curiously again. The old director seemed not to have heard his words and turned his gaze back to Lu Qingmei. "Qingmei, you should also get ready and go with us. Is there a share for me?" Lu Qingmei raised her eyes. "What about me? What about me?" When Li Ziqiang saw Lu Qingmei also leaving, he immediately pointed at himself and looked at the director eagerly. "You stay on duty at the station," the director said mercilessly. "Isn't it Xiao Han's job to be on duty? Director, why are you still showing favoritism now? I want to go with you too," Li Ziqiang protested. The director turned and left. "Director!" Li Ziqiang immediately came up to him. Even if you walked far away, you could still hear the director's angry scolding. Shinsu smiled and shook his head. Lu Qingmei looked at Shinsu opposite her with her eyes moving. "What is the matter that the director took us to the municipal bureau this time?" Shinsu continued to lower his head and deal with the files. "Who knows, maybe it's your medal that came down." When Lu Qingmei heard this, her eyes lit up immediately and she took out a small mirror and started to touch up her makeup. 1 hour. Shinsu, Lu Qingmei, and the director got on the car to the municipal bureau. Li Ziqiang also got what he wished for and happily sat in the driver's seat as a driver. However, there was no resentment of being enslaved on his face. Instead, he smiled so hard that his gums were exposed. And at the same time, in the municipal bureau, director's office, Xiao Yuanliang looked at his father in shock. "Dad, what did you just say? Who are you going to reward later?" "Shinsu." Xiao Haotsai's expression also looked a little unfriendly. "How can this be possible? Shinsu has such bad conduct, how can he still receive commendations?" "I don't agree." Xiao Yuanliang protested loudly. "What's the point of you disagreeing? Do you know how many cases he has solved during this period of time? Just yesterday, he helped solve another dismemberment case." Xiao Haotsai tapped the desk in front of him with his fingers. "Didn't our criminal police team solve the dismemberment case yesterday?" Xiao Yuanliang was on vacation yesterday and did not go to work, so naturally he did not see Shinsu. "What do you mean your criminal police team? It was Shinsu who found the body parts first, and then he called your criminal police team to inform them." Xiao Hao gritted his teeth. "That man was also arrested by our criminal police team. At most, he was just a reporter." Xiao Yuanliang was still a little indignant. "If it was just a single case like this, I would have been able to suppress it, but he had previously uncovered a large-scale organ trafficking case, and that case has been gaining popularity online. And the one a few days ago when the nursing home bravely fought a lion. Each of these incidents has video footage shot by the public as evidence. I can't suppress it even if I want to." Xiao Haotsai's voice was very low. After all, public opinion is what matters most. That doesn't mean Shinsu can be rewarded. Xiao Yuanliang didn't want to hear this. When he was in the police academy, he was always outshined by Shinsu. Finally, he made a mistake and was sent to be a small police officer. Now she actually wants to climb over his head again, which he absolutely will not allow. If you don't want me to reward him, you should work harder and solve more cases so that I can promote you quickly. Don't just hang around Lin Yusu all day long. Work hard and produce results for me. Then no one will question my promotion. Xiao Hao glared at Xiao Yuanliang angrily. I'm not being idle by taking care of Susu. I just want you to have a grandson as soon as possible. Xiao Yuanliang disagreed with Xiao Haocai's words. Then you should get the person as soon as possible instead of just talking all day long. Xiao Hao said angrily. Alright, I will try to marry Susu right away. Xiao Yuanliang begged for mercy immediately, but added, Susu and I have just made some progress in our relationship. If Shinsu makes a comeback, I'm afraid something will happen again. If anything unexpected happened, it's all your own fault. Get out of here right now. Xiao Haocai really didn't want to waste any more time with Xiao Yuanliang, so he grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it. Xiao Yuanliang dodged sideways and the teacup shattered to the ground. Okay, I'm leaving now. Dad, please don't get angry and make yourself sick. Xiao Yuanliang knew that his father was really angry this time, so he didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around and ran away. Suddenly, Xiao Haocai was the only one left in the office. He looked at the notice in front of him, with a cold look in his eyes. There was one thing he didn't tell Xiao Yuanliang just now, that he had raised objections to Shinsu's commendation. After all, he has a clear label of bad conduct. He made a fuss about this, and it was difficult for others to question it. But this time, his proposal was shot down by his superiors. This is because they think Shinsu has outstanding abilities and want to give him an exceptional reward. Or is there someone above who wants to protect Shinsu? Chapter 49, Want to go back? If it's the former, then there's nothing special to pay attention to. Just find another fault with him later and send him to a more remote place. But if it's the latter, there was a hint of darkness in Xiao Haocai's eyes. Then we must not allow Shinsu any chance to get up. After all, the grudge between them has already been formed. Giving him a chance would be giving him a chance to take revenge on himself. There was a sinister look in Xiao Haocai's eyes. After arriving at the municipal bureau, Shinsu only then realized that the person who commended him was actually Xiao Haocai. At the meeting, detailed reports were given on the previous large-scale organ trafficking case, the nursing home lion case, and the dismemberment case that had just been solved. All those involved in solving the case were commended. Shinsu's name appeared on the commendation list for the first time, and he was the main commender. After the report, Shinsu followed the director and Lu Qingmei to the stage to receive the award. Officer Shen is young and promising. He will definitely have a bright future. I hope you can keep your original aspirations and continue to serve the people. Xiao Haocai stood in front of Shinsu with an amiable look. Thank you, Director Qiao. I will keep working on it. Shinsu seemed even more determined than him. A faint light flashed across Xiao Haocai's eyes, but it returned to normal in just a moment. He personally stood in front of Shinsu for the final photo session. After the commendation meeting, Shinsu was awarded the third-class individual merit and the Cotton Candy Police Station was awarded the third-class collective merit. The director couldn't hide his gums when he smiled. Although Lu Qingmei did not receive the third-class merit, she was specially named and commended at the conference. Although Lu Qingmei did not get the medal she had been longing for, she was quite satisfied with the result. He took a lot of selfies while holding up the institute's third-class collective merit medal. I'm treating you tonight, and everyone should be welcome. The director was unusually generous. The director is mighty. Li Ziqian's eyes lit up. The group excitedly prepared to go back to the institute to inform Li Ziqian and others. But as soon as they walked out of the door, they suddenly saw a beautiful woman exuding a cold and aloof aura standing on the road they had to pass. And the beautiful lady's eyes were still on them. Li Ziqian immediately put away his bared teeth and even straightened his clothes. Has his recent intensified exercise shown any results? Is it finally his turn to have romantic luck? Can we talk for a minute? The beauty walked straight towards them. Lu Qingmei. Li Ziqian was about to agree when Shinsu turned around and looked at them. Director, please go to the car and wait. I'll be there in a moment. Okay, you don't have to be so anxious, just talk to the girl nicely. The old director's eyes moved back and forth between the beauty and Shinsu, and he smiled and dragged the almost petrified Li Ziqian away. Lu Qingmei didn't say much, but when she passed by the beauty, she couldn't help but give her a few more glances. After everyone left, only Shinsu and Lin Yusu were left at the scene. What do you want to tell me? Shinsu looked at her calmly. Are you so impatient with me now? Lin Yusu's tone was tinged with sadness. I think we have made things very clear between us before. If you have nothing else to do, I will go back first. Shinsu really didn't want to continue to entangle with Lin Yusu. He admitted that he had indeed fallen in love with Lin Yusu when he was in the police academy. After all, Lin Yusu is beautiful, has outstanding abilities, and even gives you hints everywhere. No man would not be attracted by such a woman. Even though she later chose Qiao Yuanliang for various reasons, he did not go to question her. After all, there was only some ambiguity between them, but there was no definite status. What's more, he later had duo, and Lin Yusu was completely excluded from her world. Shinsu, you are always like this. It's because you always treat me like this that I can't firmly choose you. Lin Yusu stepped forward and blocked Shinsu's way. When Shinsu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yusu, you are Qiao Yuanliang's girlfriend now. What else do you want me to do to you? I already have a bad label, and I don't want another one. You. Lin Yusu clenched her hands hanging at her sides into fists, bit her lower lip tightly with her pearly teeth, and there seemed to be tears in the corners of her eyes. The usually strong woman suddenly showed such a fragile look. In the past, Shinsu would definitely have been soft-hearted. But now he still maintained a calm expression on his face and looked at her quietly. Lin Yusu did not wait for Shinsu's comfort, and even her eyes were so cold. She finally realized that Shinsu would never be the same as before. As long as she showed the slightest sign of sadness, he would rush towards her regardless of everything. Lin Yusu suppressed the emotions in his eyes and tried his best to appear less embarrassed. I came here to tell you that the father and son of the Qiao family will not let you go. Lin Yusu said in a low voice. As Qiao Yuanliang's girlfriend, why are you telling me this? Shinsu was not too surprised. I know you look down on my behavior, but I had no choice at the time. I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you. A trace of forbearance flashed in Lin Yusu's eyes. Don't come to me specifically to say these things in the future. You haven't hurt me in any way. After all, we have never been boyfriend and girlfriend. After saying this, Shinsu walked around Lin Yusu and left. Lin Yusu, who was left alone there, felt dizzy and his whole body was shaky. No harm done? Wouldn't he feel sad if she agreed to another man's pursuit? Wouldn't you resent her? Lin Yusu bit her lower lip a little harder. Shinsu has already returned to the car. As soon as he got on the bus, everyone's eyes fell on him. Why are you looking at me like that? Shinsu felt uncomfortable being stared at by them. Look who that beautiful lady is? What is your relationship? Could she be your daughter's biological mother? The three of them asked question after question, and Shinsu was laughed at by them. No, he's my former classmate from the police academy. Shinsu explained. Classmates in the police academy? They are childhood sweethearts? The old chief seemed to be thinking about something. She already has a boyfriend. Shinsu spoke again. Oh, now you've parted ways, are you trying to get back together? Lu Qingmei exclaimed. Of course not, she just came to remind me. Shinsu was a little embarrassed. Why would an ordinary friend come here to remind you? Li Ziqiang was smart for once. Chapter 50. This is the Hongmen banquet. It's not intentional. After all, she also has to come here for a meeting. Shinsu explained patiently. I don't think so. The way that girl looked at you was clearly the same as the way she looked at her lover. There must be a story between you two. Lu Qingmei said meaningfully. Even if there was a story, it is in the past. She is now living the life of her own choice, and we should not have any intersection anymore. Okay, let's drive back to the station quickly. Xiao Han is still waiting for us. Shinsu didn't want to talk too much about this topic. Young people are easily impulsive, but as a man you still need to be more generous. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you will repent and hate yourself for not being able to take that step bravely. The old director didn't know whether he was touched or recalled the past, and he showed a rare sad expression. Director, are you thinking about your first love again? Lu Qingmei glanced at him. Alas. The director said nothing, just sighed lightly, closed his eyes and dozed off. This little incident dampened the lively atmosphere. Li Ziqiang and Lu Qingmei didn't dare to say anything to make their old director recall the past, so they just kept their mouths shut. But Shinsu was still thinking about what Lin Yusu whispered to him when he passed by her. If a case comes to you later, don't take it. The expression in Shinsu's eyes was surging. Did she want to remind him that Xiao Yuanliang and his son were planning to set a trap to frame him? But she was afraid that she couldn't do it after being reminded. Xiao Haocai is still the head of the municipal bureau. If he wants to frame him for a case, it is all within the normal range. As long as he has not lost any limbs and is paralyzed in bed, there is no reason for him to refuse. This is what it means when one's words are of little weight. But Shinsu didn't expect that Xiao Yuanliang and his son would act so quickly. As soon as they returned to the station, the director received a call. Immediately afterwards, a transfer order temporarily transferred Shinsu to the anti-drug brigade. It is said that Shinsu has solved many strange cases and has outstanding abilities, so they want to use his talents to help the anti-drug brigade solve the big case that has troubled them for a long time. After the director took out the transfer order, Li Ziqian, Han Zhengchun, and others all gathered around him. How could it be the anti-drug team? This is not a place that ordinary people can go. Li Ziqiang frowned. Director, have you asked clearly? Did you make a mistake? Han Zhengchang asked a rare question. I have confirmed it several times. Shinsu is indeed going to be seconded to the anti-drug squad to assist in solving the case. The director's eyes turned somewhat deep as he looked at Shinsu. We are all in this system, and we all know that in today's peaceful environment, the anti-drug squad is the one that sheds the most blood. Most people don't live to see a normal retirement age. After all, the opponents they faced were all extremely vicious people. Shinsu is just a small policeman. How can he be of any help in the drug enforcement team? Director, why don't you help refuse him? Lu Qingmei said slowly. Do you think I didn't say it? But the transfer order has already come down, and it has been stamped, and the other party has repeatedly assured me that Shinsu will never be allowed to go to the front line. What else can I say? The director gave Lu Qingmei a look. That's because your words don't carry enough weight. Lu Qingmei exposed the director's remaining underwear without hesitation. I was wondering if you have been too idle recently? I asked you to visit the masses and promote anti-fraud awareness. How was your work? How many communities have you visited? How many anti-fraud apps have been downloaded? The director began to save his face while running naked. I know. I don't mean to blame you. There's no need to find fault with me here. Lu Qingmei waved her hand indifferently. You. The director's face changed with anger. The transfer orders in my hands became heavy. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that there was something wrong with this transfer order, but as the director, he was unable to protect the rights and interests of his subordinates, which was truly embarrassing. But the next moment, the transfer order in the director's hand was taken away. Everyone looked and saw that it was Shinsu himself. There was not much emotional change on his face. Instead, he was studying the transfer order in his hand with great interest. Narcotics Enforcement Team. I've always wanted to find a chance to see them, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come to me now. You can still laugh? Do you know that this is a Hongmen banquet? Lu Qingmei's voice became much lower when she said the last three words. What's wrong with the Hongmen banquet? Didn't we get away safely? Okay, don't have such gloomy faces. I'm going out to bring honor to our institute. Don't act like you want to send me to death. Shinsu wanted to ease the overly solemn atmosphere. Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by going to die? Take it back now. The old director glared at him. Okay, I said the wrong thing. Shinsu compromised immediately. Okay, everything has been settled. You just be careful. I've already told the people at the anti-drug brigade that they will never let you go to the front line. But you also have to be smart and don't force yourself to be in the spotlight if you can. We will wait for you to come back. The old director's voice was very hoarse when he said the last part. I know. Shinsu smiled brightly at them. I don't know whether it's the anti-drug squad that's anxious or someone else. In the end, Shinsu didn't even attend the celebration banquet and hurriedly went to report to the anti-drug brigade. As soon as Shinsu arrived at the anti-drug brigade, he felt an atmosphere that was completely different from that in the Marshmallow police station. The people here were all in a hurry, with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the entire office was filled with a suffocating solemnity. Shinsu took the transfer order and wanted to ask who he should report to. However, he didn't expect that a person suddenly rushed out from behind and knocked him away. "Captain, we have received a tip-off." The figure who rushed out didn't even say sorry to Shinsu, and rushed into the innermost office in a hurry. At once, everyone stood up and stared in the direction where the man had just left. Shinsu stood up straight by himself. Fortunately, he was quite alert and he dodged when the man rushed towards him just now. Otherwise, he would not only stagger for a moment, but might be lying on the ground right now. About a few minutes after the man rushed into the office, a man in his 30s came out with him. "Everyone gather and follow me." At the man's command, everyone began to prepare. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets. He started putting on the equipment with skillful movements. Shinsu watched them being so busy that he didn't know whether he should disturb them. "Who are you?" Just as he hesitated, the man called the captain stepped in front of him. Chapter 51. We don't need you here. "I'm Shinsu, who was seconded here today." Shinsu immediately took out the transfer order in his hand and handed it over. The other party took it, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. "We don't need you here. The transfer order asked me to report today." Shinsu was also helpless. "Then you stay here, find a place to stay and don't get in the way." The man returned the transfer order in his hand. It was obvious that he didn't think highly of Shinsu. Turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, another slightly younger man came over and gave a gentle reminder. "Captain, our superiors have specifically told us over the phone that we must take him with us during the operation." The speaker was Yuan Jingji, deputy captain of the anti-drug brigade. "Haven't you seen his information? He is just a local police officer. We have to carry out an emergency mission now. If I take him with me, will we need to assign someone to take care of him?" Meng Tingqiu, the captain of the anti-drug brigade, said in a stern tone. He didn't even lower his voice, he just said it openly. "Captain, the person is still next to us, can you speak a little more quietly?" Yuan Jingji was so worried that a few more white hairs appeared on his head. "I didn't say anything wrong. There's nothing to hide. I don't know who wants to transfer him to our team, but I don't need him here," Meng Tingqiu said and strode away. It was too late for Yuan Jingji to stop him and he could only watch the person disappear from his sight. As the captain, Meng Tingqiu could ignore these things, but as the deputy captain, he couldn't ignore them. After all, this person was specifically instructed by his superiors. Yuan Jingji straightened his expression and walked in front of Shinsu with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, our captain is just like that. There's a lot going on lately, so he got anxious and angry. It's not directed at you." "I know." Shinsu didn't care. To be honest, if Meng Tingqiu was so attentive to you when you saw him, he might have to be on guard. But now Meng Tingqiu's attitude made him certain that he and Xiao Haotsai were not in the same group. "Well, since you're already here, why don't you join us today? However, you will only be responsible for some logistical work. Remember not to cause trouble for our captain," Yuan Jingji reminded. "Okay." Shinsu nodded in agreement. "Get dressed." Yuan Jingji found a set of equipment for Shinsu and hurriedly went to arrange other things. When Yuan Jingji took Shinsu into the car, Meng Tingqiu's expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to say something, Yuan Jingji immediately gave him a look. Meng Tingqiu had no choice but to give Yuan Jingji face, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. "Where are we going now?" Seeing that Meng Tingqiu did not kick him out of the car, Shinsu asked Yuan Jingji, who was sitting next to him, in a low voice. "We received a tip that someone will be conducting a transaction in Kwanshan Club today." Yuan Jingji did not hide it. "After all, we have brought the people there, so we have to let them know the content of the operation." "Yeah." Shinsu nodded. "You just keep an eye outside and contact me if there is any situation." Although Yuan Jingji took Shinsu into the car, he would definitely not take him with him to carry out the arrest. After all, he was only wearing a sun protective jacket and had no other equipment. If a conflict occurred, he would not even be able to protect himself. He also couldn't understand why his superiors wanted to transfer him to their team. What can a small police officer do? But as subordinates, they can only obey orders. I guess he is another person with connections, who wants to come here to study further so that he can move up in the career ladder. This kind of thing happens all the time. Although they had opinions, they had no choice but to cooperate. About 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the designated location. Meng Tingqiu had already gotten off the car to gather the people. Yuan Jingji handed Shinsu a walkie-talkie and briefly introduced the operation process to him. We will communicate via radio at that time. You just stay in the car. If you find anything outside, contact us immediately. Yuan Jingji's latter words were actually just casually said. After all, if they don't explain anything, people might come back to bite them, and they will have to write a lot of inspection reports. Okay. Shinsu agreed one by one. Seeing how cooperative he was, Yuan Jingji's impression of him changed a lot. You know, those who came here before to gain experience were all arrogant and conceited. Not only did they refuse to be disciplined, but they also always wanted to command them. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Okay, it's time for us to set off. You should be more careful. After Yuan Jingji gave instructions to Shinsu, he immediately got out of the car and gathered. After Meng Tingqiu confirmed the number of people, he set off directly. Shinsu was sitting alone in the car, looking at his brothers rushing to the battlefield with real guns and ammunition, and he felt excited. I hope they can complete this mission successfully. Shinsu stayed in the car as Yuan Jingji instructed. The walkie-talkie in my hand has been tuned to the corresponding channel. Can hear the movements of Meng Tingqiu's team? Has successfully entered the club. The next step is to locate the transaction location and then make the arrest. Although Shinsu did not enter, he was still nervous. After all, those who engage in this line of work are all extremely vicious criminals, and once they are caught, they will basically be sentenced to death. Therefore, they will resist regardless of the consequences during the arrest. This is why drug enforcement police have the highest mortality rate among police forces. Target locked, room 808. There are 6 target persons. From time to time, the voices of Meng Tingqiu and others could be heard on the intercom. 6 people? If there are only a few of us, there won't be any big problems. The news has leaked, the target has fled, act in advance. Suddenly, Meng Tingqiu's anxious voice came from the intercom. The next moment, Shinsu heard gunshots on the intercom. Shinsu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the club opposite. The action was discovered? This is troublesome. Sure enough, the next moment, countless guests poured out from the door. Shinsu subconsciously wanted to get off the car. After all, there might be criminals among the crowd rushing out. But someone was one step faster than him. 4 or 5 tall men rushed out of a black car at the opposite corner of the street. It was obvious from their actions that they were professionally trained. These should be the people Meng Tingqiu was worried about. Since someone rushed forward, Shinsu was no longer in a hurry. I just took out my phone and searched for the floor plan of this club. The information that could be found online was not very detailed, and Shinsu could only barely discern that the club had 3 exits in total. There should be people stationed at each exit in advance. The big fish escaped, blocked the entrance and exit. Meng Tingqiu's voice came again. The big fish should refer to the main culprit. Shinsu's expression suddenly became tense. Chapter 52. This is the big fish you want. The policeman who had just rushed down had already blocked the door. The guests couldn't get out, so they all huddled together and shouted. Shinsu's eyes swept over the group of people but didn't find anyone suspicious. I guess someone who was called a big fish wouldn't be stupid enough to come out directly from the front door. Then what other ways are there to escape? Shinsu carefully looked at the map in his hand again. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a certain place. Then he ignored Yuan Jingji's instructions to stay in the car, opened the door and rushed out. After the conflict in the club ended, Meng Tingqiu and Yuan Jingji met up. Captain, we have made great progress this time. We have arrested 5 people involved in the case and seized 800 grams of goods. Yuan Jingji was very excited. But the big fish escaped. Meng Tingqiu's expression was not good. He is too cunning. We have tried to keep an eye on him so many times before but failed. We thought we would be able to do it this time, but we didn't expect him to escape anyway. Yuan Jingji felt annoyed when he talked about this. Forget it, I will catch him one day. Meng Tingqiu gritted his teeth and then said, Are there any casualties among the brothers? 3 people were injured and have been arranged to be sent to the hospital. Yuan Jingji's expression was gloomy. Okay. Clean up the scene and then return to the team. Meng Tingqiu ordered. Yes. Yuan Jingji immediately went to direct the aftermath work. Although we didn't catch the big fish this time, no one died, so it was considered a very successful catch. When Meng Tingqiu and Yuan Jingji cleaned up the scene and prepared to return to the team, Yuan Jingji suddenly discovered that there was one person missing from the car. "Captain, Shinsu is missing." Yuan Jingji spoke immediately. "What did you say?" Meng Tingqiu frowned immediately. "Before I got off the car, I specifically told him to wait for us in the car, but he is not here now," Yuan Jingji said. "Contact him," Meng Tingqiu said in a deep voice. Yuan Jingji tried to call Shinsu using the intercom, but there was no response. "Can't get in touch." Yuan Jingji shook his head at Meng Tingqiu. "I told you before not to bring him here. People like him will only cause trouble for our team." Meng Tingqiu was so angry that he wanted to swear. "Captain, why don't you take your men back to the team first, and I'll go look for Shinsu. Maybe he's in the surrounding area." Yuan Jingji spoke tentatively. No matter how reluctant Meng Tingqiu was, he could only nod. "After all, I came out with them. If I can't go back with them, who knows what kind of trouble will arise later." Yuan Jingji got out of the car immediately. After all, it was he who wanted to bring the person here, so if he was lost, he should be the one to find him. "I thought Shinsu was obedient and cooperative before, but now it seems that was all an illusion. I just hope he waited alone because he was bored and went to hang out around here, otherwise, he will not be able to escape the review." As soon as Yuan Jingji got out of the car, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Shinsu!" Yuan Jingji shouted loudly. Shinsu heard his voice and nodded to him with a smile. Yuan Jingji wanted to step forward, but found that Shinsu seemed to be holding someone in his hand. "Still a woman." A hint of displeasure suddenly flashed across Yuan Jingji's face. He was told to stay here and settle down, but he went out to find a girlfriend. Sure enough, it was no different from the previous 20 groups. Yuan Jingji did not go forward to greet him, but just waited for Shinsu to walk up to him. "Didn't I tell you to wait for us in the car?" Yuan Jingji asked. Just as Shinsu was about to speak, Meng Tingqiu jumped out of the car. He stared at Shinsu with a stern face. "Go back to your original unit now." The words that were about to come out of Shinsu's mouth were immediately interrupted by a scolding. "Captain, let's go back and talk about that first." Yuan Jingji tried to comfort him. "You don't have to go back with us, go back to your original unit now." Meng Tingqiu's attitude was indeed very persistent. He could accept an invisible person in his team, but he could never accept a fool in their team. "I can go back to my original unit, but I still need to hand over this person to you." The gentleness on Shinsu's face also disappeared. "What are you handing over?" Meng Tingqiu could no longer hold back his emotions. Could this guy have gotten into some trouble? "This is the big fish that you just lost. Don't you usually want it?" Shinsu asked. "What did you say?" Yuan Jingji exclaimed. "Do you know what you are saying?" Meng Tingqiu's gaze became deeper as he stared at Shinsu. "You didn't recognize her?" Shinsu asked puzzledly. "I heard them say on the intercom that they had been chasing each other for a long time, and I thought they knew each other." Meng Tingqiu then turned his gaze to the woman next to Shinsu. He looked to be in his early 20s, and was wearing the most common sweatshirt and jeans worn by young people today. Her face was bare, without a trace of makeup. It's just the outfit of an ordinary college student. If you get lost in the crowd, you might lose it in the blink of an eye. But Shinsu said that this person is the big fish they have been eyeing? How is this possible? It was completely different from what they imagined. "Shinsu, don't talk nonsense. This is a serious matter. If you talk nonsense, you will be punished." Yuan Jingji scolded. "I'm not making this up. This person is really the big fish you're looking for. This is the cargo I found on her, about 1 kilogram. Shinsu said as he took out a transparent bag from his pocket. There was a white powdery substance inside. Yuan Jingji's pupils trembled and he immediately took the thing from Shinsu's hand. After a careful inspection, he turned his head to look at Meng Tingqiu beside him. "Captain, it is indeed the real thing." Meng Tingqiu's expression suddenly paused, and he snatched the thing from Yuan Jingji's hand. "It is indeed the real thing, and of a very high quality." "This, how is it possible?" Meng Tingqiu once again set his gaze on Shinsu in front of him. He looked playful and his face still had the immaturity of someone who had just graduated from the police academy. How could such a person catch the big fish that they had been eyeing for a long time? But the evidence was right in front of her. He had no reason to deny it. Captain Meng, do I need to return to my original unit now? Shunsu asked. Meng Tingchu's expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. Ahem. Yuan Jingji on the side spoke at the right time. Well, let's go back to the team first. Meng Tingqiu clenched his teeth, said nothing more, turned around and got back into the car. Get in the car first. Yuan Jingji stepped forward and patted Shunsu. But he couldn't help but glance at the young woman next to him. Her hands were tied by Shunsu with clothes, and she had not said a word from then until now. Could this person really be the big fish they have been looking for a long time? Chapter 53, Gambling with Your Life. After Meng Tingqiu brought the suspect back to the team, he was immediately brought in for interrogation. After identification by several other people, it was finally confirmed that the young woman caught by Shunsu was the big fish they had been tracking. Codename, Scorpion. This Scorpion is the highest-ranking person in charge of their area. Almost all the goods come from her, and she is responsible for many murders. However, this person's whereabouts have always been mysterious. Their informants only know that there is such a person but have never seen him. This time, the clue was obtained at the cost of sacrificing an informant. I wanted to capture him in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect that the other party would notice and evacuate early. I originally thought that I had let him run away again, but I never expected that he was caught by Shunsu. Meng Tingqiu and Yuan Jingji came out of the interrogation room and went straight to Shunsu. The two stood in front of him for a long moment, just staring at him without saying a word. Is there something on my face? Shunsu didn't want to glare at them, so he broke the atmosphere directly. How did you recognize her? Yuan Jingji asked the question that had been bothering him all the way. She said it herself. Shunsu opened his lips. What did you say? She told you with her own mouth that she is the poison scorpion? Yuan Jingji widened his eyes. Yes. Shunsu nodded. What on earth did you do? Meng Tingqiu naturally would not believe what Shunsu said, and his voice became much heavier. I didn't do anything. I just found a hidden exit and squatted there waiting for something to happen. Shunsu said. Hidden exit? Are you saying there is another exit in the club? Meng Tingqiu frowned. How do you know that? I found it on the internet. Online? Meng Tingqiu's brows furrowed even more. You should know that at the beginning of their action, they had already taken the floor plan of the entire club. They have made every exit very clear, so how could there be a hidden exit? You probably didn't go to the club to investigate in person before taking action, right? Shunsu knew what Meng Tingqiu was thinking as soon as he saw his expression. They are very alert. We can only deploy troops around the perimeter. Once we enter the club, it is likely to attract their attention and cause them to cancel the transaction. Meng Tingqiu explained. So, you have never been to the site and can only study the floor plan. I think your floor plan should have been obtained through formal channels. Shunsu shrugged. You mean, the floor plan we found is not as useful as the one posted on the internet? Meng Tingqiu stared at Shunsu without blinking. It's not that yours doesn't have any, but clubs like this usually conduct some shady transactions. On the surface, they want to cooperate with the police, but behind the scenes they have to maintain their own business. They will never help you catch all the criminals in one fell swoop. In this case, there must be an exit that is not obvious. Just like when we were skipping school, it was absolutely impossible for you to escape through the main gate, right? Shunsu asked back. What does this have to do with what you said? Meng Tingqiu said in a deep voice. The thing is, the secret door they set up will definitely not be displayed in public, but their club is open to the public for business. Nowadays, young people like to take photos and post them on WeChat moments wherever they go. I discovered the hidden door of this club from a photo. Shunsu told him everything that happened. What photos? Meng Tingqiu asked. Shunsu took out his cell phone and found the previous photo. Meng Tingqiu and Yuan Jingji both came forward to watch. Isn't this just a normal photo? How did you know there was a secret door? Yuan Jingji looked at it for a long time but couldn't see anything unusual. Shunsu stretched out his finger and tapped the screen. Can you take a good look at this shadow? Meng Tingqiu's eyes fell in the direction of the finger beside him and he reacted instantly. He gritted his teeth and returned the phone to Shunsu. Hey, I don't understand it yet. Yuan Jingji wanted to stop him, but Shunsu had already taken the phone. Even if you can find the hidden secret door, how can you be sure that person is the big fish we are looking for? I believe it is impossible that she is the only one who came out of this door. Meng Tingqiu continued to ask. You're right. Although the number of people coming out of the secret door over there is not as many as those coming out of other exits, there are still quite a few. But for every person who comes out of this door, I will point a gun at them and shout stop. Shinsu said. Then the scorpion thought he was exposed and tried to escape, but was caught by you? Yuan Jingji asked. Of course not. Shinsu raised his eyebrows and looked at him, his eyes seemed to be a little disgusted. Yuan Jingji felt a little embarrassed. How could he be looked down upon by a young man? Just as he was about to speak, Meng Tingqiu spoke instead. She was the only one who stood still. That's right. Shinsu snapped his fingers immediately. What on earth are you talking about? Why am I listening to a word you say? Yuan Jingji had never felt that his IQ was being rubbed to the ground like this. This secret door is not provided to ordinary guests. Most people who know it have dirty hands. For ordinary people like us, if someone points a gun at you, your first reaction will definitely be to raise your hands and surrender. But for those whose hands are stained with blood, their first reaction is definitely to run away. Meng Tingqiu spoke slowly. So what I said before was correct. That woman ran away because she was guilty, and that's how her identity was exposed. Yuan Jingji shouted. If the poison scorpion is really as you said, how could you have not caught her for so long? Shinsu actually didn't want to chat with stupid people. But Yuan Jingji was a rare person who had shown kindness to him before, so now he was just repaying his kindness. So what you mean is? Yuan Jingji finally reacted a little after hearing this. Venom Scorpion is very smart. She is so smart that she disguises herself as an ordinary person. But it is precisely because of her intelligence that her identity is betrayed. There is no way anyone who comes out of that door will stop just because someone says stop. Just like every time you chase them, the more you let them stop, the faster they will run. Shinsu spoke word by word. You're right. Those people are extremely vicious. The more you force them to stop, the faster they will run. If they can't run away, they will fight to the death. Yuan Jingji recalled the countless times he had carried out missions. And he hadn't realized this before, and had to wait for Shinsu to remind him. But these are just your guesses. You were alone at the time, and you were gambling with your own life. Meng Tingqiu stared at Shinsu, his tone revealing a meaningful tone. Chapter 54. What about my mother? Don't you gamble with your own names every time you carry out a mission? What's more, I have always had good luck, so doesn't this make me win the bet? Shinsu smiled casually. Meng Tingqiu stared at the young man in front of him for a long time, but in the end he said nothing and turned away. Shinsu raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's his reaction? Do you think he's being too aggressive? I'll arrange a seat for you first. Yuan Jingji suddenly stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Shinsu then retracted his gaze and looked at him. Our captain has agreed to let you stay. Yuan Jingji smiled, revealing his big white teeth. Agree now? Shinsu raised the last line of his voice. What else? You showed us this skill, don't you just want to stay? Yuan Jingji said. That's not the case. Shinsu denied. You don't want to stay? Yuan Jingji was surprised. I didn't come here voluntarily, but now I have completed my mission after this trip. Just as we said before, I will return to my original unit. When someone asks me about it, you can say that I have helped you solve your problems. Shinsu said. This. Yuan Jingji never expected Shinsu to say this, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Okay, I'll go back first. I have to pick up my daughter from school. See you sometime. Shinsu didn't care whether Yuan Jingji was still in a daze or not. He waved at him and turned away. Shinsu. By the time Yuan Jingji reacted and wanted to keep the person, he had already disappeared at the door. This is a big deal. Yuan Jingji slapped his forehead, turned around and went to find Meng Tingqiu. Meng Tingqiu was sitting behind his desk, staring at the computer in front of him intently. Yuan Jingji rushed in without even knocking on the door. Captain, Shinsu. If he wants to stay, let him stay. Meng Tingqiu didn't even raise his head. No, the person is gone. Yuan Jingji corrected. Meng Tingqiu then looked up and stared at him with burning eyes. He really left. He said that he had helped us solve the problem and is now returning to his original unit. Yuan Jingji repeated. Did he say that himself? Meng Tingqiu frowned. Yes. Yuan Jingji nodded heavily. Apart from this, is there anything else to say? Meng Tingqiu asked again. No more. Oh, by the way, he said he was going to pick up his daughter from school. Yuan Jingji thought about it again. But after saying it, I felt something was wrong. Didn't she just graduate from the police academy? How come she already has a daughter? And she's still in school? Could he be lying to me? He didn't lie to you. Meng Tingqiu suddenly spoke. How do you know? Yuan Jingji was puzzled. It's written here. Meng Tingqiu gestured to the computer in front of him. Yuan Jingji immediately went in. Shinsa's information is displayed on the computer screen. Yuan Jingji didn't care about the rest, he just took a look at Shinsa's grades in the police academy. Oh my god, he's an all-rounder. How could such a good seedling be assigned to be a local police officer? It's such a waste of talent. Yuan Jingji sighed to the sky. Because he has a daughter. Meng Tingqiu said. Yuan Jingji then looked down. Holy crap, he really has a daughter? Meng Tingqiu leaned all his weight on the chair behind him, tapping the armrests carelessly with his fingers. This is his usual action when thinking. Go and transfer Shinsa to our team. After a moment, Meng Tingqiu made a decision. Transfer to our team? You don't mean seconded, right? Yuan Jingji confirmed again. What do you think? Meng Tingqiu stared at him coldly. Hey, I just want to make a decision. Just wait, I'll go and write a report. As soon as Yuan Jingji saw Shinsa's grades in school, he had already thought about transferring him to their team. Unexpectedly, their captain couldn't help at first. Go quickly. Meng Tingqiu urged. Yes. Yuan Jingji had never seen their captain value someone so much. He just wanted to get that person into the team no matter what the cost. Shinsu was completely unaware of this. At this time, they had already arrived outside Shinduoduo's school. As soon as the bell rang, the teacher led the students out. When Shinduoduo saw Shinsu, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Dad! The sweet and soft voice made Shinsu's heart melt. Song Yuan looked at Shinsu and Shinduoduo hugging each other, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Is this how fathers and daughters get along? But he and his mother are not like that. Is it because they are mother and son? Let's go home and have dinner. Shinsu noticed Song Yuan's gaze, lowered his eyes and smiled at him. The bodyguard at the side stepped forward. The young master can't go home with you for dinner today. Is there something wrong? Shinsu asked. Yes. The bodyguard nodded. Then say goodbye to Song Yuan. Shinsu glanced at Shinduoduo in his arms. See you tomorrow. Shinduoduo waved her little hand. Song Yuan's face was tense and it was obvious that he was not very happy. Without responding to Shinduoduo, he turned around and left. Dad, Song Yuan is angry. Shinduoduo looked at Song Yuan's back as he left, and her little face wrinkled. Really? I thought he was always angry. Shinsu was not as good at reading minds as Shinduoduo. No, Song Yuan rarely gets angry. Shinduoduo raised her voice. Really? I guess you're the only one who thinks so. Shinsu smiled and walked home holding Shinduoduo. Dad, are you going to marry Song Yuan and Mom? Shinduoduo suddenly said something shocking. Why do you suddenly ask this? Shinsu staggered and almost fell down with Shinduoduo in his arms. Song Yuan told me that as long as you marry his mother, we can be together forever. Shinduoduo said with her head tilted. Do you want to? Shinsu asked tentatively. He and Song Shuyao had reached a preliminary consensus before. Although it is just a marriage in name only, I still have to ask Shinduoduo. I want to be with Song Yuan forever, but if you marry his mother, what will happen to my mother? Shinduoduo looked at Shinsu seriously. When Shinsu heard this, he couldn't help but stop. This was the first time Shinduoduo took the initiative to mention her mother. Duo, can you tell me who your mother is now? Shinsu looked at Shinduoduo seriously. Mom, she. Shinduoduo just wanted to speak, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head and her little face immediately wrinkled. Duo, what's wrong with you? Shinsu immediately put everything behind him and hugged Shinduo nervously.